Okay. Hold on one second. My bad, y'all. I didn't mean to start it over. Give me a second. There was a setting that was changed again, and I just gotta update this real quick. But anyways, while I'm working on that, I just want to check in with everybody. Hey, hey, hey. If you can hear me, can I get a thumbs up just so I can make sure you can hear me? Hello, everybody. Welcome to this February 21st stream. We're still in Black History Month. I wanted to do this topic. I know it's been done over and over. We've been talking about race relations, but I think somebody posed a question. If I'm not mistaken, it was on DJ Witch Doctor's channel, and basically it was in regards to, do Black people feel ashamed of their African heritage, or was it more so that they were one with it at one point, like we embraced it, accepted it. That's how we got to the whole Pan-Africanism. And did it fail us? And I thank you for the thumbs up. I see you all. I'm trying to get myself added to the stage. It's just going to take me a second here. Give me just a few moments. But, anyways, I hope you all are having a wonderful day today. I hope it's been a good month for you. For me, Black History Month is every month, so I don't necessarily need to go out of my way to celebrate it every month. There we go. But yeah, I kind of wanted to have a little discussion about it. I'm going to, just talk about a few things up front, and then I'm going to open the panel. I did invite a few people to join. So if they come through, then, I'll drop the link sooner. But I see some more people are coming through. I have Soul Provider. Thank you for coming through. I have Silent J in the building as well. Appreciate you. And I was having an issue with the comments earlier. Like I could see them on the screen, but I wasn't actually seeing them in the comment section. So if I missed anybody, that is my bad. It's basically happening because of something going on between StreamYards and YouTube. So just bear with me. That's all I can say. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I played the Kendrick Lamar song because it was kind of a ode to the whole Black Panther. They got vibranium over there, and they're going to share it with all of the Americans and all the blacks across the world. Hey, Letitia, I see you coming in. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Um, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to have this discussion because I've been seeing we're having race talks all over the place, tether talks all over the place, FBA talks all over the place. It's not even just niche anymore, like on YouTube and in our areas. It's making its way to the mainstream. You have people on, podcasts outside of this space, the spaces that we are surrounded by, that are also having these discussions. And, in 2026, here we are, like this is happening right now, and people are just they're deciding whether a delineation is needed, or basically if we need to hold the Pan-African line. And I'm going to try and hold on. I do see the comment from Third Ward. You said, to answer my question to the topic at hand, the only Black people who have an issue with being addressed as African are Black folks who claim they have no African ancestry in their family tree. Okay, wait. So this goes even deeper than that. Um, and hey, Cynical, I see you. Thank you for coming through. This goes even deeper than the people who say that they have no African ancestry. So the discussion that was had on DJ Witch Doctor's channel was basically for the people who do have it. Why is it that anytime people want to associate the term African with American, Black Americans feel offended by it? Like Africa is a dirty little secret from our heritage, and so therefore we are one of the first people to kind of, I guess, downplay it, in the sense of, like, you have the terms African booty scratcher or mud huts, and some of the things that people say. It's like when people associate Black Americans with their African heritage, for the people that do claim it and do have it, they end up acting as though it's like an insult. It's almost like calling them white trash in a way. So I thought that was an interesting take because as I sat in the thoughts about what was being said, I'm like, I do see that happening quite a bit. Like, and just follow me here for a bit. Just think back to your past. Anytime somebody says something about like African, mm, how much do I want to share? Okay, confession. So I remember driving. There was a car in front of me, and they were just kind of driving a little erratic, confused. We were turning into a plaza, and like the way that he was driving, the person, first of all, I didn't know it was a he. He's just a car. But I'm driving behind this gentleman or whatever, and I almost hit him. So like I honk at him. I don't know if I've ever mentioned this, but I have a bit of road rage, which is why I don't like to drive that much. But anywho, so I'm following him because we're going the same route to Target of all places. I don't go there anymore. But I pull into a parking spot. No, first I honked at him and I probably said something out the window, knowing me. Um, and so then he took it up like 10 notches, right? He's stopping, jerking his car. Like the fact that I had the nerve to honk at him to tell him to like stop playing around and just drive your car set him off. And in the moment, I wasn't thinking about how that could have happened or like what could have been the result of that. So I followed this man into the parking lot. I park into a spot and then he parks into a spot. He pulls up behind me after I parked in because I drove around him when he was playing games with his car. I just drove around him and went and got into a parking spot. But I also, I'll preface this by saying that I'm a licensed carrier, and becoming a licensed carrier in my state has made me less of a hothead. It's made me have to check my emotions and emotionally regulate more than I think I have in the past because, yeah, just think about that for a second. If you have firepower in your hand and you are a hothead, it's a recipe for disaster. So, anywho, I get out of my car. I know what I have on me, and I'm walking to the store or like into the store. He gets out of his car, and now he's calling me names. I'm like, "You want to be a bully? You want to be a bully?" And I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "You dumbass! Like you are the reason. You almost caused an accident." And like, it wasn't just me that almost got into an accident with this man. It was like the car behind me. It was just a whole mess. And for whatever reason, I wasn't having it that night. So yeah, I started calling and cussing this man out, like, and and he was clearly African. It was a taxi of all things. Like you driving crazy erratically in a taxi, man. Like this your job and you can't even do it. But okay. So, and hey, Brownie, I see you coming in. Thank you for coming through. In fact, let me make sure I got everything set here. For everybody who's coming in, I see you, Twin. Thank you for coming through. Irby Reyes, I see you as well. Hello, everybody. I hope if I missed you, charge it to my head and not my heart. All right. Like Bronzeberg, I see you. I'm in the middle of telling this story about when I got outside my body and I was arguing with an African man. And the first thing, like, first of all, I was on the phone with a friend of mine at the same time, and I forgot that I was even on the phone. Like, immediately he started like verbally attacking me, and my initial response was to go back in on him. So man, I done said some horrible things. Like, I was telling this man to go back to his huts. Like it was just it was a lot. And so when I thought back to the whole when we hear African, we take it as an insult. I had to think of that incident, like me arguing with this man, and everything that I said to him was like derogatory towards Africa. That's the only. It was low hanging fruit. It was the only argument that I could really make in that moment, and like I just didn't feel. I wasn't feeling the fact of letting him stand there and like punk me in that moment. I wasn't going to do it. And then I have my friend on the phone. She's cracking up in my ear because like a switch flipped, and she's. I just I don't know. But I do recall there was a woman who got out. She was in line behind me, like as we were driving. She said, "Girl, I saw that whole thing, and he was wrong, and blah blah blah." But then I also saw that there was other people like standing by the Target entrance, and what I realized was I looked a fool to stand there arguing with the fool. Like you see the both of us arguing, and we're going back and forth like black on black crime or black on African crime, however you want to look at it. And you wouldn't be able to tell who was the idiot in that situation because both of us look like it. Like he's saying crazy things to me. That's why they shoot your kids and this, that, and the other. And man, it was a mess. Oh, yeah. But just it just goes back to say that if I had to stop and be honest, when I heard what was said on the stream, I had to think back onto my own life, and I was like, well, you know what? You're not entirely wrong. Like, um, when it comes to Black people versus Africans, sometimes we can get very derogatory. Sometimes we will go to the lowest hanging fruit and talk about mud huts and, like I said, the whole African booty stretch. I'm not saying everybody. I'm not saying all people, but I'm saying that's not something that I couldn't relate to having had done. And I say all of this to say I have friends from Ghana. I have friends from Nigeria. Like I have people in my life that I know that I care a lot about. I have Haitian for like people from all over the place, right? And so like to just pull that out just as a reflex was like, damn, I was disappointed in myself for having done it, but I mean it's a real thing. So anywho, I just wanted to say that to kind of get the conversation going. But I just want to, I want to also preface by saying I grew up in the Chicagoland area. I was a kid in the 90s, right? So like when people are like Black History Month was every month, all month. Like I, I know 18th letter. If you in here, I don't know if you're in here, but he can relate to what I'm saying. We've had a conversation about this in the past where the teachers that we had growing up didn't allow us to not know our Black history. We grew up with the halls of the schools being decorated with like the Marcus Garveys and the George Washington Carvers. Like this stuff was surrounding us. They drilled it into us because it was removed from the curriculum. Like they intentionally took anything out of the educational curriculum that had to do with positive Black images and Black history. So our teachers took it upon themselves to make sure, especially if they went to HBCUs, they took it upon themselves to make sure they drilled it in our head and taught us. And so, like, I grew up with a Pan African background. I grew up, feeling like, Africa, Mother Africa. You know what I'm saying? Like that's where my head was as a child and even into my like early adult years. And I think even probably up until I got on this app, when I saw the division and then you got the FBA, you got the tether, you got the African. It's just so many like labels and like I don't know. I never really thought about what it truly means to be Black American in relation to African people and how we personally see them. I know some of you probably grew up with like the whole starving children on the TV, and for 30 cents a day, you can, have these swollen belly children get healthy, and like all of the propaganda that has been force fed to us as to how we see Africa and like the people there versus when you actually know these people and they show you like my friend sat me down and was like showing me all these different images of Nigeria and like the cities over there. I'm like, damn, I never would have known how advanced it was. I felt a little ignorant, like being educated in that way, because it's like you could have done your own research. It didn't take for her to show you the metropolitans and how it looks over there. I've never been, so salute to anybody who has, and you already have firsthand knowledge. That wasn't me. Um, Let me say hello. I see some more people have come through. Let me see. Cynical one, I think I said hello to you. Brownie, hello, hello. FBA Young Lion, hello. DJ Witch Doctor, hello. Creative Solutions, thank you for coming through. Hello, hello. Keon, thank you for coming through as well. Hello. Yes. Okay, let me make sure I didn't miss any comments. Hold on. Just in case something needs to be highlighted. Okay, I love my Africans. We still do have the right to note that we are different. Okay. We also have been programmed to not like each other. Fair point. Hustler, welcome in. Said being African was not cool in the 90s and early 2000s. I disagree. I mean, I don't know. Well, see, like I said, from where the area we grew up, that was pushed on us. Like not necessarily African, quote unquote, but like the whole Pan-Africanism. Yeah, That was heavily taught. You said that's how your school upbringing was too. Yeah, yeah. The teachers were not having that. The black teachers were not. They saw the educational system and how they were formulating that curriculum for what it was, and they weren't playing no games with none of our black asses. Okay. Yes. Okay. And we are of African descent. This new generation of Negroes want to force a problem when it's not. SD, welcome in. Hello. 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 Okay. 18. You say you think it's common for a lot of black folks in our city to be, yes, because that was the thing of the time frame when we were growing up. I don't know if they're still doing it now. Like my niece, I have nieces and nephews that are in the city, and they go to a school that's predominantly Latino. It's a charter school. And so I didn't see, like, I've gone there to some of their school events, and I didn't see like a whole lot of like African things like I did when we were growing up. It was catering more to their uh, group, their demographic. Um, you grew up in an African American centered home, okay? In the 90s, being African and Caribbean was cool. Stop the cap. Stop the. I wish I had the button. Damn it. Stop the cap. Yeah. Okay. Honestly, you've never personally befriended Africans. You didn't grow up around them. Okay. I mean, if they're not in your proximity, then I wouldn't anticipate that you would. I didn't grow up with them. The people that I'm talking about that I know are people that I met through like work or school. Like I pick up people along the way. Like you make connections with people and they just kind of stick with you sometimes, right? And then you were raised around different culture. Okay. All right. So let me see. I think I've gotten caught up. One second here. So, okay, what does it even mean to be Pan-African? Is that definition, was that ever solidified? Like, I know y'all hate it when folks go to definitions, but I often like to do that because one person will have a particular image or thought process around the meaning of a word, and then another person may have a different meaning. And so I like to start at a base level where we're all coming from the same level of understanding and we can go from there. But I never actually looked up the definition. It's just something that was kind of, like I said, I grew up in that. Um, and I'm searching it. I probably won't share it, but I'll read it out to you. And again, thank you for anybody who's coming through. If you don't mind hitting the like button for me, I appreciate it. So, Britannica.com. Let's go to that. Did y'all grow up with encyclopedias? I grew up with the Encyclopedia Britannica. And the funny thing is, side note, this is completely unrelated to what I'm talking about today. But do y'all know those things are still over $1,000? Like for the set, the full set, it was like I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, okay. Um, Anywho, so according to Britannica.com, it says Pan-Africanism is the idea that people of African descent share common interests and should be unified. It began in the mid 19th century, led by Africans from the Western Hemisphere. Early advocates like Martin Delany, Alexander Crummell, and Edward Blyden emphasized the commonalities between Africans and Black people in the United States. W.E.B. Du Bois, considered the father of modern Pan Africanism, advocated for the study of African history and culture. Marcus Garvey, a Black nationalist, championed African independence and envisioned a return back to Africa. In the 20th century, advocates worked to institutionalize Pan Africanism, leading to the first Pan African Congress in 1919. The movement faded until 1945, when the Fifth Congress was held in Manchester, England. The formation of the Organization for African Unity, or the OAU, in 1963 solidified African leadership. Okay, so that's the definition, just to make sure that we're on the same page. So the important part of all of that is that's the idea that African descended people share common interests and should be unified. But do we all agree with that? So I want you all to think. I'm going to go ahead and drop the. I'm going to drop the link here. But what do you think about like the African heritage? When you hear about Africa or somebody, when somebody associates you with Africa, African American, because truly, I don't, I personally do not identify by the term African American. I say that I am black. I get that black is a color and not necessarily quote um like I don't even want to go that far, but I'm just going to say I identify as a Black American. My connection, my ancestry goes back to Americans here. Now, can it be traced further back? Yes. But my culture, all of my influence, everything that I know is of America. It's not directly connected to Africa. And there are African people who are here who came directly from Africa, immigrated over here, who are actual African Americans. And so I don't know. I don't, to say that I'm ashamed of my African heritage, I would not necessarily say that. However, I can admit that in times where I am pitted against someone from Africa, I have used the low hanging fruit to degrade them. And so, what does that say about me and my internal beliefs? And okay, let me say hello to a few more people. Did I miss anybody? Hey, Gabe, welcome in. Hello, hello. And then Flip Mode. Hey, Flip Mode. Thank you so much over there on Twitch. I do see you. Hello. Give me just a second here, y'all, to get this link pinned. Um, 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 uh, yes, Gabe. I realized I said low hanging fruit. And in the time of our dear Billie Holiday, Strange Fruit, and all of that, that might have been a bad reference, but I think y'all got me. Okay, let me see. I'm getting it pinned. Pin message. Okay, so uh, not using low hanging fruit, and you're gonna laugh at me on top of it. Okay. Let's see. You came up as Pan African NOI. Okay, but today you can say that you are. That you can't say that you are knowing that how Africans feel about you. Okay. And I'm adding to the stage 18th letter. Thank you for coming through 18. Um, go
Hey,
ahead.
thanks for letting me up today on your platform. Um, like what you were saying earlier on the stream, like it was a very Pan African influence when we was growing up in our city,
Mm-hmm,
and I think certain people like because it goes both ways, right? Um, and it's because both people have been brainwashed to look at each other in a negative way. I've even heard interviews of Africans said that they were told when they first came into the United States by I'm not sure what you would call those people when you first enter in the United States to stay away from African Americans, and a lot of the times it comes from people who are trying to simulate to who's the dominant group in the country. A lot of people want to be up that
mm-hmm,
ladder as close as white adjacent as possible. So they want to like because
mm-hmm,
people don't even think about um how much has been pounded into our heads to be a lot of the racial slurs that we had back in the day were anti-African spear chucker, um like like y'all was living in jungles swinging from vines before white people came and civilized y'all. It was all in cartoons and then propaganda and everything from a century ago. Like even in cartoons, like what I mean cartoons when they used to draw cartoons in magazines and different things like that. Um, it's been there forever, and it's been pounded into our head that being of African descent makes you less than a person of white descent, and a lot of, and that's where it comes from, and that's not just us in the United States. That's everywhere where it's been slavery. You have people that are ashamed of their African ancestry. You have some people or a degree of self hate that I feel less than because I'm of African descent, and that's something that a lot of people really don't want to address. And even here in the United States, in the '80s and the '90s, I think people tend to forget. You have to know more about Black culture at that particular time. It was heavily Pan African influence, all the way down to the African American college United hoodies that people used to wear. Remember, you'll see people wearing those hoodies on Martin and Different World and with the African patterns on the clothing and different things like that. A lot of our music and everything was very Pan African influence, from the hip hop to the soul music to the R&B music, different things like that. So I think a lot of people tend to forget that um, as time has went on.
Okay, so why do you think? Okay, why do you think? Uh, Let me think of a better way to ask this.
Now you can go ahead.
What's the benefit of making people here in America feel like Africa is less than? What is the benefit of that?
Well, it's the origin of where we came from, and the thing is to make you feel less than, to have you in a mindset of self hate, to make you feel that you are less less than the dominant population, which was white people doing slaves. That's where you get the terms monkey and porch monkey from, and go back to Africa and all of this other stuff to make Black people feel that there are less than white people, that we are less civilized and we never built anything, and we have to thank the Europeans for everything that they've done to civilize us, even though they enslaved us and put us in bondage, and we built all of the civilizations up in wherever that we went, and we built their markets and trades wherever that we went. So that's pretty much where that ideology comes from, and it's been passed down from generation to generation. So it was
Mhm.
something, it was, like I said, it was literally pounded into Black people's heads, and they were beat into submissiveness to the point that, like I say, from generation, your grandmother might have passed it down without you even realizing it. Your parents.
Pan African. Okay, so I have a comment from Bronsberg. Pan Africanism was taught to y'all by the U.S. government. It was a PSYOP effective program.
That's not true.
Why do you say that, Bronsberg? Why do you believe that? Because I don't believe that Pan Africanism was taught throughout all of the United States. I've heard people in these spaces and on some of these panels say that they didn't grow up with any African or Black history knowledge like that. Believe it or not.
And then a lot and then a lot of times when people don't even, it's like a lot of it is in our culture, whether you think about it or, like, a lot of people don't think about it. For instance, we use shea butter on our skin. We use
Hmm.
shea butter in our, that's African. We use cocoa butter. Like a lot of that stuff that we have in our bathroom cabinets and everything. A lot of our hair products is for people with African with usually coarse hair, or like different things like that. Even within our food, that a lot of people don't like. Some of our food even came from Africa that we don't even realize. Okra, okra is not Black American. Okra
Hmm.
comes from okra comes from Africa. Yams is African. You know how we call our food candy yams when we make soul food? So it's
Hmm.
certain things that came from over there that's influenced in our culture. Today, just a lot of people are not educated and they just don't know.
So I want to read out this comment from Panda. Panda said, wait now, my family can be traced back 200 years or so in America. I can't accept that respectfully. Are you saying that you have African heritage you can't accept? What is it that you can't accept? Because I acknowledge and I understand that there are people here who say that they have no African connection, no DNA. That's not the group that I'm specifically talking about. I'm talking about the people who say that they are the descendants of slaves, that they have acknowledged that and can trace their lineage back to that, who still to this day, though, when confronted with being associated in the same lane as somebody who is African, um, they feel like it is almost a put down and a negative thing to be compared to. And I'm going to go
Yeah,
ahead and welcome Bronzeberg to the stage. Thank you, Bronzeberg.
What's up there? What's good?
Hey,
Can y'all hear
hello.
me?
Welcome in.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I
We
can
can
hear
hear
you clearly.
you,
All right,
Bron.
true. I don't know if y'all want me to jump in. Y'all want me to
Go
jump
right
in
ahead.
now? Okay. So I was saying in the comment section, I've been having this conversation lately, and before I even had this conversation with my mom's, and my mom's was just like, "Bronze, like, why do you feel that way or whatever?" Right? So the thing about it is, I always believe you need to find the history more so from your grandparents and your great grandparents more so than you want to let some white man put that in a textbook or allow y'all to think something because he said so. I sat there and I said Pan-Africanism is a PSYOP program that was effective because the thing about it is usually Pan-Africans get into this whole entire thing of trying to uncover the truths about America, but at a large scale, if you understand that media is manipulated and they tell you what they want you to know, don't you think that when it comes to Pan-Africanism, that was a PSYOP program for them to brainwash what they call the brown skin Americans, copper color or black Americans. Like that my thing about it is I was already taught by my family, or we just finding out. We ain't got no ties to Africa. My great grandmother is a great migration. So I'm a descendant of a great migration of fourth generation. We ain't my great grandmother never mentioned nothing about no Africa. You feel me? And then when we did the lineage, so far up to the 1800s, there was no trace of no Africa this or Africa whatever in our family. We was like talking about Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and the Carolinas and all that. So we never knew about no Africa. So my thing about it is when we have this conversation, I try my best not to come at Pan Africans or people who believe we come from Africa, but I
Mhm.
always say it's certain things that lead you to believe, like, yo, we ain't no Africans. Like culture wise, when we ask about blues, hip hop, or jazz and all this other stuff, some people will say, "Oh, that comes from Africa." Okay, so what specific music genre or traditions that come from Africa led us to sit up there and say that's African origin? Soul food, for example. If you've done the history, except for okra, pretty much, even though okra had some crops in the South, a lot of that food is from Europe. And some of that food is from the Americas. Then they'll say, oh, that's because we intertwine with the Native Americans and all this other stuff. And you'd be like, hold the hell up, dude. Like, there's a lot of things that need to be talked about in terms of our identity, and the United States government made it clear that they wanted to confuse the crap out of us, which is the reason why it passed the law in 1988 through the 13th and 14th Amendment. Jesse Jackson was the nonsense person. We found out he's a Cherokee, that he crowned us African Americans. They changed it in the census. I dropped
Let
the
me
mic.
let me ask you a question, Bronzeberg.
Bang.
Why would Pan Africanism be a psyop from the United States government? What would they benefit from making that a psyop when they've always benefited from division?
It's confusion, bro. Because why do you have now that you have these Africans, whether they're anchor babies or they're like first or second generation Africans that come over here and can literally call themselves an African American, but you will sit up there and say, well, I'm an African American too. When y'all go to the homeland, right? Some of y'all have traveled to Africa. Them people don't know you. Some people don't claim they know. They're like, yo, he's not an African. You're an American. And we can sit up there and talk about, oh, that's years of separation and blah, blah, blah. But I think it's BS because at the same time, you have people who have, like white people, you have Italians, Irish people who have been in the land for 200 years. They can track it, but they still keep the traditions and cultures of their people 200 something years later.
And
So
why?
it's not the same thing with so-called Black Americans.
And why is that? Why is that? Why don't we have African culture from that from the past?
Because that ain't us. I make that
That's
argument
that's
all the
that's
time.
that's
I make
that's
that.
that's wait. That's your argument. You're just saying because that ain't us. That's
Oh no, 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 no. You said I said okay. My fault.
why
Let's repeat the question so I can effectively answer it. I'm not
don't
trying to
we
be
have
funny.
why don't we have any strong African culture within our culture as Black Americans or African Americans?
Because it was an effective tool that was used for the past generations to lie and sit up there and claim something that doesn't belong to us, right? So the programming that went into a lot of these things that happened, civil rights movement in the 60s and before that, all these different things out here to place a negative view on what we are. So when we started talking something about so-called Native Americans or Aboriginal Americans, everybody's looking at people like, yo, are you crazy? Like, you're an African. But again, if you ask your family members, and I'm talking about if you ask your great, 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 great grandparents, what would they tell you? And what do they tell you to do if you want to trace your ancestry? 23andMe?
Okay,
23andMe tells you to get into a database, bro.
okay. I want to respond to that real quick.
Wait, before you respond though, because I did invite Hustler up, I
Yeah,
wanted
my
to give
fault.
him the opportunity to say hello. Hello, Hustler. Welcome in. If you want to come in and just check your mic, say hello before they continue on, or if you want to jump in as well.
Salute.
What's up, hustling?
How is everybody doing? Before we continue, let me give shout out to you, Candy Cane Lane. Got beauty and brains. That combination there drives me insane.
Thank you, Hustler.
Best believe. Salute 18th letter, making life better. Coming up here tougher than leather, and leather, than leather.
Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate
And
that.
finally, Bronzeberg. What's the word? The things you be saying are just so absurd.
You
Yeah,
heard.
heard. Continue. Continue. I won't interrupt. I want to learn something too
Okay.
today.
I think
Learn
I
about my
think
Black heritage. Go ahead.
I think of what a lot of people don't understand when it comes to our grandparents or great grandparents. That doesn't mean like these sage or wisdom. A lot of the time they were just regular people that absorbed the information that was around them that grew old and was able to tell you how they thought in their time period. Just like how you have people today that really may not know much anything that's just gonna grow old. And they're gonna pass down what they know to to the younger generation.
But
So
18th,
a lot wait, let me finish
yeah,
real quick.
sorry.
A lot of the times what people don't even understand, like all you got to do is go back and because a lot of this stuff it wasn't just the white man line. A lot of this was documented history because they had to keep records of what was going on because it was a business at that time. The reason why we don't have, you look at a black Cuban, right? You look at a black Cuban, a black Cuban, they still have a lot of culture traces of Africa and in the Caribbean Latin culture. Same thing with Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and different people like that. And you have to know that it was a difference between the way that the colonizers used different methods with slavery. The Spanish believed in allowing people to keep their culture, to keep for less rebellions and different things like that. And the British believed in completely stripping them of the African culture completely and making them you know, making them adapt to whatever their methods was as far as their names and different things like that. So they completely stripped us of of a lot of the culture that traced back from over there where the people was brought from. And we just had to adapt and, take whatever whatever they programmed us to believe. That's why you saw on Roots when he asked the man, "What's your name, boy?" He said Kuta, and he whipped him and said, "Your name is Toby."
Which is a false
Like
story.
even rice, right? That's rice is another thing. Rice was brought over here from the continent. Rice didn't cultivate here in the United States. It was brought over here from Africa. The same, like it's a lot of stuff, man. And I think that we just dismiss this because of our beliefs. But when you lay it out on the table, a lot of the shit you can't even deny because it's not just no, oh, I'm just going to say this to confuse y'all. No, it's well documented history that was recorded at that
Well,
time period.
again, it's his story. So you're telling me, because it's well documented, I say this and I always bring this up. If anybody can give me an answer effectively, I will shut my mouth. Where the ships at? Where's the records of all the slave ships of what they said those so-called Africans came over here and populated from 4 to 5% to now 13 to 14%? Where they at? Where they at?
I
Are
don't
you going to
respond
tell
to that.
me? Wait, hold on. Are you going to tell me directly that there was no brown-skinned people that existed on this land and continent before they said those Africans came in? Oh,
It
you're
was
going to tell me? You're going to tell me they mixed in with those Native Americans? They always say that. The views is this. You can tell me about crops and talk about how rice came from Africa. Many crops came from places around in Europe and probably
Exactly.
Asia and all those other places. So saying rice to me is just like, okay, that's one crop. There's many crops that they decided to bring to the Americas, or what they even call the old world. And there's even settlements that they'll never tell you about and sit up there and talk about, well, when we came over here, those were niggas, you understand? Or they would sit up there and call them dark or whatever, swarthy and all these different things. Even the old Europeans would classify the swarthy people, which would mean in today's definition, black people. So
Mhm.
my thing about it is I've always had this argument. We existed in all four corners of the earth, not just America. Africa, I do have a hard time with because even if you put an African next to a so-called Black American, we do not look alike.
That's not
Or
true. That's not true. That is
there's
not true.
definitely differences between the Black American and the African,
Even the
even
way
with
that
undertone.
even the
Okay,
way that our body.
before you guys continue, I'm gonna pause you for 1 second. Let me go ahead. We had two more people join the panel. I got Riz Dad up here, and we have Young Reyes up here. So I want to say thank you both for joining,
You're
and
welcome.
you both can say hello before they get back into it.
Good
All
afternoon.
right, what
Thank you
up?
for having me up. Hope everybody's well. Shout out to the panel and everybody in the chat.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What up? I hope everyone's good. So this is an interesting topic, so and yeah. Anyways, the Ramadan's going good for me, so that's that though.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. 18th
Yeah.
letter.
So
I
for
think you were getting
example,
into saying
Yeah.
something next.
A lot of some excuse me. Some people, this whole thing that if you stand Africans next to African Americans, you can tell the difference. Do y'all realize Africa is the most diverse genetic continent on the on the in the world? Some people you cannot. So is anybody going, besides his name, is anybody going to sit here and tell me that they knew Idris Elba was African when he was on The Wire?
I knew that nigga
No,
was
no,
African.
nobody, and everybody just looked at him as a regular black person. It's some people that are Nigerian or West African that you won't even be able to tell no difference from them being African American. Our whole genetic makeup, we got to stop that. When you talk about like all of this stuff, that where was the slave boats and different things like that, a lot of some of the slave boats, they was made of wood, bro. Like a lot of some of the boats even dry. How do people think Europeans got over here? And then on top of that too, when you say, oh, only 3-5% of people came over here, what was the population of the United States at that time? What was the because at that particular time, if you take the whole United States, it wasn't no 300 and something million people. At the most, it was about 50 to 60 million people, and it was mostly made up of native tribes. It wasn't no metropolis cities. A lot of these people was roaming in free land and territories that was established by the natives. Like, for instance, over here in our state, right? Candy, the Native American tribes over here, which one I know in particular still exists, that roam between northeast Illinois knowing southeast Wisconsin, the Ho Chunk people. You had the Ho Chunk. You had the Potawatomi. You had the Illinois Wek. You had the Miami, the Miami tribe. None of those people are of African origin. No, I mean none of those people are black. No
Yeah,
matter
none of them are
how you
African
put it,
origin.
how you put it, anything. None of those people are black people. Every depiction of Native American people has always been the red man, the red skinned people.
And you have
Those are
more of a red undertone than you have more of a gray undertone that's usually associated with Africans. Continue though.
majority. If the average Black American do DNA tests, majority of the people will come up. They don't even have less. They may have less than 5% Native American DNA. Majority of our DNA comes from Africa with some European, because
What
we've
source
been.
you got that from? Would you get that? Where would you get, if you're going to talk about DNA, what source you got that from? Because if you dare to tell me 23 and me, it's been classified they lied to y'all and sat there and said y'all come from some random place in Africa and put y'all shit in a database.
Okay, so if we don't believe that DNA, right? Let's say you think that's false. Then that's saying you think all the DNA is false. So if something happens to a relative or a crime is committed against y'all, you wouldn't trust that DNA to grab the culprit either, right?
Yeah, not from some random website and not from some random organization that's been proven to lie to y'all and sit up there and put y'all joint in a database and then tell y'all and connect y'all to random people and then sit up there and say you 40% African or 20% African with no clear cut proof that is. You could put a monkey.
I'm
You can
gonna
get a
jump in
monkey.
here and
I'm sorry.
Can
I'm
I
gonna
say
jump in.
something?
Okay.
Yes, Chaco. I was just about to go ahead and introduce you before they continue on with that, because I know that that's going to be a heated topic. Welcome in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I never thought I would find myself agreeing with the 18th letter, but I agree 100% with 18th letter on this. This is just a huge failing of education in our community, as well as self-hate. I'm gonna just based on the DNA thing, and this is the part that I don't like, is when people are like willfully ignorant. There's ways for you to know this information, and I think that people refusing to go and find out, that's just a way of them being able to continue to deny it or live in a fantasy land. I told a story recently about how somebody popped up on my ancestry DNA and it said it was either a half brother or a nephew, and I was trying to figure out who it was. I do have a nephew. Anyway, long story short, it ended up being my nephew. If you put your shit in there, it will pull up people on your left, your daddy's side, your mama's side. That's how it works. It will go in line from who you closest to who you farther from. So it's not made up. I mean, you could just go ahead and learn how it works before you just decide to say, hey, well, this isn't a real thing.
Whoa. I'm sorry, Choco Kitty. That's the problem I have with people who say stuff like that. It's not about ignorance. It is not about not having enough education. I study just as much as everybody else does. So if we're going to have this conveison, that what you're saying is none of what I'm saying is true. It's all about perspective. But to sit up there and say that we're willfully ignorant, that's a gaslit statement. I can't stand for that.
So can you explain how you're correct?
We can have differences. We can have differences of what you've been taught and what I've been taught. But that's like me saying that's
one
basically
of those things is true.
No, it's not. You can't say that. You cannot say that. So you're basically hold on. That means you're discounting. Hold
on. I want to bring down the temperatures just a little bit, because if y'all are talking over each other, it's going to make it hard for the playback and for the people in the audience to hear.
Let me finish. Let me finish the conversation. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, it's like, especially when you start placing in the education you've received and the studying that you've been doing, for some odd reason, if it's especially those that align with the whole entire African narrative, and I'm willing to sit up there and have a back and forth dialogue, more than likely they sit up there and say you're ignorant or you're just you haven't been educated enough. Says who? Did you do research on those people? Let's say for instance, when I was sitting up there looking at some history, you found that there were Aboriginal Americans that's actually Black. Would you call them ignorant? Would you sit up there and say that what they're saying is not true, or they don't have any lineage from where they're from in America? You wouldn't, because that would be disrespectful.
Where are they? I want to know.
Shinnecock Indians, for example, Choctaw, What's the joint Jesse Jackson is from? He's Cherokee.
That's
So
not
would you
how
sit
that.
up?
That's not how that
So
works.
would you say? To you it don't work that way? But don't. All I'm saying is, so I can end it, so everybody else have a point. Don't say we're willfully ignorant because you wasn't exposed to that type of education. We're not willfully ignorant. We're giving you a different perspective of what we was taught after we was taught what you was taught. That's what I'm saying.
Can I say something in defense of Choco Kitty real quick?
Hold
That's the
on.
thing.
Choco, you good with him stepping in real quick? Just want to make sure.
Yeah, but I want to respond after him if I can.
If you notice,
Yes,
what Choco Kitty is saying, it's crazy how everybody's so aboriginal, but don't nobody know the culture, don't nobody know the language, don't nobody know what the food that the aboriginals ate or the natives ate. They don't know where the land was located. Nobody knows anything about. And the funny thing is, a lot of these groups still exist. They're in very small numbers, but they still exist. I don't understand if people are so native or aboriginal. Why don't you uncover the history and speak to the people of those tribes that know those customs and traditions and that language and everything else that they claim to be a part of? And that's because a lot of them spoke different languages when the Europeans arrived. This whole thing on where the slave boats at, the last recorded slave boat came illegally, and it was called Clotilda, and it arrived off the shore of Alabama, and they actually had a area in Alabama called Africatown, where they actually brought those slaves. And the whole thing is, if people don't believe that it was slave ships brought over here, how the hell do people think the Europeans got over here? What, we think they swam across the Atlantic Ocean? They that's how do we think Spanish, English, Dutch, and French and all these other different European languages that are still spoken to, that are still spoken today? How do we think a lot of these places? How do we think a lot of these languages that we speak became part of our dialect? Like, so we really have to either break things down and like stop just wanting to believe something without like actually looking at the full facts of everything. Because it's crazy. Like, for instance, can anybody tell me what other crops that was picked besides cotton? When it came
Tobacco.
to thank you, indigo as well, tobacco and indigo. And even in Florida, it was sugarcane that was picked because Florida, it was tropical enough to grow sugarcane at that time period. When people talk about the Black Seminoles, those was Africans, slaves who ran from different states, more than likely the Carolinas or Georgia, to make it into Florida because Florida was not a slave state at the time because it was Spanish territory. And they joined with the Seminoles down there. So, man, we really got to actually look at the history of things. And another thing, everybody's grandma is Cherokee. I done heard that story so many times from Black folks. We really got to stop with that. Oh, grandma said we
Can I
was
get in on
Cherokee.
this real
Well,
quick?
hold on. You call yourself an
Wait.
African.
Hold on. Because I did tell Choco Kitty she was next.
My
But
fault.
before Choco Kitty goes, I do want to welcome. I have Tiff Stardust. Am I saying it right? Starborn. I'm sorry. Tiff Starborn has joined us. My twin sister.
Girl, not Tiff Stardust.
I don't know where I keep saying every time I see you. I'm so sorry. I always think Stardust, so you got to forgive me on that one. I have Mr. DJ Music has joined us, and we also have Brownie Ellie who has joined us as well. Thank you all for joining.
Good evening, everybody. How we doing?
Peace to everybody on this panel. Peace.
So before anybody goes, I do want Choco Kitty to have a chance to respond, and then Brownie, you're next. Oh, I think
Brownie jumped off the panel.
So Candy, let me know when to speak, okay?
Yes, you can be after Brownie, all right?
My fault, Brownie. Jump back up.
I'll get behind him if possible. Pause.
Okay. So I'm sorry. Should I go ahead?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I think what people have to consider, like when we having these conversations, is yes, education, but then also like logic and rationality and reason and the scientific method. And the only reason I'm going way back that far is because people think that they can have their own science. People think they can like make stuff up and it be the truth. That's one thing. And then, okay, so Jesse Jackson, you say he is Choctaw.
No, I
That
didn't. I
means
say
he
he's
is a
Cherokee.
okay, Cherokee. That means he is registered as a member of the tribe. That's all that means. Just because he has Cherokee in him does not mean he does not have Black in him. That's not how that works. So being Cherokee does not mean. I'm sorry. You have a question about that?
No. You know, I want to go after whoever was last
Okay.
after that, Brownie, all that, because it
Okay.
makes no sense to rebuttal. We got everybody in the panels. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So I just need you to understand that him being a registered member, and then they have people that's part of those tribes that are not Native. Somebody has some like noise in the
And somebody
background.
got sound. Somebody got background noise.
Yeah, can you all mute
Yeah.
if you're not speaking? Can you go ahead and go on mute for me, please?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
there are people that are tribal members that don't have any native in them at all. They just became associated with that tribe a long time ago, and so they're considered part of that tribe. So that has nothing to do with like what their race is. So as far as that is concerned, and I think there's so much information out here, and the part I don't understand is that people would rather make stuff up rather than go and find out for themselves. But if you learn just how much stuff we have in common, or how much stuff we carry forward from West Africa, you will realize that you're really dishonoring your ancestors by saying that you're not any part of them. Like even the way we speak, when we speak Black vernacular English, we got the speech patterns from them, just like the way the verb tenses are, and just the way we order our words. Like if we say I be, of course, people are going to say that's ignorant if you say I be, or you know what I mean? But the reason why we speak like that is because we're taking English words and we're using the sentence structure from where we came from. So yeah, I just think. Oh, well, the one last thing I want to say. I feel like I'm kind of rambling, but the last thing I'm gonna say is being Black is heavily stigmatized all over the world. Being African is heavily stigmatized all over the world. And if you notice, like the hate only goes in one direction. So therefore, like we have Black people saying, "Oh, I'm not African," and we have Dominican people saying, "I'm not Black." You see what I'm saying? That's how it works, because there's a hierarchy where like Black is at the bottom. That's why we treat people that are biracial better than we treat people that are Black. That's why we consider them, and not me. That's why we consider their hair to be better. That's why we consider their eye color to be better, their skin tone to be better, because the hierarchy is the lighter, the better. So therefore, if something is closer to African, then it's supposed to be considered ugly. If somebody says that you African, you're trying to find a way to not be African because you feel that that's at the bottom of the totem pole. So that's all I'm gonna say for now. That's all I'm gonna say for now.
Can I jump in there right quick? I'm gonna go on mute. And
Well,
Candy,
Brownie,
you wanna drop me?
before you go, twin, Brownie was next, and then I think.
Oh, okay.
Let me just let Brownie go, and then we'll go next. And I need. So
Okay.
somebody is trying to come up. Somebody in the back trying to come up. I'm gonna drop myself from the stage to bring them on. So
Okay.
Don't do that.
go
Don't do
ahead.
that.
All right. What's good, y'all? So
What's
I
up,
wanted to
Brownie?
Good
say
evening.
that when we have this conversation about Black people being ignorant for saying that they are natives, your story is not everybody else's story. Like everybody got their own story, and depending on where you are in America, that could very much be true. Like 18th was like, oh, the natives in Illinois, they don't look like this, but you don't know how the natives in another part of America looked. So for somebody like me, where I can trace all my family back to a centralized area because they all stayed in Virginia, I can see and I can trace back through my surname of my family that it is a tribe that is acknowledged. And they were called, hold on. And they were a part of the free persons of color in the 19th century in America. So to try to discount that history that I have to say, oh, that don't matter because you know what, we all came from Africa, to deny
That's
that.
that's not what I said, but
No, I ain't. No, I'm
my
not talking
bad.
about you in general, but I'm just saying in general, like to say like, oh, that's not a thing. Like that is a thing. Like it's plenty of Black people in America, and it's plenty depending on where you are in America that are very much native and that have native and that ancestors were mixed with native.
Thank you.
If I may, after whoever needs to go first, I'm next.
I think what's his name wanted to go. Reese.
Okay.
So, but yes, Brent, but I want to go next door.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Okay.
I mean,
I was gonna
it's
say
not my
though.
place to say anything. It's Candy. My fault, Candy.
No,
Okay, cool.
you can go ahead. I was waiting to see if somebody tried to hit the link again. I can't tell who's trying to come up, so I thought dropping my stuff down would allow me to bring somebody else up. I can't tell.
No,
But if you can
it
type it in
doesn't
it,
do anything.
it
Okay.
doesn't. Okay. That
Yeah,
was my
if somebody drops, then the other person come on. If you
They
drop,
say they couldn't hear
yeah.
anything on the panel. Check your back chat, Candy.
Well,
They
I'm
said
finna
they
drop
couldn't
down
hear
a little bit, so I'll drop down so the other person can come up. I got to go to the gym anyway. I'll be back.
Okay,
sorry, Hustler. I'm trying to
okay,
organize. I
Hustler.
appreciate all you guys coming through.
It's all good. I'll be back later if you're still live. Take care, y'all.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay, so I was gonna say so that I know that the original people of America is melanated people. And plus, so anyways, it's called ethnogenesis, though basically, So they're basically their own group and their own distinct, unique identity, basically. And that's just how it was before. Just over time, the land became diverse, though, because of historical stuff. So that's just how it is, though. So the original, I know that is true though, actually. Now that's what I can actually say though, because look, I'll be real with you. I know I'm a South Asian and I don't have much to say, but I can always say on what I speak. That's it. Much love.
Respect.
Thank you. All right.
If I
Who said
may,
they wanted to go next?
if I may jump in here just for a second or two.
Can I? Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Music.
I'll go after the sister. I'll go after the sister.
And I'll go after the whoever you just said after the sister. I'll go after him.
All right. Mr. Music, she said you go ahead next.
All right. I heard a lot of you folks talking, and some of what you're saying is partly right. So I'll try and address as quickly as I can. First, there is a way to determine where we came from. It's called carbon dating. So there goes your answer to that, whoever asked that. And we know all about carbon dating. It tells you exactly how old something is and how long something's been around. So according to carbon dating, where is original man from, sir?
Africa.
Okay, so wouldn't you say that if the original man is a start point for everything and an ending point for everything, we haven't got to the end yet, so all we can do is recognize the starting point of mankind. So we now know by carbon dating, it is where?
Africa.
So wouldn't that say that every person, regardless of the hue of your skin, has DNA that you can trace back to Africa?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that answers that part of someone giving you the correct answer by something. If you said you asked, so you got that answer correctly. So we're in agreement there that we all agree that no matter the color of the hue of our skin, how long our hair is, or what color, what we speak like, we all at some point in time originated from Africa. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I disagree.
No, I don't agree, but go ahead.
Okay, so where else would we, if you don't agree, where else would we originate from?
No, I'm gonna let y'all go. But
No, go right ahead. No. Answer the question.
Oh, well, you have to do the study of bones because if you're gonna take Africa, we're in Africa.
What, sir? What is carbon dating?
You just said it, didn't you?
Okay, what is carbon dating? So that means it tells you how old something is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
If we're saying something, how old something is,
right? Sir, you're about to argue with science. You can't.
Okay, I'm not arguing with science. What I'm saying is, if we're going to go off of the existence of humans, right? We're talking about bones. Where did they say the first man or first bones was found? If they said in Africa, where in Africa?
In the continent of Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay.
Does it matter? We're in Africa, exactly.
Yes,
it does. It absolutely does.
So yes, it does matter. And I just answered you. The first oldest bones of humankind was found in sub-Saharan Africa, according to carbon dating. You can't argue with that, sir. That is science.
I agree.
You don't have an answer. You don't have an answer for that.
Can also interject something since we're talking about, I guess, science and biology.
Sure.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask the brother that, believes that we were Native Americans, that we didn't originate from Africa, from the, via the transatlantic slave trade. I wanted to ask him, why do African Americans, why do we have the highest prevalence of sickle cell anemia gene, which 1 in every 13 African American carried a sickle cell trait? And if you know anything about sickle cell, sickle cell is a mutation that originated in malaria endemic regions in West and Central Africa. malaria was never endemic to North America. So I wanted to ask him, why is that the case?
I ain't know shit about no sickle cell anemia and being traced to Africa, so that's some new information, bro. But thank you.
Right.
I mean, look, listen, it's not my time to go, and I'm not backtracking. I'm just making sure that everybody gets in, because I don't want to dominate the conversation. I'll have my time to answer y'all once it's my turn.
Well, that's a part of a conversation, sure. Instead of trying to worry about whether you can speak or have your time, get in where you fit in. You don't have to interrupt somebody to say I disagree with it. You don't have to.
But you,
wait. Before y'all get into the back and forth, before you get into the back and forth, let me just. I did have somebody else join the panel. I do want to go ahead and welcome them in. Ja, hello. Can I get a sound check from you?
Yeah, I was just speaking just now.
He was saying about the sickle cell.
Oh, he was the one speaking. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. So you can go ahead and continue. Sorry about that.
So what part have I spoke about so far that you disagree with?
I'm gonna wait my turn.
It's your turn. I'm asking you.
No, it's not my turn. It's somebody else. I got to speak after you. Then I respond to you.
So okay. There's no one speaking except for me and you right now. So go ahead.
Well, Tiff did want to get in on this. I don't know if she's still by her computer or not. Tiff, did you want to jump in before they continue?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna say this. And I'm gonna hop down so we can let somebody else up. I'm gonna run downstairs right quick, then I'll come back up after I finish cooking. So okay. I agree. I think it was Chaco Kitty that said, we are in the age of information, right? There's so much information available to us. And from somebody that, grew up heavily believing, I guess, was taught about Pan-Africanism and believe about the global, everybody being from Africa because of the carbon data or the bone or whatever. But once again, as we are diving deeper into education, we're really realizing inconsistencies with the whole notion. Everybody is coming from Africa when, I know y'all don't want to believe y'all grandmothers or great grandmothers, but before there was these quote unquote science and data calculations to trace our lineage, it was oral, it was word of mouth. We got these stories passed down from, our ancestors. So I'm not saying count that out, but what I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with, both things being true at the same time, right? Okay, yes, there are people that were brought over here on ships from Africa, but let's also, remember there were people already here. And that's one thing people don't want to talk about. We just been pretty much fed the whole idea that, okay, well, hey, you're from Africa, you black, or you're, dark skin, black or whatever. So you all come from the one continent instead of just saying, you know what? Why not melanated people not indigenous to every continent on earth instead of just trying to trace it back to one, because that's hard to do. And somebody said, I think it was 18 letters said, well, why can't you trace your lineage if you're so indigenous? Just like your records were destroyed or wasn't even documented, quote unquote. Same thing happened to the people over here.
Definitely.
Just the same way history was erased and taken away, so was the people of this land. Also, I want to get out of the idea of making Africans synonymous to black. I think that's a misconception too, because there are African people that also are pale skin or white. So I think that's a kind of mistake that we just as a people do, because just because you are African doesn't mean African means black, melanated skin, or dark. But that's just my opinion. But I'm gonna be right back, Candy. I'm gonna hop down and I'm gonna come right back up. So you can.
I just wanted to respond. I wanted to respond to that real quickly.
Okay.
First and foremost, Tiff, all of those tribes and all of those people, they still exist. A lot of those tribes are not. A lot of those tribes are not even extinct. You can still find information with people and members of those tribes as you feel.
Well, how are we going to find information if we don't have, you have to realize, even when I was doing my ancestry DNA and things like
tribes
that,
too, Tiff.
You got to understand, especially down here in the South, a lot of those they didn't keep records for quote unquote colored, Negro, Black, African American. They didn't keep a lot of records for down here in the South. I was able to find more information on my mom's side of the family than I could my father's, just because once again, one's from the South and one's from the Midwest. But the point is, how we're gonna know what tribe or native to go to if we don't even have that information ourselves? So it's like the same thing.
So
how can you
you're
go back
just
to
going off.
Africa
Wait,
and
hold on.
find
Let
your
me finish real
tribe
quick,
if you
brother.
don't have that information? Yes, they can give you a DNA test and say, okay, yeah, your family from West Africa. But like, how are they really doing this? Like, I'm in firm belief now. I feel like in a way that's a trick.
Yes.
In a way to say, oh, you're over there from Africa, so it won't give you the fight to represent your own land. They're just gonna say, yo, in Africa.
Listen, if y'all think, let me finish real quick. If y'all think that a lot of this land, like, I don't know, man. Listen,
I mean, do you
the funny
believe the
thing,
land was like what we were taught in school? I don't know about everybody else. I'm a millennial, okay? So we was taught in school like as if this land was just barren, it was nobody here, and they just took over. There's like
I
maybe a
never
little
was. No,
handful of people
listen,
here.
listen,
You know,
listen.
the infrastructure, everything you
Listen.
see was already here.
No, it
So
was not here.
for them
It
to
was
convince
built.
you that immigrant built
Built
this
by who?
land or contribute to this land, like no, it
What do
already
you
kind
think?
of
Like all of these major cities was usually founded by a European. Like the whole,
found it, not created.
I think. Hold on. Let me jump in. I think she means the land itself, like, was here.
No, the land. Of course, it was people here. They was tribes that ran through these lands. Like no different than
Are we really having this argument?
I didn't get a chance to speak either. I was supposed to go after.
I just wanted to respond real
was supposed
quick.
to go next. My apologies. Go.
Because
So I don't want it to.
I have to come down for a second. I don't want anything that comes out of my mouth, or even because I agree with Bronze Bird on this. I don't think it's a form of self-hate. I just think as a people, we're starting to wake up to more possibilities outside of, oh, you were just on a slave boat shipped over here and you were slave. Like, we have a whole history prior to, pre-colonization and everything, or colonization.
Absolutely.
We have a whole history, but we're only tapped into quote unquote the African side because that's what we've been fed.
I just want to ask a question real quick. Do anybody know about the slave trade in other countries besides the United States?
Yes.
Do anybody okay? Why do Brazil have to
18th letter,
bro? Like
18th letter before you go, because I don't want it to turn into where like everybody isn't getting a chance. Bronzeberg was supposed to go next, so let him go, and then you can ask your question.
First and foremost, thank you. I believe her name is Stardust. For saying
no,
Tiff. I'm sorry. Yeah. So, thank you, Tiff, because that's exactly what I'm trying to illustrate here. The problem that's happened to the so-called Black Americans, whether that's a majority on the panel or not, is that when we sit up there and have conversations, this neo conversation about us possibly being aboriginals to this land. Oh, it's self-hatred. Y'all hate yourselves. You just don't want to be African. But who told y'all are African? His story. The historians of what they wanted you to know in the textbook. So when we sit up there and we start talking about aboriginals or us being on the four corners of the earth, and let's even take it farther, that you have Hebrew Israelites when I sit up there and say you the tribe of Judah, y'all be like, oh, y'all crazy. Y'all got issues. Why y'all hate yourselves and blah blah blah. Now let's take it further. Pan-Africans, right? Pan-Africans. Every single time I go to, when it comes to Pan-Africans, what traditions do y'all hold from African cultures? What tribe y'all come from? Because if it comes to y'all talking about us, and if we don't go with the African narrative, oh, y'all don't know what tribes y'all from. Y'all always call yourself Cherokee. Okay, y'all call yourself Pan-Africans. Africans that I know is usually the ones that's able to tell me what country they're from and tell me what tribe they're from. So if any of y'all want to sit up there and talk to me about, oh, come on, Bronzeberg, blah, blah, blah. What tribe you from in Africa? Let's start off with
wait a minute.
Can I respond?
Before anybody else goes,
let me finish.
Can't do this.
Before you finish, just hold that thought for me 1 second. I do want to state that I did start off the beginning of this show defining what Pan-African actually means. That was important to me to go ahead and get that established, so we came from the same base level understanding of what Pan-African means. Were you here for that point?
I don't think I was.
Okay, so go ahead. You can finish what you're saying. Let me go ahead and bring the definition back up.
Okay. Well, now it makes me feel like I might be speaking in an ignorant way. I'm not trying to, but
it's prevalent.
Oh, well, you don't need to go there seriously, but okay. That's not necessary. Okay, so let's get to the end point. Let's
not insult. We doing good with the
necessary.
conversation, y'all.
That's not necessary. You feel me? So let's get to the end point. If this is the problem I have with these conversations, I come in and I say, open your understanding to the place that you have not been taught this information before about you possibly being Aboriginal or existing out of places besides Africa. Even if we're saying America itself, different areas around the world. The problem is that when Black people are introduced to people who even have a darker skin hue, such as brown skin, y'all automatically call them African. No, I mean, that's not even necessarily true. I'm not saying y'all. Listen, y'all gotta stop interrupting me. Hold on. Stop, bro. You're interrupting me. Let me finish. I'm about to land my plane.
Dude, you keep saying you're gonna land your plane.
All right, bro.
What you're saying?
All right, bro, because you not getting it, bro.
Right? No, but you're not getting it.
We see Hindu Indians. We don't call Hindu Indians Black.
Like y'all talking from y'all's point of view. I'm sitting up there talking. If you get Black people,
I'm trying to allow you all pause. Can I pause? Bring the temperature back down. We need to bring the temperature back down because again, if you guys are talking over each other, it's messing up the audio for the viewers and for the playback. Come on.
I was trying to finish and then they interrupted me. So I'm trying to say, I'm not saying necessarily y'all. I'm talking about also my experience. When you get certain people that have brown skin hue or have a darker brown skin tone, they have the tendency to call them African without even knowing what their genetic makeup is and where they come from. And I'm talking about lineage. That's what I'm saying. If y'all saying it's not that, then it's not that.
I just wanted to respond real quick. Hold on. We see red dot Hindu Indians, and we don't call them African. And some of them are dark, are extremely dark people with silk hair, and they don't have any type of African features. African like people, and I'm not saying you have. When I say, listen, I'm not saying you have to be the most pan. I'm just saying for us to act like that's not part of our ancestry is foolish. It is completely foolish. It's very few Black people in the United States that have a connection to Native American people. It's a few. I met one Black person who had direct lineage to a Native American tribe in Iowa, and they knew their customs and everything, and they was half Black. So to act like that, it's just been some type of mix-up, and they trying to take our identity. A lot of this stuff can't even be proven, man. Since the early ages of history, they depict Native Americans to look a certain way, and they depicted Africans to look a certain way. We know the difference in what was done back then, and a lot of the times, a lot of y'all don't even be knowing Black American history yet alone history of every other place in the surrounding area.
Well,
okay, before you respond, Mr. G did 1 second. Before you respond, I do want to thank Pam Mulatto for joining the panel. I'm going to let Mr. DJ go ahead and jump in, and Choco Kitty is next. I think I heard her trying to speak as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Again, I'm not trying to discredit what anyone's saying, but just like the young lady was saying, give me proof positive that we all didn't come from Africa. Okay, that's not what I was saying. I'm not trying to insinuate that. To think that we weren't here before is to say that Africans could not have got on a boat on the West Coast without the possibility of a motor or rowing anything and not end up on the East Coast of Florida or someplace near the Texas Panhandle or someplace on the East Coast just by natural by catching the jet stream. They would eventually end up one of those three places. So it is possible, yes, it is, that Black people did inhabit this place. That's never going to be my argument. Did we colonize it? No. Did we trade here with people? Yes, we did. Did we lay down with people here? Yes, we do. Because I guarantee you, I can go get a picture of my maternal grandmother right now, as dark as I am, and y'all will not tell me that woman does not have Native American blood in her. She does. She looks Native American. And this picture was taken when she was 87 years old. So again, I'm dark skinned, but this is my maternal grandmother. So she looked at the age of 80 something. She looks to be Native American. So yes, we are native to this soil, but as we know it, no, we're not. simply because just because we inhabited something that we didn't make it any better. We didn't colonize it like the Europeans did. When they came here, they colonized this. They took it over. They did whatever they did to it. Whether you agree or disagree with slavery, that's not the issue. The white folks came here and they try to say that black folks weren't here before. Well, who the fuck did they run into? We now know that Christopher Columbus did not discover America. How many of that was taught in school? Knowledge don't care where you get it. Sometimes you got to go and find out where it's at. You can't believe everything that you read in a textbook somewhere. I thought that at one time too. 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. How many of us taught that in school? But we know that's not true now. That's bottom line to it. The worst thing that can, no disrespect to my palm-colored brothers and sisters, the worst thing they could do was unleash the internet to folks like us, that you can't hide information from us anymore. We know where to find it. We can tell you. They'll tell you that the Wright brothers discovered flight. Tell us about those gliders that you found in that pyramid. Why is white America and so many other palm-colored folks so interested in removing Egypt out of Africa? Why is that? Why is so many folks in towns that they call the Americas? Why they got the name of San Antonio? Why when you come down to South Carolina they got all these Indian names, all these tribal names?
Brother, let Chaco Kitty get in, brother. You know you long-winded.
Okay, but I'm about to finish here. But excuse me. But like I was saying, nobody's saying that black folks wasn't here before or alongside. What I'm saying is, and I don't think there's too much an argument for whether we were here or not, we did not upgrade the Americas as we know it. That's just my argument. That's all. Now I'll land my plane from there, as y'all said, Pan-Africa, Pan mulatto, because I know what you about to come up here with.
Okay, before let's I don't even want to get into a fight about that. Chaco Kitty, please go.
Okay. So as far as so Brownsburg said that Pan-African people can never say like what country in Africa that we came from or that African Americans came from. So they came from a variety of places along, the western coast of Africa, and they were not necessarily known by what we call them today. And we're not just from one place because, we've been mixing. So that, and then not only that, but because of like the way records are and things like that, we don't necessarily know what countries we came from, like just based on genealogy alone. So I just feel like that's understood. So somebody not being able to name a specific country that they came from, that doesn't have anything to do with the fact that we are still generally West African. So I just feel like that's not a valid argument. And this is why I kind of want to like circle it back to logic, because you say information. You say information that you got from somebody or that we may not have gotten the same information. But to call it information, it would have to be facts. If somebody told you something wrong or somebody lied to you, that's not the same thing as information. And to think about the scientific world and history and everything else, all those things are considered sciences. Everything has to fit together. Everything has to roughly fit together. If something doesn't fit, that means something is wrong. So just like somebody asked earlier, well, why do so many Black people have the sickle cell gene? Why, who were the people that they brought over from West Africa all those years ago? Oh, why do we have the same, facial features as them? Why do we have the same speech patterns as them, even though we don't speak the same language? So that has to fit in with what y'all are saying. You can't just say, hey, well, we were just here since this time and look at the Olmec heads and that proves that. That's not how that works. And if you're scared to go beyond like what you're claiming, if only thing you can say is, oh, we were, brought here, but you can't say how, why, when, what, and you can't reconcile that with the rest of like what's known about science, then that means it doesn't work. It's not true. It's just not true, period. And people think, wait, people think that they can manifest their own reality. That's not how it works. Like, if you want to talk about like what you wish you were or what you fantasize about being, that's one thing. But reality wise, yeah, we are African American. I mean, y'all just gonna have to accept that, whether it's a failing of education or whether it's a matter of self-hate. I think it's both, because the thing is, I can't sit up here and reason with somebody who has no respect or appreciation or understanding of like science. I can't, and I wouldn't try to. But by the same logic, I'm not really about to sit here and argue with somebody that has self-hate. That's something you're going to have to come to the conclusion yourself, that you want to know the truth and that you're going to respect and appreciate the answer regardless of what it is. So yeah, that's all.
Yo, what the fuck? Am I being gaslit right now, bro?
Yeah, explain to me how you're being gaslit. Please explain to me how you're being gaslit.
No, he spoke enough. He spoke enough.
My fault. Go ahead, Mulatto.
We gotta go in order, and it gotta be brief.
My apologies.
I just wanted
Watch
to say
how
real
brief
quick,
everything I'm about to say is.
100%. In this discussion, I mean, if we can
Hold on, brother,
kind
you
of
can't hear
tone
me.
down the emotions, because I feel like.
Hold on.
All right,
Hold
brother.
on.
Goddamn, you
Wait,
spoke,
mulatto,
bro.
mulatto. I got it. Boo, I got it.
All right, please.
I got it. Trust me, I got it. Before anybody else goes, I have had Riz Dad up here who has not had a chance to speak yet. I've had Brownie up here who has not had a chance to speak yet. And I think, Ja, you already went. So Brownie or Riz Dad, before anybody else gets a chance to jump in and state anything, would you like to go ahead and say something?
And I'm after them, right?
Yes, you can go after them, mulatto.
Thank you.
Brownie, Riz Daddy, y'all are on mute if you were trying to say something. I want to make sure you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I was saying, like, I don't know. I feel like you can't explain all of our lineage and say people are living in fantasies and all of this other stuff without looking at the actual facts and looking at the actual evidence and looking at the actual legislation, laws that were changed, and the things that were used to categorize and disenfranchise the people. And if you don't look at none of those things, and you don't see how they literally try to erase the truth at every single point, I was just because like I feel that way. I feel like
people are native because I'm from Virginia. And if you look at Virginia laws back then, they said any descendant of a native or of a black person or of a Negro was considered mulatto. So when they start recategorizing things and shifting things around and switching up the paperwork and changing laws, and that was in effect until the Civil War. And then after the Civil War, they passed another law to do a race and recategorize us again. It's hard to say, oh, you don't got the paperwork. Oh, you don't have the evidence. Oh, you don't got this. Oh, you don't got that. Because if you look at the history and you look at how certain places were ran, that history was erased for a reason. It was gone for a reason.
Okay. We had a couple people drop off. Ja, did you? Not Ja. Excuse me.
All right,
Riz
who
Dad, did you
next?
want to? Mulatto. Is this my panel or yours? Riz Dad, did you have anything you wanted to jump in and say before I let this crazy man go?
Yes, please. I appreciate
Go ahead.
everyone on the panel, and thank you for allowing me to just say my piece.
Is it on me? I bet I can't hear y'all.
It's not on you yet, Mulatto. You're gonna have to drop and come back. I think somebody dropped in the time that you were coming up. That's what's messing up your audio. Can you hear me,
Is it on
Mulatto?
me?
Somebody tell him that it's not on him yet.
I think he's having technical
No, it's Riz Dad right now, Mulatto.
All right, if it's on me, I'm gonna go. But if not, just drop me.
Mulatto.
I'm sorry, I can't hear y'all.
No worries. No worries. Let him go, man. Let him go.
I dropped him so he could, because it doesn't make sense for him to talk and then not be able to hear the responses. So I'm gonna drop him and let him come back.
That's fair.
Let me tell.
That's fair. Miss Candy King, thank you for having me on. I appreciate this. Everybody in the panel and the chat, thank you for your time. Unfortunately, this topic it bothers me deeply because I'm aware that the division that came from slavery is still existing today. And what we're going through and what we're talking about is origins, and if somebody is native to this land, which is very important. But I think the overall goal that we should be considering is the origin point that things started and where we are now. The division that slavery created, obviously, still to this day, is prevalent and it's here. And this is what they planned on doing to us, and it's still working. So it saddens me. It really does, that we can bicker. Not even bicker. Let me use a different word. But when it comes to understanding who we are, and I think that the topic was, do Black Americans, you know, uh, was it? What was it? I apologize, Miss Candy. Your question for the panel.
The question for the panel, the initial question was that are blacks in America ashamed of their African heritage?
They
And
shouldn't be.
this was a conversation that stems from a stream that DJ Witch Doctor had, in which he was basically saying, why is it anytime people label blacks in America as African American, they get offended?
Hmm.
And even so much so as we will insult African people, like with the African booty scratcher and all of the things, like
Right.
to be considered black and African American in America is almost like being considered white trash to white people. Why is that? Why do we
Agreed.
have that impression?
That's what we were taught for years through the propaganda, through the media, in my opinion, through the radios, through what we've seen on TV, and overall, it's worked, and it's still working. This was a planned attempt, and because of it, um, we can't come together in a way and kind of, in my opinion, put the nonsense to the side, and come to an overall goal and say, hold on, this is what's done to us. This is what we need to do, and move forward. We kind of just get stuck on these these conversations where I've noticed, just in my opinion, that the other ethnicities and the other people don't really get stuck on things. Of course, they have their nonsense, but they can kind of shelve it and kind of have a common goal. It's been done to us, and it's still being done to us in the media. We're still going to be public enemy number one, and until we realize what their game plan was and what they're still doing, I don't think we're going to be able to figure this out. I'll just leave it right there.
Peace. Candy, is it on me?
It's on you now, Mulatto. Go
Peace,
ahead.
peace be upon you and the whole panel. I'll be very brief. A lot of times we got to remember when we are long-winded, but to be concise, no, I don't believe that Black Americans deny having African ancestry, and it's futile debating this because DNA tests show that we have African, European, and Native American ancestry. I think what we're seeing today out of Black Americans is their disappointment in Africans and Caribbeans, people that Black Americans were taught were their family, but they do not behave like family, so they cannot be treated as family. There are no African nations, there are no Caribbean nations that have given the red carpet to Black Americans the
That's
way
not
that
true.
Black Americans. Well, allow me to complete the sentence, brother. Look how long you was talking. Now, I'll say what I said again because it's all facts. There's not one African nation or one Caribbean nation that has rolled out the red carpet the way that Black Americans have died for Caribbeans and Africans to come to the U.S. for the
Mhm.
1965 Immigration and Naturalization Act. Even in Africa, if you claim Ghana, you have to go there with a bag if you're Black American. Even Sierra Leone, if you want to go there, you have to have a bag. So, with all due respect, and I'll land my plane with this. And even Uda, I see him in the spaces. It ain't that I hate him, but you'll never see Uda move back to the Caribbean permanently to fix his country. So I think that the Black American realizes genetically, no, these Caribbeans, they are not the same as us. They abandoned their countries, respectfully.
I don't know, man. I think they just was given the same propaganda we were given here.
Can I ask him a
Can,
question?
But
can
what
I
tell
go
me what part
after
I said that
whoever
was
this said
false?
last?
Well, I would like
Can,
someone to point out something I said that was false. Go
no,
ahead, John.
I wanted to ask you a question, Mulata, and I don't know if
Yes,
you know me,
yes,
but we've been on panels before on Kaiser's channel.
yes,
But I
sir.
wanted to ask you. So you're saying that the current contingent between Black Americans and Africans is not a genetical one, but it's mostly like a social or cultural one. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying we are genetically and culturally different.
Okay. Okay, and then you mentioned something about like the red carpet or something like that. I'm not saying
Yes,
that
exactly.
Africans vote. I'm not saying that Africans necessarily rolled out the red carpet in that sense. Many of them were colonized, and I mean, many of these countries that we see today in Africa are new sort of kind of creations, right? Many of these countries existed in gained their independence in the 60s and 70s. But I would say that at least one, I mean, if you want to point back to history, you had Haile Selassie, he gave, granted us land in Shashamani, and this was specifically intended for Black Americans, but Jamaicans, ended up going there as well. But this, Haile Selassie, he was one of the earliest and one of the first to do it.
Actually, that was minimal amounts of Black Americans, and we were not entitled to Ethiopian citizenship. Right
What about
now, you have Black Americans. Let me give you an example. And like I said, I want to pass the mic because I never want to be long-winded. In 2026, you have Black Americans to this day voting to their own detriment for more immigrants to come to the U.S. and further outnumber them. The Latinos already outnumber Black Americans due to mass immigration, and you still have Black Americans that will willingly vote Democrat to be flooded more by more immigrants. This is leading to an erosion of Black American cities, towns, counties, and congressional districts. So no, brother, with all due respect, Black Americans love the diaspora to a fault. Matter of fact, I say Black Americans have a suicidal love for the diaspora that we need to shake off us.
Okay,
that
before
makes
anybody
sense?
goes, I have a question for the whole panel. I have a question. I want you all to think about it, and then I'll just let you answer as you want to.
Yes,
One of
ma'am.
the things that I mentioned in the beginning when I started the stream was that I grew up in an area where the African American history, Black history, whatever you want to call it, was removed from our curriculum. Therefore, it was up to the individual teachers to push Black history, Pan-Africanism, all of that. So I grew up with that heavily influenced from grammar school all the way up until I graduated. Because they individually took that on as their mission, our Black teachers, to make sure that we knew our heritage. All, did you have that same sort of experience where you are from?
Yes,
No,
I did.
Yes,
I
I
did
did.
not.
I
My
did.
Who said
my
they did
pops
not?
Brownsburg did.
Okay.
my
In my
pops for
school,
sure.
we was already taught. By the time I went to school, we were taught about Black history and relating to Pan-Africanism. I was taught that.
Well, I'm not talking about what you learned at home. I'm specifically
No, I'm not
speaking.
talking about what I'm talking about in school.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So you said your school had it. They that was still part of the curriculum. Where are you from?
Yes,
If you don't mind me asking, what state?
I'm from New York City.
New York. Okay. Okay.
But whoever, I'll let everybody else speak because I have something to
I
respond
would
to
say I had
Chocolate
it. I
Kitty.
had it. I had it in my upbringing, in my my upbringing. So I'm a millennial. Was born in the early '90s. I'm from Boston. Um, and yeah, I mean, we had. I mean, the schools that we went to were all predominantly Black. The teachers were predominantly Black. Our neighborhoods were predominantly Black. So yeah, we were taught, our history in terms of like, African American history in America, and also, African history as it relates to the transatlantic slave trade. So we were taught that as well.
And Ja, I appreciate you saying that because you're from Boston. Are you
Right.
aware that in Boston there is not one majority Black American community? You have majority Black communities where Caribbeans and Africans outnumber the Black Americans, but there are no more majority Black American communities in Boston as a result of Black Americans rolling out their red carpet and voting Democrat for Black American communities to be
That's
flooded
not
by
true.
immigrants.
That's not true.
I actually
I don't know.
agree,
That's not true.
strangely.
That's not true. I would. I mean,
Well, so name
if
it.
you.
Hold on. Name the neighborhood then.
I mean, where I come from, Grove Hall. You have Dorchester, Roxbury,
That's
Mattapan.
not majority
Mattapan,
Black American.
bro.
You're proving
Boston.
my
The
point.
black. Hold on. No, wait. Let me finish. The Black community in Boston is
Yes.
predominantly African American. The culture is
Where?
predominantly African American. But yeah, we do have Caribbeans. We do have a lot of Caribbeans. We have Africans, and not all Africans, but specifically Cape Verdeans that come to Boston. So we have in Boston we have the highest population of Cape Verdeans in this country. So if you
Brother,
want to
that's why
talk
I
about
said
that,
name the
yeah.
neighborhoods because
Wait a minute,
Dorchester,
mulatto.
Dorchester is not majority Black American.
Yes, it is.
Not.
Yes, it is. The people in the culture. I'm born and raised from Boston. Like the people
Well,
in
just
the
let the
culture
listeners decide
is
because you're lying right
African
now,
American.
respectfully.
Can I
But
just go because
now,
they're gonna have a debate.
Hold on before anybody goes. Mulatto, you didn't like for anybody to jump in on you. Why are you jumping in on him?
Actually, they jumped in on me multiple times, and I was on hold when they was very long-winded.
And when you corrected them, I allowed you to get that off, and I didn't say anything, right? Come on now,
Not
Peace be
even.
upon
y'all know
you.
how that.
Peace be upon you.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
barely
Candy,
spoke
when they
too.
finish, I want to say something.
All right, Ja, were you done? My apologies.
Now, yes, I barely spoke, but I mean, I don't know where he, Mulatto's getting his information from. If you want to say that about maybe New York City, maybe somewhat I can agree to certain areas in New York City, like in Brooklyn, Flatbush. You know, a lot of it's predominantly Caribbean culture and culturally, and the population. But there is nothing like that in Boston. The closest that we have to that is probably Mattapan, in a section of Mattapan that is like have like a high Haitian culture. But outside of that, the Boston Black community is predominantly African American. The
Shit, I
culture, the
need to go
people,
there.
yeah.
Well, that's not true, but whoever's next, you could go.
Okay, so I'm going to start off by making a rebuttal by sitting up there talking about the definition of science. It says the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. So I make all that to say, when someone is mentioned to me about science, science is not always 100% true,
Agreed.
governed by theories and governed by experimentations and having theses to
Agreed.
back up a claim.
Agreed.
So going back to the conversation we was having earlier, why I find it kind of disrespectful to keep talking about ignorance and all this other stuff is, again, when new information is given to you, you have a tendency of throwing it off. And by sitting up there saying that person has enough common sense to sit up there and look around and get the information for themselves, because we live in the quote unquote age of information. Every single time that conversation comes around, willfully, they've done this to many people who do not ascribe to the Pan-African or African conversation, right? So I'm not. This is my thing. I try my best not to disrespect people for their stance on things. All I ever say is that you guys should be a little bit more open to what people have to say about their lineage and where they come from before you call them willfully ignorant. And so my problem is being named an African American since 1987. Yeah, I have a problem with that because we've been reclassified hundreds of times.
That's a fact.
And these Africans that so many of y'all believe y'all are related to started really coming in mass numbers since the 80s and 90s. And so my thing about it is, when we sit around and we talk about certain inventions, and we talk about people and all these different things, it just gets blanketed by calling them African. And it's like, okay, when we talk about Pan-Africanism, just to basically stay on this, when I say the Pan-Africans are people who believe they African, I say, what tribe you from? What food specifically, especially soul food, comes from Africa? And what languages do you speak or your family spoke since they come from Africa? Not near one of y'all can give me an answer to that. But for some odd reason, I'm wrong, because I'm at least telling y'all that I do not believe I'm a majority African person. And it is possible that that a good amount or certain amounts of what you call African Americans of today are indeed not African. So I'm just gonna land the plane on saying this.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm gonna say this. I'm land the plane. I'm gonna just say this. It is not willfully ignorant. It is not me having a lack of education for explaining the fact of the matter that we may not all come from Africa, right? And there's plenty of textbooks, plenty of books that's written out there that go against the claim, and that's why we have this debacle going forth. I can call you willfully ignorant for sitting up there being indoctrinated by the school system, and you believe in all of us as just African. I can willfully
Have you
say
taken
that.
the DNA test?
Can I respond to him
Wait,
when he's done?
wait.
When he's done?
I land my plane.
Wait, before you respond to him, Chaco, I want Ja to ask the question that he was trying to ask him, and you can respond to him. Yes.
Okay.
Ja, are you
Yeah.
still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. No, I actually forgot. There was a point that I wanted to make, but I kind of forgot, to be honest. He was kind of going in, so he
Okay,
said
I'm gonna
something
let.
that I wanted to ask him about.
If it
But
comes back to you, let me know.
yeah. I mean, well, can I still ask him a different question,
Go ahead.
if that's okay? So, brother, that was just speaking. So are you saying you personally, you do not have any African ancestry, any African, genetics or DNA?
Of course, excuse me, my fault. Sorry, tongue twister. As far as I'm concerned, from the lineage that I've done, at least on my mother's side, there has not been any evidence showing that my family has African ancestry in them. And especially me going to my family reunion, there was not any discussions about us coming from Africa. No.
So you're not a Black American, African American, then, correct?
I usually say so-called. And I don't ascribe to being called an African American because that is a designation that was put on us since 1987.
So what about Black
but
American?
Co-hosted by Jesse Jackson.
So what about Black American? Do you subscribe to that label?
I say so-called.
So-called. So you don't claim to be
Okay,
African American or
Ja, let
Black
me cut
American
in
at
here.
all? No,
Ja,
I'm
let me
going
cut
to
in
make this
here on
point.
you.
I just wanted to
Okay.
make this point real quick because those
Go ahead.
labels, African American or Black American, they're used interchangeably, right?
Absolutely.
But they denote to a people who are African descent by definition. So if you're saying that you have zero African ancestry or genetics, then that means you're not a Black American. Period. Right?
Well, even still, you have people who will also have aligned views like me that will call themselves a Black American and say that it doesn't mean that I'm African descent. This has been a conversation that's been pretty much coming up recently too, in which they actually delineate themselves from African heritage or African lineage and just call themselves a Black American.
Well, brother, have you taken a DNA test, brother?
I don't take DNA tests because I believe they're fulfilled in a database and
All right,
kept
well,
with
just
other
you
things.
got
Okay,
just
wait,
say
Mulatto. Before you jump in, Choco Kitty is
I
next.
I remember the question I wanted to ask him. If I can just ask him quickly, and then I'll just kind of jump off. But
All right, Ja.
he was talking about like how Black Americans, we were renamed over the history, which I agree with. That's true. Does he know like the one of the earliest names that we were called in terms of like the census?
Well, they have color, they had Negro, they also
Which
I'm
one?
not,
I
I'm gonna
mean,
just go far. I'm gonna
you
go
said
far
Negro,
into
right?
this. Yes, Negro.
So do you know where this term come from, and who this term or label is denoted to, like which people is denoted to?
Usually they would try to make that interchangeable, and I'm talking about the government at large who was in charge of it and try to say that we're from Africa.
Okay, I just want to make that be clear because you
Notice I
mentioned
said
like
they. I didn't say that I believe it. I said they.
yeah, no, because you mentioned like Jesse Jackson, he renamed us African Americans, but I mean some of the earliest. I mean, when I look at my census, the earliest labels that we were called were Negro, and the
Yes.
term Negro actually comes from Africa, right? You had a place in West Africa called Negro Land, where this is where they were importing a lot of the slaves from.
If you look at the etymology of Negro, all it meant to say was black, just like the whole entire thing of Niger. So, I mean, you got the etymology doesn't necessarily mean we were being called African because they had different descriptions to namely say people of darker hue is black and not African. It just meant to denote that you are black. Like when you call Spanish people call us morenos, means black.
But it's also pointed. I somewhat agree with you, right? But it's also specifically pointed to a region in Africa, right? Because not all of Africa were called Negroes, right? You had places in East Africa, like where the Ethiopians and Somalis, they weren't called Negro people. This is generally a term that was designated towards Western Central African people, Negroid people. And these are the places that many of our ancestors descend from. I mean, if we want to go by history.
Well, if you say Negroid, though, the etymology of Negroid or Negro, right? The etymology still points to just trying to reference a color instead of saying African heritage. That's why if it goes to certain people who just have a darker hue and a darker brown hue with like gray undertones or red undertones, they'll call them black.
Yeah. So I'm not necessarily
Okay,
pointing
wait.
out the etymology of the word.
I don't want y'all to keep going back and forth
Okay,
without giving Choco Kitty a chance to speak because I
Okay,
don't want her to lose
they
her
can
point.
go ahead unless you just wanted to, kind of
But
keep
I'm
it
after
moving.
you, Chaco. All right, go ahead.
I just want to make sure you're not getting ignored. That's the one thing I want
Oh
everybody
no,
to get the
they could
opportunity.
finish up. No,
All right.
I'm good.
All right, y'all go ahead.
Respect.
Yeah, no, I was just pretty much saying that I wasn't specifically talking about the etymology of the word, uh, more so just the label of that and the people who it was used upon, right? So you had melanated people throughout Africa, right? But not all of them were designated as Negroid people. Only those specifically from West and Central Africa or that carry the languages that are associated with Niger Congo languages were called Negroid people. That's all I was pointing to. So not necessarily the etymology, but just in the label itself. But someone else can go.
Can I ask you all the question that I've been holding on to this question and not moving past it because it's been asked a couple times. And so Nat Turner from the chat wants to know why the white man told us we were from Africa. Why do you think that happened? Do you agree with the way that he has set this question up? And then why do you think that has happened?
It's a good question.
Chaco, you going?
Yeah, I do want to go. So, I mean, I can just respond to that really quickly. I'm just gonna say that science is science, regardless of like who it comes from. There's something called the scientific method, and the point is to be neutral, and it's not based on your feelings, anybody else's feelings. Yes, data can be manipulated to try to say one thing or another, but my thing is, instead of asking yourself why is the white man telling us that we're African, first you need to try to go and figure out if you are actually African. That would be, then you might find that the second question isn't necessary. But yeah, but to respond to Bronze Bird, okay, so the reason why I use the word ignorance is not to be rude. But what I'm referring to is the fact that you're saying you're basically refusing to like even consider the fact that you could be African, and it's not based on any type of fact. Facts are there, facts are out there, but you're not addressing them. You're not working your way through them and, making a rational decision about them. You're talking about what your family is saying. So people lie, people can be mistaken. So you don't have to take a DNA test. The thing is, people in your family have already taken DNA tests. Trust me, if you were to go on there, you would already see people in your family that have taken DNA tests. So you're not saving yourself from anything by not taking a DNA test. They already have your DNA. So that's one thing. But yeah, if you have so much to say about how you're not African, it's like, why are you scared to take a DNA test? Like,
right.
I just told you. I just told you the reason why.
Well, I just told you what I'm saying, and this is what I'm saying. They already have ways that they can use the people's DNA that's already on there to find whoever they want to find. So that's not even a thing. That's how DNA works. So you could easily find the answer as to how much you have in common with people that are currently in West Africa, but you choose to just go around and spread like the untruth that you are not African. And
again,
so, yeah,
you say it's untrue to you. That's the issue I'm having with you.
That's not how that works, because truth is truth. It's not what's true to me or what's true
to you. That's what you just said. You just discounted. You just discounted.
Please let him rebuttal.
You just discounted. You just discounted what my family told me, which is experience. So you just disrespected me by sitting up there saying, "Oh well, people can lie." So my family is lying. Excuse me.
It doesn't matter if your family said it.
Okay,
facts are
facts. Chaco, hold on, slow down, y'all. You got to give him a chance to respond, Chaco. You got to.
Are you?
I wasn't even finished. All right, go ahead.
So that's but again, that's the problem we're having here, because then you're gonna sit up there and talk about my family and their experience and where they're coming from, and telling me about I'm scared to take a DNA test when I just told you there's organizations that put our joint into a database and can tell you come from any place in Africa. So what are you talking about? When I'm talking about lineage, I'm literally talking about records that's from churches and other places through the United States government that tells me the surname and where I come from in the South. So when you sit up there and you talk about, oh, they can lie and this, that, and the third, you're discounting my family's experience. You can't even tell me where you come from in Africa. So how the hell you going to tell me my family? How you going to tell me about my family and they're lying? You can't tell me where you come from in Africa or what tribe or what language you speak.
Okay, so if I came from enslaved people. I'm trying to figure out what country would I be able to tell you. I already told you that I am mixed with a variety of West African ethnicities, as we all are. So, I mean, I'm not sure why you keep saying that, like, because I never said that I came directly from Africa as a whole African. I never said that. What I'm saying is that as an African American, as a Black American, I am descended from enslaved people from Africa who may be mixed with other things. That even though they're mixed with other things, that doesn't change the fact that I am majority West African. And what I'm saying about your family, I don't know what your family said, but all I can say is that if they gave you the impression that as a Black American that you are not descended from West Africans, then they told you wrong. That's all I can say. And it's not about being respectful. That's not what the point is, because I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and tell you that just because your family said it means it's true. No, I'm telling you that what they told you is not true.
How do you know that? You don't know anything about my family to say that. And that's why I disagree with you. So again, you're not African. So that's all we can say. You can't sit up there and tell me about my family and my experience.
Okay, well, can I move on to my next point?
But let me just move on
to my next point.
That doesn't make any sense. All I'm saying is you cannot sit here and say that my family is lying about where I come from.
Let her land up.
Let her land up.
Can I finish though?
I don't care if I'm emotional. It's just a fact of the matter. You cannot sit up there and say that. That's why we're having this problem.
It's all good, bro.
And you said another thing. You said that something about how you could call me ignorant or you could sit up there. No, you really can't. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that you really can't. And the thing is, the truth shouldn't hurt people's feelings. The truth isn't, I'm not insulting your family by speaking the truth. You know, just learn. All I can say is just go out and learn. So then Candy, I just wanted to address the question, which is the name of the live stream. You said Black people ashamed of African lineage. And one thing you say is just so ironic. You say you're not talking about the people who basically say that they don't have any African DNA at all. And I'm like, that's the main people you should be talking to. So, I mean, obviously the answer is yes. When we got Black people with either dark skin or kinky hair or people in their family that have that, or they know they descended from people like that who would test above 70% West African DNA on a DNA test. If we have them saying they have no African in them at all, yes, that lets you know that Black people are ashamed of being West African.
I don't think it's a shame.
So
I think it's
when I
hold on,
let me
mute for a minute.
Yeah,
damn, it's
Brown, you can go. Hold on. I got it. Remember, I got it.
You're on that international Wi-Fi, bruh. Come back to America.
I got it.
Son. Come back
So
to
to respond to Chaco before anybody else cuts in, my point was coming from the fact that I accept that I do have African DNA in me, that we came across on a boat. I'm not one of these people who will say that I was here originally, because I have never looked into FBA to even know enough to make that point, that argument. But if I'm going to starting from the point that I have African ancestry because we came over here as slaves, I'm saying that I'm one of those people that does not identify as African American. We've been American too long. So with me saying I am a Black American, not an African American, when I say people are ashamed of their African heritage, I mean the disparaging. When people call you African American, why do we all of a sudden act like to be called African is a slur? To be associated with Africa is almost, some people act like calling you African is the same as a white person saying nigger.
Can I respond to you?
Hold on for order, goddamn.
I just want to respond to Candy real quick. I hear what you're saying. So you can acknowledge that you are mostly African and still say, okay, I'm not African. I consider myself a Black American. That's a completely different thing than saying I am not African by blood. I literally have no African in me. So one is just a matter of like what you feel like you've earned as far as like being in the US and like, you know, what we've contributed. The other one has to do with just denying actual like genetic reality. So I feel like that's two different things, just to be clear.
Can I say something?
Yes, Ronnie, go ahead.
Thank you. I think one of the main issues is that as Black people, as Black Americans, we've never had a chance to establish our identity without somebody else telling us what we are. And I think that is like one of the major issues with that, because like you said, you don't want to be called African American. I have never been to Africa. I don't know what country my people would be from. I'm not denying the fact that it's African in my blood, like obviously, but the ties and the connections to Africa are not there. Like they not there.
Right.
Like
Right.
familial wise,
How
it's
do you
not
figure you have
there.
African in your blood?
How do I figure? We got my both sides of my family have done traced back all the way like to the beginning of this country, and on my father's side, they actually found slave receipts of like my ancestors. So I'm pretty sure on one, I'm pretty sure we done mixed. Like I'm pretty sure it's been a mixture of
So you're
a
saying your
couple.
family's a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade, right? Oh, that's what
Some
you believe.
It's
No,
possible.
I'm saying some of them it's been documented, yes, and then like I said, where my other side of my family, where they stayed in Virginia and they didn't deviate from Virginia, that has a whole different thing going on. So, but even if you trace my father's side back far enough, they like literally 30. Like my mother and my father's side is like 30 minutes apart in Virginia. It's
And
crazy.
she's melanated. She's a melanated sister. So come on, let's not do this.
And to be honest, I'll say this: in conversations like these, when I hear brothers like, this is no shot, but when I hear a brother like Bronzebird speak, and he's denying having African ancestry, but if he took a DNA test and it said his kids wasn't his, he would believe that DNA test. Additionally, when you got brothers like, and everything,
Real shit.
let me say this: I'm not sending a shot at nobody and being genuine. When I hear brothers like Ja, now anyone that has been to Boston knows that Black Americans outnumbered by Africans and Caribbeans in Boston.
That's not
But he's
true.
not. But he's not the only person that says this. He's not the only person that's delusional. I've had Black Americans in Compton say that they are not outnumbered. I've heard Black Americans in New York say that they are not outnumbered. So it shows me that Black Americans collectively lack a self-preservation instinct, and as a result, may not exist within the next 100 years. But mulattoes will survive. But you have to ask yourself as Black Americans, do you want to survive? Really, respectfully.
I think there's a disconnect. We got to start where the disconnect came from, in my opinion.
I don't know about Boston, how that is, but I know New York, you could probably try to make some claims for New York. New York is a little different. You know?
That's what I'm saying. Like
No Black American community in
I'm
New
from
York.
Boston. Listen,
That's
I'm
what I'm
from
saying. With
Boston.
New York, remember we had that conversation a little weeks ago and stuff like that.
Exactly.
New York is like that there in New York, but I don't know about Boston because I never really was in
Boston
Yeah,
is too.
I just
so
think
real quick.
Providence, Rhode
I'm
Island
from
is too.
Boston.
Go
So
ahead, brother.
I'm from Boston. I have family from New York. My ancestry come from from North Carolina and Georgia, right? From the Gullah Geechees of North Carolina and Georgia. But I would say because I've been to New York, I've visited there as a child. Like I can tell you, especially like in New York, it's even worse. I
like
wouldn't say that in
Flatbush, when
Boston
you go
that
to certain
there's no
places, right?
Caribbean. Yeah, so in Boston we do have Caribbeans. Yeah, we have we have one of the highest Haitian population in our city, in the country.
Okay.
I mean, and
Okay.
and I mentioned earlier specifically the Cape Verdean group from West Africa. We
Mm.
have them. We have like the highest Cape Verde population in this country.
A word?
What I'm saying, so I'm not denying that part. I'm just saying that Black Americans, because I'm born and raised here, I know the culture here. The culture is Black American culture, and the Black Americans here outnumber the Caribbeans that are here. We have Caribbeans that live in our communities. Yes, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that it's
And God,
the underlying culture is Black American culture.
and everything I'm saying is peaceful, brother. Roxbury is not majority Black American. Jamaica Plains is not majority Black American. Mattapan,
Roxbury is the center of Black American culture. Are you kidding me?
brother. I've
You're
actually
bugging,
been
man.
there. I've actually
I'm
been there,
from
brother.
here. I'm born
He's
and
from
raised
there.
right here. I'm
Exactly, brother.
grown
You're
up, bro.
delusional. That's why I got to
Yeah,
tell
nah,
you
you're
that.
bugging.
Maybe
You're bugging.
when you and I don't even believe when you was if you grew up in the '90s, I don't even believe it was majority Black American then. But in 2026, it's definitely not now, brother.
Do you have any evidence to support your claim?
Well, that's why we're focusing on delineation because the data is not disaggregated. So we can only go off when we actually go to these places. Y'all got more Caribbean restaurants than soul food restaurants in real life. That's a fact. You know that's true.
Yeah,
So, brother, I don't even know why you want to debate
there
with
could
me
be
about this.
some parts like I think that's a separate conversation.
And I could have listed more neighborhoods. You got Roxbury, that's not majority Black American. Jamaica
Yes, it
Plains,
is.
not majority Black American. Dorchester, not majority Black American.
Yes, it is.
Mattapan, not majority Black. All right, well, the listeners, y'all go to
Mattapan. So
Boston.
if you was to say
Let me just.
Mattapan, I
Go.
would probably give you that. I would say half of it is Haitian,
Well,
and the other
let's
half
settle
is
this though.
Black
Let
American and
me,
other Caribbean
because I
culture.
don't want to I don't want to be a narcissist and take over the conversation. I'll say this for the
Yeah,
listeners.
we can move it
Y'all
along
take
because
this
you're not coming with
exactly.
empirical data,
So y'all
so
listen,
there's no point.
brother. Allow me to complete the sentence. All my listeners, everyone listening, take a trip to Boston and you tell me, were you able to see any majority Black American communities? I wasn't. I hope I'm wrong, but I know I'm not.
How long did you like your trip to Boston? How long was it?
Brother, I went up there multiple times. I used to deal with a Cape Verdean up there.
Oh, Cape Verde.
In fact. But peace
Yeah,
be
yeah.
upon you all, man. Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night, man. Much love.
All right. Have a good night.
Thank you, Mulatto. All
Not
right,
as
but
funny.
before anybody else goes, I want to thank Udon Go for coming back to this, or excuse me, for joining the stream, and Mr. DJ Music for coming back to the stream. Did
Thank you.
anybody want to jump in here?
Yeah, again, Candy, if I may, I won't take up too much of your time. I heard someone say, prove that you're from that you have African blood in your. Okay, I'm from South Carolina. If you know anything about South Carolina, there's folks down here called Gullah Geechees.
Mm-hmm.
And you can definitely trace them back to the shores of West Africa. Am I correct?
I'm a descendant of Gullah Geechees, by the way.
Right. So you definitely can trace them back to Gullah Geechee. So that means of all of us that if we live in New York, Chicago, all these different places to where we corrugated at one time, at some point in time, we run into somebody and say, hey, I got a relative that's down here from South Carolina. So if we know some point in time, because South Carolina, Charleston is a deep water port, a lot of the slaves that came in was right here. Now, if we go into South Carolina, Beaufort County to be exact, there is in Sheldon, South Carolina, there's an African village there, and there's also an island called Defusky Island. The only way to get there is by boat, and you would think once you get there on that boat that you have completely left the United States.
True.
You completely have. They all the cultures that you will find in an African village, you could find right there in Defusky Island. So a lot of us that grew up in Charleston, that in Mounts Corner and Goose Creek, North Charleston, Hannah, all that, all of us can start tracing our lineage back to one place here, right here in Charleston, South Carolina, because we have the slave market. Someone's asked earlier, well, why can't we see these ships? Because you have to understand, these ships was built out of wood. There was no such thing as treated wood back then. The elements ate them up. Or you can probably go to what's left of them. You can probably find them as shipwrecked somewhere. Just with anything, nothing can withstand the test of time. But one thing, like the young lady said, you can't argue with science. And science tells us no matter what color we are, whether our hair is long, whether our skin is light colored, dark colored, or we're all originated from someplace, and that is Africa. That's according to the white people that y'all said want to sit up here, and someone said, why the white man telling us we're from Africa? He don't have to tell us that. You can't argue with carbon dating. You can't argue with that. That is science. That's telling me that just because we can't see the wind, it's not blowing. It is blowing. It's out there, but you just can't see it. So this business of that we're not, all of us, of course, all of us are not direct descendants of Africa. We're not, because there are Africans that inhabited this place long before there was such things as slaves. Well, how do we know that? Because we now know evidence that they were here. All these pyramids, like up in New York, that place that they call Central Park, that big ass building up in there, that's a pyramid. And it's what it is.
It is what it is, for sure.
You can't argue that. It may
But I
not
go
be
from everywhere then. I think that black people are from every landmass. I think so. I think they're from everywhere.
Right, because at one point in time there was a such thing as called Pangea. Everything was connected. They could walk.
We always want to limit us. If it's from Africa, cool, whatever. But that don't mean we wasn't from here too. We wasn't from over there too. We was from everywhere. When you go into all of that Spain history, you go into all of this, man, you see black faces. You see things. You know what I'm saying? When you everywhere, I'm talking about every shore on earth. Our history is scattered like seashells everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So
my only issue is
we just let me just land this little half a plane, Bronny. I'm just saying, if we want to look for our history, not just Africa, we looking for our history on every shore. You know what I'm saying? Everywhere. When you start looking everywhere, you start finding things connecting back to us. Like so
absolutely.
Yeah, Brownie. I didn't mean to cut you, sis. Yeah, Brownie.
I mean, we hear a lot of people talk about Cameroon. We don't understand how important Cameroon is to all these cultures, because that was a melting pot. Everybody met up there. Everybody traded there. Their ideas, their food, their culture, and all that. Cameroon is really one of those places to where all cultures met up at. And if you look at it, look how it's bordered. Look at all the different things. You got the big ass Atlantic Ocean right there. It's not like the Pacific. You sail in the Atlantic Ocean. Sooner or later, you're going to hit an island somewhere. Christopher Columbus did it.
Yeah. I think black people should be with people that really want to push their cause. You know what I mean? I think black people are supportive of other people's causes as well, whether they don't give them credit for it. But I think that people that really align with their causes, they should push for that. You know what I'm saying? I can understand people that don't, and you're mad at that. People want to be mad at that. That's cool. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, we got Willie O'Neills that's around us too. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to get us from the internal. You know what I'm saying? At the same time. So I just don't want people to be so focused on the outside that we don't work on the internal issues and the internal problems of the Willie O'Neills that we got around us that's trying to bring it down from the inside. You know what I'm saying? So we have to also think about that. You know what I mean? We got about 46 million Black Americans in America, maybe 4.6 documented illegal people. That's immigrants that came here, but they're citizens now. Whoever's illegal, I don't know. But as far as the legal citizens, you know what I'm saying? If you could get certain people to identify with the causes, I think that it will help Black people's causes. You know what I mean? Because I think that the Black man and the Black woman's plight is overlooked. It's always been overlooked, right? Like me being from New York, like some of that stuff that Mulatto will come and say, like, you know, other communities, we got little Haiti, little this, little that, little that. You know what I'm saying? Like people have actual communities. You know what I'm saying? But even though Black people from every community, we live wherever, but you know what I'm saying? If you had a certain Black community, people would probably trying to run down and trying to arrest people, and it'll be a different type of energy where in the Chinatown or these other places is more protected. You see what I'm saying? So I think that if certain people vote alongside with Black Americans on the same causes, I think that those people could help push it forward because Black people always needed people, even white people during slavery, if that's the case. So we needed somebody to help something go down. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody see the plight. Everybody want to use Black American culture, how they look, the dress, the walk, the talk, the this, the that, but they don't really want to identify with the real issues. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah.
But see, that's the problem. Everybody asks what the real issues are because we don't know because we're having conversations like these. Again, there's too many times we'll overlook the obvious just to say that we're right. I'm not saying my man said that he has no African blood in him. If that's what you want to believe, my brother, that's on you. But again, I got to go back to it. It is what it is. If you can trace your relatives back here, especially if you're in South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, and the Virginias, chances are somebody in your family. Also, I'll say this. If you're over the age of, I would close to say 45, 50, 55, 60, and 70 on up, you're not that far removed from slavery. Somebody in your family.
Nice.
It's not too far removed from slavery.
So are we saying that slavery denotes that you're basically African?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
No, I'm just asking the question.
I'm just saying.
I mean, if you're a descendant of the translated slave trade, then yes.
Right. If you want to say that the chattel slavery, yes. If you're a descendant of that, that's something totally different than when we're talking about indentured slavery or some people that came here and was eventually did whatever work to become free. That's a whole different thing. We're talking about the lineage of those folks who never knew what freedom was. Those are the ones that we're talking about, sir.
I mean, look, all I'm gonna say at the end of the day, the problem I think we're having and of course, when you argue your points, someone always wants to call you emotional, which is dumb. So let's get to the point of saying this. The whole entire issue that I was having the whole entire time on our panel is because when there's different thoughts of thinking or when there's throughout history, what we've done is talk about inventions that was made in America for what you would call an African American, a Black American, or certain things in America, it gets blanketed by the term African. So the problem comes in about ignorance, all these different things when, again, someone produces the information you aren't really fond to, you haven't really heard a lot of, versus one that you heard in school, ones that's in textbooks and all these different things of what America wanted to tell you your lineage is, right? So when you talk about science, when we was talking about science, you know what theories and scientific methods are? They're test runs.
Yeah,
so to say that if you don't agree with science, basically something is wrong with you. Yeah, I don't agree with theories that's not 100% true.
Well, no.
It needs to be studied.
Can I say something? In science, you cannot prove something is correct. You can only disprove something. So it has been disproven that Black Americans are indigenous to the United States. So yes, you can believe that with full confidence.
Says who?
Till it's disproven.
Says
so
who?
That's what I'm saying. If you don't acknowledge or believe in or honor the scientific method, then I can't answer that for you.
Again, says who?
But if you want to know the truth, then you know how to get it.
No, that's exactly.
And then you said, wait, one more thing. You said that people saying you emotional, but the thing is, saying that you're something because your family said it. That's an emotional argument.
No,
that's
it's not
a historical. It's not a scientific argument.
I'm gonna end it off with that. I don't even want to go there, but I'm gonna say that to that point that you just made. That's how you feel.
It's not a feeling. It's not a feeling.
All right, fine. Let's go back to what you said before that, though. So when we're talking about what was that point you made about the whole thing about science?
Yeah, science falsifies.
It disproves, right?
Yeah,
right.
disproves.
It disproves a hypothesis. It does.
So a hypothesis is what? Let's go to that. What is a hypothesis?
To break it down to the smallest things, an educated
thought.
It's an educated guess or an educated thought, right?
Yeah.
So it's a question, correct?
And science can disprove that, whether your educated thought.
No. So you said it's an educated thought or an educated guess, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So in theory, that's a question, correct?
Yes.
So that means that just means that you're surfing around trying to find the information of something, and you put in a scientific. You go through a scientific method to see if it's true of what you think or not.
Right. Usually, when folks come, I could be wrong on this, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Usually, that type thing, that educated guess, come from something that you want to understand. Why is it there? Why do we have trees? Why do we have rocks? All I can give you an educated guess about what it is. But
so therefore,
wait a minute.
When you say you can't argue with science, that means that you cannot argue with a theory, which means it's an educated guess.
Let me finish. Okay, but there's some things that educated guess that you have, like how old something is. How old is the crust of this earth? We don't need to educate that, because we have a such thing called, I hate to keep using this term, and I know I keep repeating myself, called carbon dating, that can tell us just by a certain thing that how old something is.
But you said a hypothesis is an educated guess, right? So you don't argue with that. You don't argue with an educated guess, correct?
But sir, I also said a scientific fact delineates your educated guess.
How can it be a fact if it's an educated guess and that's what a hypothesis is?
But that's what I mean. You're guessing to why something is or why something
it's not a fact, which is my point.
But then that's where the process come in of how you prove or disprove something.
But he said earlier, you said you can't argue with science. You can't argue with science.
Am I missing something?
Yeah, you are missing something. You said you can't argue with science. And what I said was, when it came to science, it's going through experimentation and all these different things. It starts off with a hypothesis. It starts off with a hypothesis, which means it's an educated guess, which means it's not necessarily true.
Okay, so that's
you got
all
a
right.
point.
Okay, so
this is why
let me ask you all a question then.
You got a point.
No, we don't. But
it's not really.
I have a question for you. I have a question.
Not really.
Can science be proven wrong?
Yes.
Science is a method. Science is a process. So no, what do you mean science being proven wrong? What does that mean?
Science can be proven wrong.
No, what does that mean? What does that mean? You're saying that once you prove it wrong. Okay. Yo.
So let me give you an example. Let me hold on. Let me clear this question up before you go. So, has there not been times in history where mankind thought that we got to a scientific answer, in American history specifically, and then we realized, as more studies came out, as better tests were run, that the information needed to be updated and the science was then proven incorrect and correct?
That's right.
That is science. Like
Facts, Candy.
continuing to
Exactly. That
learn
is
and prove
that's
things
science.
wrong.
Yeah.
That's exactly what science is. So
Science is constantly updating. It's not like it's
Right.
not.
science, like I said, science doesn't
Science is
prove.
science.
Science can't prove anything. Science only disproves.
It can only
You
be
can't.
correct.
You can't really prove things. You know what I mean? It's
So
just not scientific.
you can't argue with science is what someone said
No,
earlier.
you can't, because
You have
it
to-
has
you have to
been
bring science-
disproven. It has been disproven that Black Americans descend from Indigenous Americans or are indigenous to the U.S. So,
But that's the
I would expect
hypothesis
them
is
to
what
say that
though?
anyway. They ain't gonna tell us nothing that they wanted to
But
tell us.
the hypothesis was what though? Are we indigenous or
I'm not
are we
sure what you-
African? Which means it was an educated guess or educated question.
That's false. You
Which
don't.
means
All
again,
right.
how could it be false if it's
Go
a
ahead.
hypothesis?
Go
Which
ahead.
means it's an educated guess.
I
Which means
seriously doubt.
you are questioning the identity of what you call Black Americans or African Americans. So that means you don't know from the beginning and from the inception of the educated guess. That's what science is.
Okay.
So that doesn't mean you disproved it or proved it.
All I can say is
Give me something.
all I can say is it's understood where Black American people came from, and that's based on historical records. It's based on genealogy, which is what that is. It's based on genetics. It is based on linguistics. It's been proven scientifically in so many ways. I just contradicted myself, but my point is it's supported in so many ways, but you're just basically saying, well, my mama said this, my grandma said this, and that wipes out all of that. That means all of that doesn't matter.
It does matter. You know why it does matter? Because I don't need science. Hold on, bro. Hold on for 1 second. My thing about it is actually what I'm saying is correct, because if it comes from family records, which means it's been documented, that means it's 100% facts, not a hypothesis. Not a hypothesis. Yeah, because if it's talking about historical records, it does make sense.
No.
It does make sense.
Somebody writing
Do you?
something down
Hold
does not
on.
make
Wait a minute. Do you remember what happened in, let's say, the year 1998? Do you know what happened in 1998?
No, you tell me.
Hold on. No. I'm talking about from your own experience. Was you alive in 1998?
I was.
All right. Do you have any pictures, or do you have anything that you wrote in a notebook from 1998?
I mean, probably not. I mean, I don't know.
You probably do. So would I be able to tell you you didn't live in 1998 because you don't have any records to prove you lived in 1998?
That's not the point. The point is you writing something down does not make it true. That's
if I'm talking about historical records, what makes it false? That's not a hypothesis.
All right.
So wait, can I ask you a question? So what historical records are you talking about? Like, do you have historical records within your family that point you to a specific?
We're literally talking about church. We're literally talking about church documents, journals, all these different things, and pictures to prove that's my family lineage.
So you and your family have historical evidence, historical documents that point you to a specific indigenous tribe here in America?
I didn't say an indigenous tribe. All I said is family records to prove where I come from and where my family comes from.
That's fair.
But that my thing about it is, then if I don't agree with that, if I just say, yeah, my family lineage, or you denying being African, who the fuck ever said that I was African? See, that's the problem. That's right there. That's the problem right there.
You're not trying to find out if you're African or not.
Yes,
you're not trying to find out. You're saying that no matter how much contradictory scientific evidence that there is, you're not going to claim African, period. That's what you're saying.
But when we had this conversation,
you're Native American.
Hold up. First of all, you don't wait. Respectfully, you don't know that because I never told you that. My thing about it is when I remarked the question to you, you never told me where you come from in Africa. You never told me not one tribe. You have not told
question,
because you don't know where you come from, so you can't tell me where my family come from and what my historical records is because it's not a hypothesis.
Like I say, if you're not descended from Africans,
can
you're
I
not
say
Black,
something real quick? I gotta go.
You don't know you African.
Hold on, Brian. Okay, so I got a question for you guys. Why do we not judge the $5 Indians and say, hey, they not
I was
Indian?
about to get to that.
But when they have historical, hold on. But they have historical descriptions of what natives look like in certain areas. And y'all don't look at those native people that lack all melanin, something that they said they had and say, oh, they not Indian. But if a Black person says, hey, I have native background in my family. Then it's, oh no, you didn't. You a fake Indian.
Can I
You want to
respond
be
to that?
Indian. You don't
Can
want
I
to be
respond to
African.
that? Can I
You don't
respond
want
to
to be
that? Can I
African.
respond to that? Can I respond to that? Can I respond to
You
that?
don't want to be African.
Oh my God, can I respond to that? Okay, so
You got
we
but
not
before you
talking
respond,
about.
hold on.
All right.
Just make sure she was done before you respond. You got to
Oh,
make
I'm
sure Bronny
sorry.
was
I just
finished.
didn't want nobody else to jump in. I just wanted to respond to that. My bad. You done,
When
Bronny?
you
I'm sorry,
finish,
Bronny.
Yeah, I just think that it's like I said earlier, where it's always the policing of what Black people are and who we can identify as, who we can't identify as, what other people want to call us. We have to accept that in every single shape and form, and nobody challenges nothing else. But if it comes to a Black person, it's challenged. Like FBA,
Facts. That's
challenge.
facts. That's
You
facts.
not FBA, you African. I'm FBA. My family been in America since America started. My family have fought going back. FBA. No, you not FBA.
Well, both
You
can be
not
true.
FBA. You African. You
Both
like,
both can be true.
Can I respond?
Because
Yeah,
you can have
exactly.
go
African
ahead,
you can
Bronny.
have African
I'm sorry.
ancestry,
Go
but
ahead,
also
but
Chaco.
it's
just
about
having African
more about
Hold on,
the
ancestry.
fact
Ja.
that we're
Hold
not
on, Ja,
allowed
because
to
Chaco.
have. Hold on.
All right.
My point
So
is that we're not allowed to have or to make or state what our identity is. We are the only people that have to be told what we are and what we aren't, and what's accepted and what's not, and who we can be. And if
okay,
we say anything else other than the status quo, then it's, oh, you being hateful, oh, you being this, oh, you being delusional, oh, you living in a fantasy world, oh, you're not looking at science, oh, this not history, oh, it's not
okay,
this, oh, this not that. But who really does history? Like,
Right.
okay.
have you, Taco, you looked at all these scientific things? Have you went through historical records of different um areas in the United States and the laws they changed to disenfranchise black people back in the 1800s, pre-Civil War
Absolutely.
time?
Yes. Yes.
No, I
Now,
said Chaco, not you. I know
Chaco,
you did it.
Chaco, yeah, Chaco,
So
go
Chaco.
ahead. You,
yeah, I'm not gonna say I'm an expert on anything. I think I have a good general foundation, but I just want
But
to
no,
say
I
what
asked you, did you look up I asked you, did you look up the laws?
I mean, which laws? I mean, there are a lot of laws that went
The
against Black
race the
people.
race
The
laws
laws.
and the classification laws in certain
Yeah, I
states.
mean, I have a general understanding
You can't
of
have a
like.
general understanding. Did you look it up, or like did you look it up, or do you have a general understanding?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. So, what's your barometer? What's your barometer?
You are
Why you
What do
deflection
you
didn't
of
want
sit
me
this
to
here?
say?
fire.
Like,
I can understand.
do
I
you
can
have a question
understand
that I
math. Okay,
can't answer?
I can
Like,
I can
I'm confused.
I can
Like,
understand basic math, but
okay,
but I didn't look up the math concept to understand basic math. I don't
okay.
need
But what I'm
I
saying
don't
is,
need
are
a
you gonna
lesson
tell
to
me
learn that
about
one
it? Because
plus
I
one is
mean,
two.
I'm just
I'm
trying to
just
see what
asking you,
you're
did you
getting
actually
at.
look up and do the research on it
I
before
don't
you
know what
just
you mean
discount it?
specifically, but yes, I have looked up and researched about laws that had to do with race in the U.S. But I don't know what you mean specifically, unless you
The
tell
class,
me
I didn't know. I said the classifications of race in the United States and how they changed over the
that
years.
it was different no matter where, depending on where you were in the U.S. I'm from New Orleans, so I'm more familiar with that. But I wanted to respond to what you said. So the thing is, like, if uh, throwing in emotion is gonna muddy the waters, right? So I'm familiar with the concept of $5 Indians, and I will tell anybody, yeah, they're not, a lot of them are not mostly Native American, but I mean, I don't see why you're gonna say what I would say or what most people would say about white people when we're talking about Black people. I just feel like that's a way of like saying, hey, look over here. That I mean, you don't know what we would say about that. That has nothing to do with like what we're talking about. And another thing, you said that we said you can't acknowledge any Native ancestry. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. There are people that are mixed with Black and Native, just like there are people that are mixed with white and Native. What I'm saying is, if people are under the impression that Black Americans are indigenous to the US, that is false. That doesn't mean that a person can't be mixed with
It's not
indigenous
false.
and African. Of course you can be. So no, I mean, that's not what was being said. And I just think that, that needs to be said. I just feel like that's muddy in the waters. That's muddy in the waters because that's not the issue. Somebody being mixed is not the issue. The issue is people believing that Black people in the US do not descend in large part from Africans. That's the issue.
I have a question for you, Chaco. Before anybody else
Uh-huh.
goes, two things. First, I want to welcome back Tiff Starborn, and we have DJ Witch Doctor, who has also joined the panel with us.
Doctor.
And
what up, DJ?
What up, y'all?
What's up, Bull?
okay, my question to you, Chaco. I remember earlier you said that it was disproven that anybody was here who was melanated
I didn't say
prior to
that. That's not
slavery.
what I said. No, that's not what I
Okay, so
said.
maybe I misheard you. Can
Yeah,
you
you
go
you
back to that because I think somebody asked that question. I wanted to
So
revisit it.
that's two different things, right? So if I say Black people come from Africa, that does not mean there was not a single or a few Black people that came here and were here before slavery. That's two completely different things. So no, I don't know whether there were Black people here before slavery, and I would assume there were because before slavery was a long time, and also there are a lot of Africans. So, but that has nothing. I'm saying that Black people in the United States are genetically sub-Saharan West African. I'm saying they are not Native American. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I agree with her.
Okay, does anybody want to go ahead and respond?
I would like to jump in there. Is that okay?
Go right ahead.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So I have a question for Mr. Music. Hey, Mr. Music. So now you brought up Pangea earlier, right? So I want to play devil's advocate. I want to try to shake the table just a little bit on this.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, so you brought up Pangea because that's what we learned, that at one point all the continents were connected. So where is the evidence that is proven that the bone or even the carbon data that you mentioned points to that landmass if we was all at one point one continent?
Well, at that point in time, as I said, the land continent, they hadn't split into different continents. So when they did split up, of course, we got the 7 continents. But according to the different places that as they say, I hate to keep using this word over, but for lack of a better word, they showed where they found in different bones of different regions of humans that passed away. And they did what they do to see how long was this bone here based on the skull, the coloration of the skull. Of course, we all know the longer a skull has been exposed to the weather, the whiter it gets. So that was another thing. And then, of course, as long as they went along and they said, okay, let's test these bones. They test this bone. So the oldest bones that they have found of any human being, I'm not sure of the particular name, but it's a female, and the female is called Lucy or something like that. Maybe a different name.
I'm very familiar with
that. Wait, can I also point something out real quick? So Pangea happened at a time where the modern Homo sapiens did not exist. Right. So Pangea happened about 335 million years ago. The modern Homo sapiens originated 300,000 years ago. So I mean, right. That's a long. By the time modern Homo sapiens existed, the continents was already separated.
Okay, so even though the modern Homo sapien didn't exist, we still know there's historical evidence that the human people did exist.
Yeah, like homogeneous. Yes.
Exactly. Can I
so like
intersect right there?
Humanoid type figures.
Okay, there were things called land bridges. Like during the ice ages, land bridges, they appeared and disappeared with time. So that's how people got to different continents.
Yes.
Right, but it's being presumed that basically everybody originated from one part of landmass instead of saying, hey, there might have been people all over. And I get the whole idea of bridges because that's how the Siberians was able to come into the United States in the first place, through the Bering Strait. So I get that concept. So why is it, I get Brownie points, why is it so accepted to say, oh, well, the native that look like the $5 Indians are accepted as, indigenous people. But as soon as quote unquote Black people want to, say, well, as far as my lineage, it goes all the way back to Virginia, it goes to Florida, it goes to New York. It's always question of where's the science. And that's where it's getting kind of like religion to me. Cause that's like people telling me we all come from Adam and Eve. So basically we are long distance cousins. Like, ew, I don't want to, equate that with anything. So that's what it's given for me. But hold
on. So I didn't hear anybody say that like everybody that's considered a Native American is mostly Native American. I just feel like that's something that's kind of being thrown in there. And regardless, let's just say most of them are not Native American. That's still acknowledging we know what Native American is. So just because they're not fully Native American, that doesn't mean you're a Native American. There are people here, not that many, but there are people here that are fully Native American. just because there are white people that consider themselves Native American, even though they're mostly white, and they're officially like on paper, they're Native American, that doesn't mean they're actually Native American. That's like Jesse Jackson being part of the Cherokee tribe. I mean, I'm guessing that he's mixed, but that doesn't mean he's not Black. You know what I mean? So I just feel like,
so do you equate Black with being African? And I'm gonna ask Mr. DJ.
Well, that I mean, that it just depends on what you mean by that. It has different meanings in different places. So yeah, in the United States,
Black
yes.
American
In the United States, yes.
People that descend from the translated slave trade. So the actual definition of Black American is people who descended from the translated slave trade from Western Central Africa.
Well, to answer that question right quick, like I would say, just on my personal experience, I can't speak for everyone, but I consider Blackness to be a direct connection to, as they say, the motherland. What the connection is, it's up to you to find out what your connection is. But for me, I know where it came from. So
can I say something after?
I wanted to respond to one more thing Tiffany said, but whenever y'all done.
Yeah, I just wanted to point this real quick about the term Black. I mean, the term Black is a social construct, so it's not really denoted to like a physical or genetic reality per se, right? Anybody with melanated skin can be considered "quote unquote" Black, depending on who's saying it, right? What we're saying is that we are indigenous to we are descendants of the translated slave trade. We're pointing to something that happened specifically in history. It said we are descendants from that. There's empirical data to verify and to prove that we descend from this a point in history. The largest forced migration in modern human history, right? This is something that's well documented around the world that that it happened.
Absolutely, and that's the point that I'm saying. So again, as you said, race is a social construct. It was created by palm-colored folks. Would you put yourself in the bottom? That you created something, or would you put yourself at the top?
Right. Yeah. But can I wanted to respond to something else Tiffany said. I'm sorry. I thought you was done. You paused. My bad.
Again, I know where I'm from, so again, my lineage tells me that, that my folks at one point in time, they were, as y'all call us, descendants of slaves, just based on the region. Now, my ethnicity is by the United States laws, I'm Black. Now, at one time I was Negro, another time I was colored. But right now I'm a Black American, just based on the region that I was born in. I wasn't born in Africa, so I'm not an African American. That's just the moniker that the United States decided to put on the census. That's the only way we could identify ourselves. So when you don't have that choice, we couldn't say at the 1960s, we didn't say we were African American because the United States laws didn't allow that.
So are y'all saying that basically, Africans migrated all over the globe? So I read into a video not too long ago of this woman giving an interview from an indigenous Black woman from Australia. And she basically said that her family didn't teach her that they came from Africa, that they was from that land of Australia. So you're going to tell them Australian people that they're not indigenous to that land just because
that's the thing. If you look at the
wait. Didn't I want to respond? I wanted to respond to Tiffany. But okay, so you said something about all people coming from Africa as opposed to like people perhaps coming from different places. Why couldn't people be from different places? So the thing is, all people are from the same family tree. It just branches out and out and out. So yes, all people.
I don't believe that. So that's why.
Okay, so that's the thing. So no. So that's the thing. I'm sorry, Tiffany. No disrespect, but I'm saying it's not about like belief. You know what I mean? It's about genetic evidence. Okay. All right. Okay. But no, can I finish though? Can I finish though?
But I'm saying, but it's kind of like you're contradicting yourself because
No, I'm not.
said earlier about the science said, or it's proven that a Black American are indigenous to this land, so or aren't Native American. So what makes how do we know what a Native American is? You said,
okay, so can I? All right.
What is it?
So, I wish I had like a whiteboard right now. But what I'm saying is, when I say indigenous, okay, you talking about the Australians? They've been there for what, 30,000, 50,000 years. All that doesn't change the fact that all humans came from Africa. We're not talking about that time period. We're not talking about 30,000 years ago. I'm talking about like recently,
I'm
like in
not
the
talking about
past
3,000
few
years ago. I'm
thousand
talking about
years.
200 years ago, 300 years ago, 400 years ago,
Okay,
500
but
years ago.
all right.
Like,
But you said that you don't believe that everybody is related, and the reason why I said it's not about belief. What I'm saying is, if that's the point that we're hinging on, then what needs to happen is we need to stop. We need to go and research, and we need to come to an agreement on whether all humans are related or not, or whether all humans are descended from the same thing. Because if not, no. What I'm saying is, if not, then we're never going to agree on anything past that, because you're talking about what you believe, and I'm talking about science. That's just it.
But the thing is, I think there's a few people on this panel that agree that science can be disproven. It's not something that should
bang.
100%.
Wait a minute. Even
All right.
disproving it is science. Disprove it, you gotta have science to disprove science.
That's what I'm saying. Science is a process. Science is a process.
But again, like we said earlier, does it mean just because you say something in science, does it make it true? If it's a theory and it comes from a hypothesis.
So
what did we say a hypothesis is? We said a hypothesis is a question, right? So if it's a question, that means you have curiosity on that particular subject.
But you gotta have some sort of proof to
right. So what I would encourage you to do is go and you can look it up on Wikipedia. You can look it up on any kind of scientific journal, and you will see the support for the reason why they said that, and you can see like what other things that have already been proven that they're basing it on. So you don't just have to say, oh, maybe it's true, maybe it's not true. Well, I choose to believe this.
Who's they? And it doesn't make it true just because that evidence
so
is
what
there.
I'm talking about is peer-reviewed studies. I'm talking about when people do studies, and other people that are also are working in that field that are in universities and stuff, they review them to make sure that what they did was logical. Then it gets published in a journal. That's what I'm talking about. It's not about, oh, I feel like this, I feel like that. I'm saying that there are people that are working on this as we speak. They got somebody that just work on like seismic waves. They got somebody that just study plankton in the ocean. They got somebody that just studies a certain kind of linguistics for a certain tribe. So there's no reason for us to be talking about, oh, I believe this, I believe that. Go and learn it. Go and learn.
But even by that statement, that's you're talking about, again, science starts off with a hypothesis, which means it comes from curiosity. Even if you get the evidence, that means that you are trying to figure out if it's true or not.
So what's your point?
That
I'm
means,
trying to see what you're saying.
Jesus Christ.
No,
man.
I'm asking.
So off
You said
of
it a
the
bunch of
theory,
times, but I don't get your point.
of course you don't get it, because you just keep saying
ahead,
science.
go ahead.
So let me ask a better question. Does that mean science is 100% true?
Science is a process.
That's not what I asked you.
Okay, so
Wait
I mean,
a
process
minute.
Is science 100% true?
Wait a minute.
Your question does not make sense.
It does make true. It does make sense. Y'all keep saying on this panel, no, it's not an invalid question. Y'all keep saying, no, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
You keep saying on this panel, you can't argue with science. If you just basically said it has to go through an experimentation and all these different things, does science means that it's 100% true?
Okay, so science does not prove, science disproves.
Again, does that mean science is 100% true?
No.
Science is a process.
She's not answering the question. Somebody just answered it for you.
You don't realize why your question doesn't make sense.
I'm
not sidestepping your question. So are you saying that science sometimes proves that past beliefs were incorrect? Yes, science does that.
Did you not say that science has the scientific method or science has to be disproven? So does that mean that it's already true or not true?
No, I didn't say it's proven. I said it
has to be disproven.
It's highly supported. Yes.
I said it has to be disproven.
Until it's disproven.
So does that mean it's true?
Yes.
Can I answer that?
Until it's disproven.
Generally agreed to be true. But the thing is, no.
It's believed to be true, which means that it doesn't mean it's 100% true.
One more thing. Please let me say one more thing. So this is the thing. It is believed to be true because of the support. But here's the thing. If evidence comes up that disproves it, you can double check it, but you have to take that into account and you have to throw it out. You can't say, well, I see that it's been disproven.
Yourself.
Oh, no. Come on, man.
Sir.
Come on, man. What I'm saying is that science is a process. You're not supposed to favor one outcome over the other. So if you've been believing something all this time and you find scientific evidence that that's not true, as a rational person, you would throw it out and say, okay, well, now I know that that's not true. But people have a problem with that. Like it's a mental block. That's all I'm saying. So science is a process.
Okay,
so it's a process, right? So if you can't argue with science, that means you can't argue with what?
Let me do this.
No, you can argue with science.
Let me give you a scientific.
How? If it's a study.
Something that we all know to be scientific.
Truth. It's about
Where
creating
does
like
a diamond,
the best plausible
sir?
explanation
Sir,
She just said believed to be true.
Wait.
Based on evidence.
Where does
Based
a
on
diamond
evidence.
come
Hold on.
from?
Does the
Hold on,
evidence mean
y'all.
it's true?
Hold on.
Yes,
Listen,
I
if
mean,
y'all
if-
want
Y'all can't
science,
talk over each other because we won't hear. You cannot
okay,
talk over each other.
right,
Before you
right.
go, before anybody else goes, let's cool it down for a second. Think about what you want to say. I want to thank Taz the GOAT for joining the panel. He's the last person I didn't get a chance to say thank you for joining. All right. And then I think I couldn't tell who was trying to go first, Ja or Mr. DJ Music. Who wants to go
Yeah,
first?
yeah. Let me just ask you, my man. Here's science for you. Where does a diamond come from? What does it start off as?
A rock, doesn't it?
A lump of coal.
Oh,
Okay.
carbon, yeah.
Where does oil come from?
Tell me.
I think it comes from a deterioration of different things that turns into what we call fossil fuel.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They're
Okay, so
organisms.
is that scientific fact?
Is it a scientific
Yes,
fact, or did it start from a scientific?
There's no obfuscating. It's simply yes or no. Is
So
it scientific fact? Is it scientific fact? Let me take the fact scientific out of it. Is it fact that a diamond starts off as a lump of coal?
I mean, I don't think that's
simple yes or no.
fact. That's just a fact.
I'm not understanding. I'm not understanding because when I sat there and say, does that mean that science is 100% true? I just got a different answer.
What I'm trying to tell you is, and what the young lady trying to tell you is, until somebody shows us different, that a lump of coal starts off as diamond, it is scientific fact.
But how if it comes from the hypothesis, and
No,
the hypothesis
sir,
is an
bro,
educated guess?
Wait a minute.
Tested it in many different ways. It's been tested and corroborated using different methods.
I want to let DJ Music get in. I'm sorry. Too many DJs right now. DJ Witch Doctor.
Wait a minute. Look. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. DJ Witch Doctor, I got you. I got you right after, right? Bro, an educated guess is like they say. You know how to drive a car. If you go in an SUV, you're gonna make an educated guess that you might gotta drive it the same way. You know what I'm saying? You see, somebody put a sequence 1, 2, 3, asks you to guess the other one, you're gonna guess 4. You know what I'm saying? That's another type of educated guess. It's not just a random guess. It's based on something. It's based on some research or something until somebody could bring some research to disprove the shit. The reason why it should be sounding crazy because a lot of stuff that's disproven or not even being attempted to be proven, a lot of people be loud about the shit. And that should make it sound crazy. Science, they can be loud about the shit because it got something to back it. It's some sort of research or some sort of tangible shit. You know what I mean?
So is science 100% true?
No, it's not 100% true. Like, what are you talking?
That's not a valid question. Still not a valid question.
It is very valid.
No, because science is a process.
It's a process, right? So you technically say scientific.
On your own time, or do we want to look up science right now?
I already gave you the definition.
Wait a minute. Science is not 100% true, but it got more percentage than just guessing and guesstimation and just tinfoil
so
shit.
that's why I think the disconnect is. So if I say my great grandma said, "Hey, our lineage come from woody woo," so should I trust science over my aunt? I mean, so we're not gonna trust our ancestors. We're gonna trust science.
You could trust both of them.
That's why
you could trust both of them.
That's why you shouldn't have answered that question because that question didn't make sense.
No,
There's
but
no
we
such
gotta
thing
be
as science
honest.
being true or not true. Science is a process.
That's disingenuous. If we're trying to be true,
wait a minute. Down with your family, talking about family history.
Yeah, so
so that's not a process.
Okay. If you can scientifically disprove that, then that means your family is mistaken.
Y'all selectively choosing when to deal with science and when to just go by your family word. You know what I'm saying? We all know our families and we all know that they got limited information. You know what I'm saying? The science existed before them. Sure, you're not gonna just not mess with your family. You know what I mean? But still you gotta trust science too, because a lot of time if you gotta get surgery or something, you're gonna you're gonna trust science. You know what I'm saying? You trust science for other shit. You can't just throw away science and be like, oh, I'm gonna only trust in my family. You can't. That's selectively choosing science.
people would
this
throw
too? I
that
think
out
oral
and say
tradition.
we trust science versus what you're telling me that your family has passed.
Yeah, can
So,
I point something out as well?
right.
So oral tradition is not automatically accepted as factual in the same way as physical and documented evidence is, right? So, but it's still, oral tradition is still a valuable historical source, but it's not that you need more than just oral tradition, you know, my grandmother told me this and my grandfather told me that. You need more than just that to substantiate your evidence. But it's also included as a historical source. So you can use oral tradition for a historical source.
Yes, but it would have to be corroborated, just like scientific evidence would have to be corroborated. Physical evidence, same thing. You can't just say something and be like, well, just because that's what they said, then nothing else matters. No.
Okay, but when I brought up historical records, is that not proven that?
No.
Okay.
What's the corroboration?
Never mind then.
So you would need corroborating evidence. I'm just saying, if they're correct, then your DNA test would agree with that.
So let's go off of that. So when you talk about science, right, and you talk about you being from Africa and all this other stuff, where did you get that information from?
My education. Education.
Education in what?
In school.
Yeah, school and what I
like
look up, what I research, and also what I research outside of school because I'm a lifelong learner.
Oh, to prove that you're an African.
I mean, what do you mean prove? It's not about proving that I'm African. It's just I understand that how genetics works, and they already figured out like where the different groups of people broke apart, how closely related we are to each other. So
wait. So you got this all from education, right? So you didn't have just DNA. That's how you knew you were as an African, correct?
I mean, DNA confirmed what I already knew based on my education. That makes sense. You know, I mean, it didn't come back and say I'm European. I mean, what do you think they're doing up in those labs? What do you think they're doing over there?
And how else would you get the education? It's not going to come to you, sir.
That's the thing, but they think somebody saying something make it true.
Hey,
I mean, no offense, but they think if they feel something, they think if they spirit tell them something that is true.
We can say the same thing about y'all.
No.
Right.
We can say your spirit makes you feel like you African, so you African.
Okay, I don't. Okay, all right. No, I don't operate like that. I don't operate like that.
Conclusive point. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on. Slow down. I want Mr. DJ Music to go ahead and jump in. He's been trying to get in here.
Okay, sir. So in order for what you're saying to be true, that you would have to say that I'm wrong. In order for you right? No. Okay. So I'm not trying to discredit you for the fact that you say that you are not African. But what I am trying to tell you is that you cannot give me a credible argument to where the entire human race, regardless of you call yourself Indian, whether you call yourself American, Irish, or whatever, the entire human race started at some place. It has to be a starting point.
When did I say I didn't agree with that?
Okay.
When did I say that?
Okay, so wait a minute. But your argument is that your parents told you something. So your parents are trying to tell you that there's two starting places, where I told you it started from as your grandmama, and where everybody else tell you the whole entire human race started from someplace in sub-Saharan Africa. But your grandparents or your family member or somebody told you that that's not where you came from. I can understand your ethnicity if you want to say that nobody you know or nobody that's connected to you was born in the continent of Africa, or you don't have a direct connection to it. That's one thing. But to say you as a human have no ancestry to Africa at all is for me to tell a Caucasian person, any person, that you are wrong on that.
I'm lost.
I still would say, sir who just spoke, I still would specify that we're dealing with two different scales of time. So yes, all humans did come from Africa a long time ago, but some stayed in Africa. So specifically, we come from the people that stayed in Africa longer.
Again, there is a definite delineation, but that's not what we're trying to talk about here. Someone is telling me that there's no way I could have came from Africa. Okay. Your family didn't come from Africa. Your family is indigenous to this because there's some Africans that were here before slavery. Give you that.
But how do you know they was African
Okay.
before that, though?
I said there were some Africans. Did you not hear me just say that?
I know that. And what I'm saying is, how did you know they were African before those Africans came over here?
Just based on the fact of common sense that tells me if I put a boat on a big ass ocean somewhere and I let it drift, it's called driftwood.
Right.
Even without a sail, I would end up somewhere.
So common sense told you that just randomly, because those were people that they're Africans before the other Africans came here, they're just African.
No.
Were the Vikings Africans? Was the Arawaks Africans?
Bro, not just randomly, bro. There's also African, people from several African empires and kingdoms that have records of them, or they have old traditions of them even making a trip to expedition to the Americas prior to even Christopher Columbus. For example, you have the Malian Empire, for example, right? I don't know if you ever heard of Mansa Musa. You ever heard of Mansa Musa?
Yes,
so he was the richest man that ever lived, at that time period. But he had a brother named Mansa Abu Bakr II, who did an expedition to the Americas and brought 200 ships, and they've made a voyage to the West, and they never returned back. So, I mean, you have certain empires, like I mentioned, the Malian Empire, that have this record of them making this expedition to the Americas as well. So, I mean, it could be feasible that there were African people that were here in the Americas.
Yes, there could be. You could be that small percentage of African folks that decided to stay here. But those
but they would still be African.
Right, you would still be African.
Yo, that's a fact though. When he said that Mansa Musa and that Abu Bakr is a true thing, bro. That's a real story.
And again, that just
that's how Mansa Musa got into power. Because we only hear about Mansa Musa.
Right.
That's how Mansa Musa even got into power.
It's always
Mansa Musa also he did a pilgrimage to the Mecca,
pilgrimage, right? And broke the economy. Yeah, facts.
It broke the economy in Egypt, right? But he did this pilgrimage to Mecca, and he even bragged about this accomplishment that his people achieved by going to the Americas. So there's other sources, even outside of African sources, like you have Arabic sources that validate this claim that he made this accusation when he did the pilgrimage there in Mecca.
So I'm gonna just be real with y'all, man. Like for real, some of us moving on from that Mansa Musa bullshit, fam.
Thank you.
Keep that shit.
No, I mean, it's just a fact of history. You don't. It's not a. You don't
in which way, Taz? Hold on. Let's Taz land. Hold on.
You don't have to resonate with it, but it's
hold on. In which way, Taz?
Yeah, I'm purposely saying in the way for it to hurt your feelings, though. I want it to hurt your feelings. We're tired.
Man, what's wrong with Mansa Musa?
At some point,
the richest black man ever lived. I guess we don't.
Not nothing wrong with him.
I guess
it's not to discount any. Fam, I could have cut any one of you hoe ass niggas off, and I didn't. So please don't keep cutting me off, please. So I'm saying when it comes to this Mansa Musa conversation, what's being neglected is the hundreds upon hundreds of Black Americans who lived maybe in the past 50 years that nobody never talks about. So while that might be some point of emphasis that you can go back to an irrelevant time period, some of us can acknowledge that, yes, fam, we've heard that 1,000 times, but now we're ready to add on something a little bit more to it. So it's not to discount you, it's not to diminish Africa. It ain't about none of that. It's about learning more and taking more of our history right here in America where we live at. We ain't leaving. So it would benefit us more to learn some of the shit we should have learned in elementary, middle, and high school. So it's not to even shit on Mansa Musa, but it's like, damn, bro, at some point, don't you realize we got history that's being overlooked, discounted, don't nobody want to talk about? And it's a lot of it.
Thank you.
I agree with what he's saying. But I think the Mansa Musa talk was relevant to what they was talking about, because they was talking about coming to the new world and shit like that.
Yeah, that's
one doesn't negate the other as well. We can still say that we have African ancestry, but also be proud to be American.
Right. Again, like I said, knowledge is not going to come to you. You got to go get it.
That's crazy.
You got to go get it, folks. I mean, some of us, I guarantee you, there's a few folks here tonight. This is the first time they ever heard that name, Mansa Musa. You don't have to tell me.
Yeah, but no, the first time they probably heard Abu Bakr for a fact.
Me specifically, when I said that I have African ancestry, right? This is me showing you that my history doesn't begin with just slavery alone.
No, but no one said that. No one said that. Our history exceeds slavery. It does. And that's the point that we're trying to tell you. Instead of trying to say, well, no, we didn't come from Africa. Every place has a start point, fellas, ladies.
Yeah, I just find it funny. I just find it funny
What's
because
funny
when we started
Would you be happy if I said we came from the continent of Europe? Would that satisfy your curiosity of where you came from?
No, I'm not. No,
It's so bad to
that's
be
not
right, but it's so bad, sir. It's so bad to say
we have more industry in Europe than we do with Native Americans.
Can
I ain't
can
never
I
been
say
to Africa.
something?
I ain't going to Africa. Like I don't get what y'all saying.
I find it funny.
Share my screen, Candy.
Oh, okay, my fault.
No,
But
talk. I talk. I'm just telling.
I was going to say real quick. I find it funny that when I had sat there and brought up the reality of the possibility that we might just have been in America or there's history in America to talk about it, is this whole entire talk about self-hatred and you're not proud to be an African and all this other stuff. But then when Taz just said what he said, now all of a sudden it's like deer caught in headlights.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you, Taz.
I didn't say what you said. I didn't say what you said, brother.
Yeah, I was about to say that's two different things because you're trying to say he didn't say that we didn't come from Africa. He said that he wants to put if I can speak and say, for what you said, that you want to put more of an emphasis on what has happened since then. So I don't think that your point and his point was the same point. But I want to say this. As far as like if anybody has a belief that Black Americans are native to the U.S. or the Americas, the thing is, if you say something, let's just say you make a statement, if I should be able to check it this way, check it that way, check it this way, check it that way, and it's supposed to agree. If you saying something that don't match up with nothing else, it don't match up genetically, it don't match up, as far as like records, it don't match up as linguistically, it don't match up as far as like culture, then you just on an island by yourself. You can't just put something out there and be like, oh yeah, that's true, when everything around it is saying that it's not true. It has to fit the bigger picture. So
but you did that.
What I do?
Did that.
But what I'm saying is you trying to make it
you only
seem
call yourself an African because of school education. You have no historical records to prove you're personally an African.
Okay, so what I said is that I'm descended from people that came from Africa that were enslaved. That's what I said. So yes, I am majority African. So I mean, I don't get like what you're not understanding about that. So yeah, I didn't say anything that was untrue. But what I'm saying is, if you say that you're indigenous American or Black people and be indigenous American, you should be able to find resources to prove that in multiple ways. Every aspect of that should be able to be corroborated. There shouldn't be nothing disproving it.
You should be able to show something right now.
Right now.
I say I don't like for real, like for real. I just press him. Like, dude, where's the proof that you're an Indian? Right. You're lying. Right. You lived your whole life as a Black man. Now all of a sudden
you call myself an Indian.
You catch you an Indian.
Never called myself an Indian.
But you came up here saying that you did not come from Africa.
All I ever said was we don't all come from Africa. We come from four corners of the earth. You can go on a replay, and I said that. I said the four corners of the earth.
That don't even make sense. Let me tell you.
It does make sense.
That don't make
any Africa in you at all. You specifically said that. Do we need to back it up? You specifically said that you did not have any African in you at all. You're not going to convince me otherwise. Why? Because my family told me so. That came from your mouth.
In historical records. That's what I said.
Okay, so go grab one of them historical records. Since you're only paying attention to what Taz said, go grab one of those historical records and shut us up.
Just one.
All right.
Please.
Can I want to say something. Okay, so you said Black people come from the four corners of the earth. I'm trying to figure out what that means because you only can come from the people that are before you. So if somebody else popped up on another corner of the earth, that means that's not your people. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you referring to like other dark-skinned people like in other parts of the world? Because the way it is we come from our parents. So we actually all come from one cell. And it's called Luca, and we all branched off from there. So it's no such thing as like one group of people coming from four corners of the earth. It doesn't work like that. It starts in one place and then it spreads out. So I'm not sure what you mean by we come from the four corners of the earth.
Okay. I want to get this off the screen though. But this right here, what I'm showing you on the screens is the Canary Currents. All right. So even when I was researching about the Abu Bakr and all that, because years ago I was researching it and all of that, and it led me down this road of how the Canary Currents, it just shows you, because Mali's right here, like on the bottom right there. Right. And just to sail off the western coast of Africa, it shows you that it'll push you right to the Caribbean. It's going to push you to southern North America, to the south, to Florida and all that. It shows you, you know what I mean?
I said that,
just naturally, scientifically, it just shows you it's in your favor, in our favor, to be able to sail from there to there and all of that. So, you know what I mean? Just as a thought, you know what I mean?
Thank you.
Whether
Thank you
for
very
anybody
much. Thank you for solidifying my point by putting it on paper. That's exactly what I was saying. Yeah. What would make you think us as Africans that had all these riches and golds, that we found sailboats, we found all kind of means of transportation, that we could not get in this current right here and end up somewhere in North America if the boat was seaworthy enough?
Yeah.
What makes you think that? Just on wind power alone, sir.
Yeah, that's a white supremacy misconception to say that black people did not circumnavigate the earth.
Right. Although the things like the sextant and all the way you follow the stars and follow the North Star and all that came from the minds of who?
The Dogon
like
people.
Outside of a person,
the Dogon African people.
What is this shit that y'all arguing about, though, fam? Like, what does this how does this benefit us in the long run?
I like
can I respond to that? Can I respond to that? I feel that if we are still denying a part of ourselves, then like we don't fully accept ourselves. So how are we going to move forward? Like if we're trying to hide or discount a certain part of ourselves, we need to be proud of every part of ourselves. I think that's my opinion. Because I don't think a person can say that they love and accept themselves and honor their ancestors if they're saying that they're not descended from Africans. And I think, and one more thing. I think it also it fits in with a larger pattern of just self-hatred that Black people have.
So, I honestly think what has happened with these DNA tests and shit like that is people kind of forcing a conversation that was never forced. I mean, there's always been Africans around. People never really had a problem with their African ancestry. But for some reason now, there's an issue with people saying, I'm not going to Africa. I don't really care about anything happening in Africa. Just don't mistreat the people over there. I don't want to see nothing bad happen to them, right? But I'm not going to Africa and I'm not African. Yeah, I got some ancestry. Okay, we can talk about all the history you want to talk about, but me, I ain't going to Africa. I don't practice no African customs. I don't care with no African people. Why pretend like I'm any closer to the continent than what I am? I'm not.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that, actually, and I think it's everyone's prerogative, what they want to do, right? People don't. I mean, I think the issue of the conversation is that some people are saying that they have zero African ancestry, not that. We're not American. It's the fact that you're saying we have zero African ancestry. That's the issue of the conversation. You don't have to go back to Africa. You don't got to identify. You don't got to resonate with Africans at all. Nobody's.
Are they taking the DNA test to say that?
No, yes, he just came up and said his but his family said that. And again, with me, there's my heritage is Gullah Geechee, so I know where my family came from. There's no way around that. So my point to him was. Say again,
though, bro, because if a person is saying they don't have no African in them and ain't showing you a DNA test to confirm it, what are we talking about?
Yeah, but that didn't happen. That didn't happen. I'm still waiting for a Black person to show me that they have zero African ancestry. That doesn't make sense.
Based on what his parents told him.
Bro, there's no peer-reviewed geneticist. There's no peer-reviewed historian that says that Black Americans come from the Native Americans. There's no proof of that at all.
It's a nonsensical belief, because if you came from Native Americans, you wouldn't be Black. You would be Native American. Like, I don't get it.
From Native Americans.
Right. Again, it just said they cohabitated. That's all. They didn't say that Black folks evolved from Native Americans. That's just the myth that was pushed on us in school.
That shit was a myth too. All that Indian shit, that's just a myth, bro. That shit is a myth, bro.
Before anybody else continues, I'm gonna pause y'all. I did get a Cash App donation, and I want to say thank you for that. I'm gonna play the money song real quick, and then we can get right back to it. Okay, thank you so much for your patience. All right, I do have a question. I do have a question, and go. I don't think you were here when I initially asked the question. I'm going to start with prefacing by saying it's very hard for me to see how blacks in America today can be Pan-Africanism or can follow Pan-Africanism when we can't even get on one accord as blacks in America. So to even try and extend out to other people who are black from other countries and have camaraderie with them, how can we do that when we can't even do the whole camaraderie within our own group here? First of all, I just want to say that.
Well, I
Secondly,
would say
before you go, I do want to ask the question, are blacks in America ashamed of their African heritage? And
Yes.
when I'm asking that, I'm not necessarily asking the people who consider themselves to be FBA. I'm coming from the point of the people who acknowledge that they do have African ancestry. Like someone like myself
Yeah,
who
no.
says that, yeah,
yeah.
you said no.
Yeah, I'm saying no, ain't nothing to be ashamed of. It
Right,
just
right.
ain't, you know what I'm saying? It just ain't nothing to, it ain't like, for example, like I said like this. So I feel like people have glorified the shit, presented it in a way where in which I'm supposed to be super happy and proud that I'm African, as if I'm not supposed to acknowledge that I'm a fucking American. So at some point, it's like, great, you're proud of your ancestry and your history, but I'm proud of who I am right now and who my son's going to be and who my daughter's going to be right here in America. And if they decide to go to Africa or something like that, that's great, that's wonderful. But what where is the shame in saying I don't know none of that? That ain't that. There's no other connection other than ancestry.
Mm. Well, again, for me, it's a two-part answer. Yes, some people are embarrassed of the fact that of their connection to slavery because of for American blacks, it's a stigmatism. If you say you came from Africa, that automatically put you in the realm of slavery. So on the other part of it is, I think that some people relish the idea of knowing that they came from that part of the world, although they haven't visited, and they'll have no plans on visiting it. Like me, I have no plans ever of going to Africa, but also I'm not going to abandon the fact that it's somewhere along the line, somebody like me came from that part of the world.
Most of them did.
Right.
Most of them did. But
That's
I think it's more of an acknowledgement thing. I can acknowledge that that's where most of my DNA came from. That doesn't mean I have to do whatever practices they do, because we do have our own culture as Americans. But I'm not going to say that I'm not African. Meanwhile, I'm 90% African. That doesn't make sense.
To be honest with you, right? And I'm not even American, right? I'm from Georgetown, Guyana, right? Um, but even me subconsciously, without even noticing the shit, I used to be like, not like ashamed, but felt like a certain way. Like if somebody asks me where I'm from and I say I'm from Guyana and they say, oh, Ghana, like I would correct them in a way like I feel like they try to, you know what I'm
Hmm.
saying, call me like
Yeah.
an African. But
Yeah.
it's because of what I think of, is because of what I think of when I think of Africa,
Yeah.
is like what is being seen on TV and kids with flies and shit. So I
I
think a lot of people aggressively try to shun that shit. You know what I mean? And
I,
ain't nothing that you gotta shun, but it's not like you gotta move to Africa or some shit. You know what I mean? It shouldn't take away from you being an American, because it don't take away from me being from Guyana.
It's too though, bro. Like, so I don't know how old y'all is and whatnot, but I went to school in the '80s, early '90s, and what I would say is the reason why we're called African American today is because of the push to incorporate Africa into our everyday lives as Black Americans.
Yeah,
What you're saying isn't untrue, it's not unfounded. But the fact of the matter is, it's been given and pressed upon us our entire lives. I'm going to be 50 next year, and there's never been a time where Africa was not part of our understanding. So I would argue that again, the country we live in is the shit that we didn't learn. Things were hidden from us, like right here, while also pedestalizing things going on the continent, or have happened on the continent, or we came from the continent. And I just don't know if that hyper focus is a benefit to us while we're here. If we plan to impose, Like, you hear it.
I want you done. I want to respond to the person before, Taz, and you said like how you felt when somebody like I guess misheard you or misunderstood you and thought you were from Ghana and you felt offense. I think it has to do with just the overall hierarchy. There's a racial hierarchy, on Earth, and to be honest, like white people are at the top, black people are at the bottom. So like just how you said that, you took, and I'm not coming at you at all. What I'm saying is like that's like if somebody is Dominican and you say them that they might be Haitian and they'll get offended. You see what I'm saying? And it's
Right, right.
only because of that everybody wants to be higher up on the ladder than what they are, and they don't want to be mistaken as being lower than what they are. So that's why we got people, if saying that they mixed when they not, that's why we got black people saying they're not African. That's why we got people being offended when somebody thinks that they're African. That's all it is. Everybody know, like we know, no, like we have a social awareness of who's above us on the totem pole and who's below us. So we don't want to be associated with nobody that's below us. I think that's what it is. It's part of just the downward. It's the downward pattern of the hierarchy. Black people being at the bottom. That's my opinion.
Like, let me speak as the elder. Let me speak as the elder statements. If you're around in the 70s or whatever, and you saw the 72 Olympics, to touch on what Taz said, Black Pride, the black fist was a symbol of Africa. So all we got on the TV screens was the images of poor Black Africa. That if you were from Africa, your stomach was popped out, you had flies growing on you, you were less than zero. But that's what the American media gave us. It wasn't until the invention of where we could go out and get our own information, i.e. like the internet, that we can quickly debunk that shit, because we now know Africa is one of those places where everything grew abundantly, so they didn't have no reason to starve. There's deer there, there's antelope there, there's all kind of shit that they in Africa that they can eat. So they had no reason to starve. But that's what we saw growing up in the 70s, the 80s. Let's go to the Black exploitation era. What it is, blood. The Back to Africa movement. That's always been a part of our collective from the 70s, as me growing up as a little boy to now. It's always been the same thing. There's always going to be a group of folks that I'm not from Africa. Or why should we go back to Africa? Nobody's saying go back to right. Wait a minute, Tess. No one's saying go back to Africa. But what folks like me are saying, don't forget, just because you don't go back, that don't mean you just kick it to the curb and don't acknowledge that that's where you came from. That's all. That's it.
So, I want for you to hear it differently though. When I say I'm not African, and when other people say it, what if they just simply saying I'm not from the East Coast or I'm not from down south?
I think you're pointing to a culture.
I see what you're saying. That's a different thing.
I think you're pointing to a culture. So you're saying I'm not. When you're saying that I'm not African, you're saying I'm not culturally African. I have nothing to relate to or resonate with these people. That's not. There's nothing wrong with saying that.
Right. That's a different thing.
But if you say that you genetically have,
I want to make sure y'all
Africa, that's a different statement.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to make before anybody goes, I want to make sure when I put the title ashamed, it wasn't just simply I'm not African. It's not just as calm of a response. Some people actually, when you call them African, is almost the same as calling a white person white trash. They look at it as a negative and respond as a negative, which is why we will have those insults like African booty scratcher, or somebody said a bunch of the other ones earlier. It's not just correcting them in a way that seems respectful. There's a level of disrespect for some Black people that I have heard.
Exactly.
So I'm wondering.
But I'm saying, why though?
Can I respond?
That's what I'm asking.
Can I respond?
You know what it is? It's from the negative perception that we have of Africa, and we view Africa through the perception of white supremacy. That's
that's part of it.
I would like to respond. So if somebody thinks that I'm Nigerian, or somebody thinks I'm, whatever, Ghanaian, and I say, oh no, I'm not African, that's with the understanding of like, okay, there are Africans, like continental Africans, and there are African Americans. So if I say I'm not African, that's not me saying I don't have African blood. That's just saying I'm not from Africa. I'm not culturally African. So that's different from saying I'm not African as far as trying to distance myself from the people or the genetically. And that's different from me saying I don't have any African in me whatsoever. That's two different statements. Right. So yeah,
again, this is where that's not what I was trying to make earlier. You're trying to force Africa onto people. I get that you operating genetically. A lot of people don't care about, like, that's not the point of emphasis in their conversation. So if that's your connection to Africa and you live in genetics first, I get it. But you can't then say someone hates themselves because genetics are far down the line somewhere and they are just quicker to identify on every level with where they live at every day. I mean, that's
wait. I think Black Americans. We're not all a monolith, right? Everyone don't have to do the same exact thing, bro. You're gonna have some people that's gonna be aligned to this or aligned to that, or have put more credence on their race or put more credence on their nationality, right? Me personally, I put more credence in my blackness over the country, specifically because when I look at America, the history of America, I'm not so proud of it. When I look at what's happened geopolitically with America and how they're giving up to go to war with all these different countries, I'm not proud of that. I don't align with that. You get what I'm saying? I don't resonate with that. You get what I'm saying? So I think some people resonate with being black.
You ain't left. You still here. You talking to the wrong person, fam. I'll be the first person to tell you. I'll believe you when you get up out of here. Until then, dog, I don't want to hear that shit.
Y'all hear me?
Yeah,
well, I didn't want to go down that street, but
what's up, everybody?
For those of you that want to sit here and complain about how bad it is and how good is another country, y'all have the option to go live there. You really do. You can apply. No disrespect. I'm not saying you. I'm not pinpointing anyone because you hear this amongst our people. You know, you ask where the division at, and it is right here. You know, we're sitting up here complaining about what it is to be black, or are we mad about? We hear some people saying, "I'm not African," and then the host was right to ask the question: is some people mad about being called an African? There's someone on this panel right now that's being mad about it. So she is right. Some people get mad because you refer to them as being from Africa. It's not that's not an insult by saying when someone says, "Hey, I'm not from Africa." Okay, fine, but don't say that you're not from Africa to where that's not where your folks came from. I don't mean your grandpa or your nieces and nephew. I mean originally. We shouldn't have to delineate that. That's the point that he was trying to make, and that's the point that we was trying to counteract. We're not saying that if you don't want to be from Africa, that's cool. That's on you. If you want to say that your family was as FBA or ADOS, that's you. You're up to you how you want to identify yourself. But what we're saying is don't disacknowledge the fact that where you came from originally. That's all of us.
But this is what your people telling you, though, man.
I'm not saying
people get tired. Like it becomes circular, fam. Your people are telling you, we hear you, we got you, but we tired of that. We just want to be American at this point. If you want to be Afrocentric and super African, go to Africa. Until then, we're American.
Okay, I'm gonna slow y'all down real quick.
Okay, I was gonna say I want to respond to that.
If you care that much about Africa, nigga, go to Africa.
All right, I want to respond to that.
Before anybody else responds, though, wait, slow it down. Before anybody else responds, I have somebody who joined the panel I didn't even get a chance to greet yet. So give me a moment. Thank you for joining us, Free to Green. I appreciate you joining the panel. I did not.
But let me answer right. It's not the fact that
goddamn music. Can I get my intro in?
My bad. I didn't know you were speaking, bro. My fault. Go right ahead, Free to Green. My bad. Salute.
Nah, I just want to thank Candy for having me on and say what's up to everybody on the panel, man. How y'all?
Salute, bro.
I wanted to ask her.
I had to get it out while it was hot. It's not that we're saying that we're pushing Africa, but are we not allowed to give pushback when somebody says "fuck Africa"?
Right.
Yeah. I want to hear the.
But nobody said fuck Africa.
Wait a second.
Well, that's what
before y'all go,
earlier.
y'all cut Free to Green off. He wasn't even finished with his question.
Yeah, bro, do your thing, bro.
I forgot that bit, but I want the clarify question.
Your volume is low. I don't know if it's maybe that's the reason.
Sound like you want a Bluetooth, bro.
Yeah,
you sound low.
Can hardly hear you.
Damn, my bad. All right, let me drop down a couple. Well,
take the Bluetooth off and then talk directly in the phone.
Is that better?
Oh,
say something else.
It's still kind of low, but we can hear you. But it's
we can hear you, but it's low.
That's worse.
Hold on, let me see if I can turn his mic up. Hold on. Say something else.
Microphone check 1 2 1 2.
That's better. That's better.
Yeah.
Okay,
you're good now.
What about now?
Yeah, there you go.
Much better.
Yeah, that's better.
All right, all right. No,
Are you saying
Wait, whatever you just did took you
Then
right
you
back
went
down.
back out free.
damn, this fucking screen yard, man. Let me turn this shit off.
That's the motherfucking androids, bro.
Nah, this ain't no Android. Screen yard.
now, now I'm messing with you. Gotta do your thing, bro.
Now, what I want to ask with the question is, when you saying shame to be African, are you saying like when people deny it, like deny that they got any lineage back to Africa, like along the Atlantic slave
No,
trade?
that's one of the arguments that has been made since people have been given. Can you guys mute? Somebody has an echo feedback. That was one of the arguments that was made after I asked the question. My question is specifically to the people, not just saying I'm not African. There's nothing wrong with saying what you aren't. It's when they treat being called African like white people treat being white trash. It's the negative like ideology that some people have in association with being called African. And I gave kind of a story on how came to my conclusion. It started with the stream that DJ Witch Doctor had, where the conversation started. The question came about, and so my issue was started off by saying basically, growing up in the '90s, being born in the '80s, I was raised Pan-African by being, from Chicago, the Chicago area. This is how our teachers taught us, right? So, growing up all that time, we had all of this black knowledge, black power knowledge, blah blah blah, right? And now today, though, it seems like so many people have kind of gotten away from that, and we're at the point now where it's how can I like black people don't typically like being called African, and some people can just say I'm not African, but a lot of people take it as an insult when you call them that. And when I say take it as an insult, like I ain't no African, I ain't one of those booty scratchers or whatever. Like I'm going to that because that's a term that I think a lot of people have heard. It's not something that people say a lot, but I don't even want to go into like the things that happened previously. I'm just saying like some people take it as an insult, and it's not just I'm not black, I'm not
I
African. Excuse me.
I got you with that because I
Okay.
kind of take it as an insult if you call me an African, because I'm not a fucking African. I'm an American. Although I know my ancestors was African, but I'm not an African. And when they say that, I feel like they just dissing my Americanness by putting me back in Africa. No, everything that I know about me and my family is here in America. I don't know nothing about no family in Africa. So if I do get called an African, I'm going straight. I'm not an African. I'm an American.
Can I
So
get
But
a
why
quick?
I kind of
but
do
why
it when
white
people
people
say
don't
an insult.
Can I
why
give her a
white
quick
people don't
back?
feel offended if somebody say that they European or got
Nah,
European ancestry?
nah,
I
they
don't think it's a
celebrate it.
big deal to be identified African, but I think it's like weird that we shamed of Africa. You know what I'm saying? That's what it be sounding like.
Okay, so here's the thing, though, right? This is what was not being said. Uh, Africans don't like being misidentified either. Okay, they don't want to be called Americans either. They don't want to be called black either. So it's like, again, it's like a hyper criticism of us in the way we do shit, even though everybody want to copy us. But you want to copy us and then hyper criticize us as if you're a better version of us. And that's why I say that's why I don't like that Afrocentric shit, because at some point you just critical of us as if you're creating a better version of us, and we kind of just tired of being juxtaposed to Africans. Like do y'all thing over there with them. Get them right. They fucked up over there. Get them right.
No,
I
but
want to.
just
I want to respond.
identifying
Let me
with
respond to that. Just one part of what Ted said. You said that they don't like to be identified with us either. That is because we are black. We have a there's stigma on being black. Period. So they don't want to be associated with us because we're pretty much on the bottom rung in the United States of America. And we don't want to be, and I'm saying we, obviously I don't mean me, but we don't want to be associated with them because we consider them to be blacker than we are. And blacker is bad.
No, I don't want to be associated with them because I'm not one of them.
Okay, I'm not saying every single person. I'm not saying every single person. I'm speaking just generally.
I think
That's
most
why
of us.
people take it as an insult.
But I don't think I know the insult is just like anybody else you misidentify. A Puerto Rican don't want to be called Mexican. What do you mean?
If you don't know, that's different from.
Well, wait, they both Latino, right?
That's period.
I mean, that's
No, that's different,
Latino
bro.
ain't even really.
How is it different?
How is
Puerto
that
Rican
the
and the
same
Dominican
thing
is
and one don't wait? How is that the same thing and one don't come from the other? Like, what are we talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah, it's not.
We're talking
It's not
about
the same.
Latinos.
And I'm not
Ain't
gonna get
Puerto
mad at
Ricans and
somebody.
Mexicans both Latinos?
If you just
Bro.
call all of them Mexican, just just
Are
because you don't
they
care
not
what they are, then that
Latinos?
would be
Let me give you
disrespectful.
step
Yeah.
by
They
step.
are
Which one
Latino.
come from the other? Which one come from the other?
But maybe you don't
Puerto
also when
Rican
you say the
Americans?
Dominican and the Puerto Rican.
Wouldn't they be called Puerto Rican Americans?
Hey, well, can
Puerto
I add
Ricans
something
and
Puerto
to what
Rican.
you're
Mexicans
saying?
don't want to be
Just because Puerto Ricans and
misidentified.
Mexicans are Latino, they're not the same people.
They
Right.
don't
They're
want to
not the
be
same people.
identified. Right. They don't want to be identified. They don't want to
Right.
be misidentified. That's the point. I don't know why you keep ducking that. They don't want to be misidentified. To some of us, they look the same.
Well, yo, man, if I add
But
something
to
to the
some of us,
I
to
conversation,
some
don't
of
think
us,
so.
we look like Africans.
Yeah,
Africans
that's what
look
I'm
like
saying.
us.
Like, I don't think they from the
Exactly.
same. Like,
Back to the
They're
point,
not.
nobody wants to be misidentified. Nobody wants to be misidentified.
I get
okay, so
what you're saying, but
yeah, it's more than that. We have to admit it's more than that.
and that's what the conversation was about earlier. It wasn't the fact of trying to go back to Africa and all that. It was just the fact that he was saying that point blank, period, that he had no African in him at all, and that was the basis of the argument. It's not where you're from or where you're at, all that.
And see,
People hear me keep saying, y'all keep force. It's like you have to force this on people. Like this is why people start rejecting
we did.
it. Not because we hate it. Because if you just listen back to this, you're forcing it on people, fam.
No, it was.
Hey, I didn't tell you to
It was more. It was more of a
reality.
history lesson because what we was
yeah,
trying to tell him. Okay, no matter what you claim here,
he shouldn't be going around.
Who did you give a lesson to?
Him.
Now this
I'm
is what
sure I'm sure you knew exactly what I was talking about when I said that all humans originated in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sure you would not argue that, sir.
What I am arguing is we don't, as people like myself that's telling you that it's not even about being African or any of that. It's
no, that was not the argument. The argument was that's what he was saying. That regardless of what Carpenter is saying, regardless of what science was saying, that he disagreed with science. Right. That was the argument.
Okay, but Taz's whole argument is more immediate. His argument is immediate since he came on the paddle. So I get where we're all coming from because he's saying how does that factor in now, and he's more immediate.
And you know what? Nobody's wrong. Nobody's wrong. Taz ain't wrong. If you want to identify with his immediate ancestry, his immediate history, he's not wrong for saying that.
Can I jump in real quick? Can I jump in real quick? I'm gonna say that if we didn't have like a pervasive issue with self-hate in every aspect of our culture, then we could kind of brush that off like the I'm not African. But as long as it's one of the many ways that we express self-hate, yeah, we have to acknowledge that it's a problem. We're not otherwise. It's not like we're saying we're not African and we otherwise self-loving functional people. No,
it's self-hate though.
I didn't use
I'm saying we express hate, self-hate in many ways, and that's one of the ways. And I'm saying that you can't. It's not. It would be different if it's just that in isolation, but it's not. We express self-hate in many ways. In many ways. So people saying they're not African, I can't just dismiss that and say, oh, they don't want to be misidentified. No, it's just people don't want to be
African.
black.
You know what I'm saying? People just ashamed of that shit. It is what it is, man. If you tell a white person they're European, they're not gonna feel offended.
Hey,
like
you say, Green was saying something. What you say, bro?
I'm saying more gaslighting, more forcing that African shit, bro. More forcing it. I mean, it's a shame that you just can't be yourself and be the American black person you were and learn the history of people that came from Africa through the transatlantic slave. Give them their. Hey, I ain't finished, little nigga. Give them their experience. Let those people who.
Okay, I'm gonna calm it down, y'all. I'll
I say you shut
the fuck. I don't give a fuck. Nope. Still don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Still don't.
I'm with you 50.
For a second. My bad, Candy Lane. I'm sorry. Damn, I'm tripping. Yeah, my bad. I ain't got to do all that.
You
Again,
mind if I
so
tap in
go ahead,
with
man. Go
something
ahead. Go
real
ahead. Go
fast?
ahead.
I know it's a
Go ahead.
passionate topic. I know, and I'm loving the fact that I have strong voices here, but I really don't want y'all to start insulting each other.
Yeah, it's the difference between being passionate and being ignorant too, and disrespectful. So
Yeah, I'm ignorant and
All right.
disrespectful, bitch ass
yeah,
nigga. Keep
that's
talking.
that's some
Get to
little
the conversation,
little
bro.
nigga shit right there. That's some
Get
little
to
Bro,
the
nigga shit.
you a
conversation,
old
Older than
bro.
nigga. You a
you older
old
than
nigga
probably
that
Get to
don't
everybody
the
on the
got no
panel.
conversation,
You
guys.
decorum,
conduct
bro.
yourself like
Like
a
you
little
should
kid,
be
bro.
ashamed. You should be
Boy,
Can I
ashamed
get
of
y'all to
yourself.
calm down, please?
either one of you
Please.
niggas, brother, get up with me if you want.
Talking
Gentlemen,
like
Other
you
than
gentlemen,
that,
talking
Can
let's
I
like a
go
get
to
little
y'all
the
to
kid on the
calm
panel.
down?
conversation.
I
Down,
do
bro.
have somebody
gentlemen,
on the panel.
respect,
I do want to go
Other than
ahead
that,
respect,
and
we can
respect.
just get
introduce
to the
them.
conversation, but
Can we
we
respect the
always
host,
Can I
please?
get a mic
Stop
check
talking like
from
you the
Mr.
toughest nigga on
AI,
the panel, nigga,
Mr.
because you
Al
not.
Morris? Can I get a mic check from Mr. Al Morris, who joined us on the panel?
Yeah, how you doing, ma'am?
Thank you.
I wanted to add. I don't know if anybody had brought this to the conversation. I see y'all been on here for a little over 3.5 hours. Did y'all bring up the story of Mr. Cujo Lewis, the Barracoon, his autobiography written by Nora, what was her name? No, Rena Nelson.
You are the
Nobody
first
brought it up.
person to bring that up. No, we have not discussed that.
Enlighten us, sir.
Okay, I just
Did he go enlighten us? When did he leave?
Expound, brother.
Alfonso, where you at, bro?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
I can
Go
hear
ahead.
you.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to read Mr. Cujo Lewis. This is part of from his book.
Well, send it in. Go ahead.
Well, we can't hear you, sir. If you're speaking.
If you're speaking, yeah. Would you say Bearcoon? I think I heard of this.
Al, you know what? I don't know if you are on your phone, but if you let your phone go dark, we can't hear you. It mutes you completely from StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna call my other phone.
You just got to keep the screen lit. Just don't let it go dark. That happens
Yeah.
to me a lot too. I forget
Yeah.
about that.
Just don't let the screen go dark or mute you.
Hey,
Okay,
can I speak to the fact why he getting his
I
phone
could
right?
bring some on. I could bring some on screen, or we could screen
Yo,
share
your
too.
shit sound low as hell, bro.
We
Yeah,
could
I want to
screen
hear the
share
bro.
too.
I want to hear that
Pretty
bro
Green,
that
you
was just
still
saying.
low.
Yeah.
With a little echo too, Free.
I can hear him though.
Yeah, but
I
if
can
he
hear
tell
you.
us, we could bring it up on the screen too as well. You know what I mean? Just let him know.
And I know whoever else wanted to go while we wait on him to come back, Al Morris.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, again, I'm from Ohio, right? Again, I'm not used to Haitians and people that ain't from this country talking crazy, right? So when I hear an accent or, I'm saying, some fucking foreigner talking greasy, it kind of get under my skin a little bit. And again, it's not like about everybody in Guyana or everybody in Africa, but it does tend to irritate you when, a person who can barely enunciate something in English call themselves talking shit to you. And I know, these Afrocentric people might think you're wrong for saying it, but it's just the reality. Tell these
Don't
fucking
worry, you'll
people who
live.
can
You'll
barely
live.
speak English who the fuck they talking to. That would be a great place to start.
You're growing up. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. I think I got faith that you'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? You are an adult.
I'm gonna
What I
let
want to
y'all.
say is
I'm
like
gonna let y'all have
I don't see the
that.
big deal in being ashamed of Africa, but I don't think it's like a big deal of having to say you African either. It's not. It's just the only reason I like zooming in on it is because it's like, damn, why you so shame? Why people is because I know for a fact, honestly, like I felt shame a little way, and I didn't even notice that I felt shame until I had to look at myself like why I always aggressively be like, no, not Ghana, I'm from Guyana. But that don't mean that I'm trying to move to Africa or none of that shit. I
Right.
mean, I'm
Okay.
visiting.
Can I say something? I want to give another example that's similar to yours. Because okay,
Wait,
I'm
Kachako, you
sorry.
didn't let him finish. He was still
Oh, my
talking.
bad, my bad,
No,
my
I'm
bad.
finished. I'm finished.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I was working at a truck stop at one point in time, and this man came in. I guess he was a truck driver, but he was like, "What country in Africa are you from?" And I'm like, "What you mean?" He's like, "No, what country in Africa are you from?" And it took me a second to realize he was saying that he thought I was African, and I was like, "Oh no, no, I'm African American, you know, I'm American, you know, my parents are from here or whatever like that. And because I was like, yeah, I'm from here. He was like, where your parents from? I was like, my parents from here. But he was like, okay, you need to go find out where you from. You might have some gold or some oil in Africa. You need to find out where your people are from. But my coworkers, they were saying you should have asked him. You should have said the same place in Africa your mama from. And it's supposed to be an insult, like that he said that he thought I was from Africa. Oh, I look like I'm from Africa. Do you see what I mean? I'm like, why would I get mad? Why would I get mad because he thought that I looked like an African? That doesn't make sense.
Chaco,
Like,
let me ask you, because you didn't say what this man's race was. You didn't say.
Oh, he was African. He was African.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, but no, that's not an insult to me. And they got people that's there that look just like, you know, they have a whole lot of diversity. So, yeah, sure, some of them might have features that we consider to be more African, but then some of them that will have a nose that's higher and slimmer than yours. So, you know, yeah. But anyway, that was just an example of like, I didn't take it no type of way, but my coworkers, they felt like I should have been offended by him saying that.
And what do you think? That you think that points to like a self-hatredness or something, or what?
I mean, yeah, because my thing, this is how I look at it. We Black, right? So let's just say if we are facing reality, we know that we're mostly West African, but at the same time, we're not 100% West African. So I feel like if people feel like they're better than Africans based on that, we're saying that we think that it's the white in us that makes us better than them. So you see what I'm saying? Because
who said that? Hold up.
Listen. Okay, but no. All right. Well, all right. So I think that's the case because y'all talk about like, okay, how they look and stuff like that and saying we don't look like them.
Nobody talked about how they look. We didn't talk about no features. I'm
talking in general. I'm not talking about what you specifically said. I'm not talking about what you specifically said. People in the chat were saying we don't look like them or whatever like that. And also like mixed people have a higher mixed people is known that mixed people have a higher status, you know, in the community. And if your hair is wavier, that's considered good hair. If you have light eyes, that's considered pretty eyes.
Because nobody mentioned anything about futurism,
going out a dark hole.
I'm speaking in general. I'm not speaking about what you said. I'm speaking in general. Yes, it's understood that there's a color hierarchy in the Black community. Is anybody going to deny it?
This ain't going nowhere.
Is anybody going to deny that there's a color hierarchy in the Black community?
Yeah, don't worry about it. It happened in Guyana too.
That's worldwide. That's worldwide.
Okay, but worldwide, Black is at the bottom. Worldwide, Black is at the bottom. So yes, I feel that they were offended by being associated with something that's blacker than them. But look, if somebody said they was Dominican, they wouldn't be offended. Oh, well, I thought you was Dominican.
They would. Actually, they would because
no, they wouldn't. Did y'all see that girl Asian doll? First of all right, I'm gonna let you go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Use these people as no examples.
I remember years ago when I was in the Army, I met this woman, like we're in our early 20s. She looked like a straight up Black girl to me, right? What I would consider a Black American. She corrected me right off and she's like, "No, I'm Puerto Rican and Dominican." They don't, I'm not gonna say they, but me, just looking at like, oh, Black like me. No, she's like, no, I'm Dominican and Puerto Rican. So it's like, why is it as quote unquote Black Americans we can't, identify our lineage? Because just like, I don't know who said it earlier about if you go over there in Africa, they're gonna direct where they're from, their country. Us, we're going to say, oh, we're just Black America. We're all in this melting pot. But we all come from different places. We come from the East, the West, the North, the South. We come from the Midwest, you know what I'm saying? So why is it that we're only always lumped into one, but they're able to go back in their lineage? Either with Puerto Rican. They don't want to be considered Mexican or Hispanic. They're Puerto Rican. Why? Because they're from Puerto Rico. So why is it that when we try to do the same thing, it's self-hate or we're ashamed of being Black? Because
you just kind of proved my point though. You just proved my point. You just proved my point though. Because if she is Dominican and Puerto Rican, I mean, if she's Black, she's Black. So for her to correct you and say she's not Black,
she corrected me, right? So
yeah. So basically, no. Listen, let me finish. Let me get my point. Let me get my point across. She didn't want to be associated with Black because Puerto Rican and whatever else she was, Dominican, is considered to be better than Black. It's a hierarchy. That's why Black people are not going to get offended if you say I thought you was Dominican. But if you say, oh, I thought you was African, it's going to be a problem. You see what
Right.
I'm
I want to
saying?
jump
But
in.
Puerto
I want to
Ricans and
jump in
Dominicans not a
before
race.
anybody
Just
else
say one
goes.
thing,
I'm
Candy.
jumping in.
One thing,
Hold on.
Candy.
Hold on. Before y'all
Everybody
jump.
slap the like button if y'all here. Slap the like button. Share the video out. If you're here and you haven't liked, just slap the like button. Salute to everybody that's a part of this conversation.
Sure do
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Buddha.
I
Thank
just
you.
posted a link to my
What I
Telegram group as well.
before anybody else goes, that goes to the second. What you two, the dialogue y'all just had, Tiff and Choco Kitty, goes to the second part of the title question: was did Pan Africanism fail us? Were we force fed Pan Africanism so much so
Yeah,
that we're the
yeah.
ones who want to be comrades, but the people in the diaspora don't feel that same way about us? Did it fail us in that way?
We both have problems with each other, and it's because we both are black. That's why, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. They
I
have a
would say
problem with
if
us
we
because we
I
black. We
disagree.
have
I
a
don't
problem
think
with
we
them
have a
because
problem
they
with some
black.
people black.
It's
I believe that
absolutely. It's a
even
tribal thing. Yes,
yeah.
I think
Wait,
so.
Also Pan Africanism comes from the diaspora as well.
It
But
So
wait,
it
but
is
wait, but wait.
it's not an
No,
ideology.
it does
Oh,
not.
I wanted to say one more
Pan-Africanism does
thing.
not.
Did y'all see that girl? Her name is Asian Doll. She a rapper. She came out saying that she don't have no African in her. She's like 100% native. But keep in mind, she's black, right? If you look at her, she's black. She been calling herself Asian Doll all this time. Now she talking about, oh, she been ashamed to, like, she was scared to come out and say she's actually not black. She's Native American. And that a lot of us are saying that we're
We
African,
dumb.
but we know that we're not in our spirit. But what the fuck is she talking about?
No,
The
no.
girl
Why
is
bring
black.
her up? She don't matter. She's stupid, and she's
No,
looking to her
but a
next
lot of
grave.
Okay,
people,
I
but
want
a
to know
lot
what
of
is
black
Native
people are
We
American.
gonna
stupid.
leave her
It's
be,
not just
sister.
Okay, but
her.
okay,
A
but
lot
Man,
of
pause,
this
black
pause,
sounds
people are
pause,
crazy.
stupid.
pause.
Leave that
That does
woman.
not
That
answer the
girl is a
question that I
fool.
just asked. I want to get back to the question I asked.
You said Asian dog, like the example.
The
Yeah,
question
You,
that
Asian.
I
you
asked
mind if I
was,
tap in when y'all get done? I got it. That should
Yeah,
be
that was a
good.
bad
She don't
example.
have no problem being called Asian. The
all right,
hierarchy.
I want to get back to the question. The second part of the title was, my question is, did did the idea of Pan Africanism within the United States, as we were teaching it in schools, or however you learned about it, however you got to that conclusion as a person being born in the United States and having Pan Africanism force fed to you, do you think it set you up for an unrealistic expectation when it comes to the diaspora and how they will embrace you?
I don't
Yes.
agree with
Yes.
that. I don't agree with that.
Yes.
All right,
My
Yes,
response
Udo.
is
I would
no.
say yes. I would say yes to that.
I'm gonna
Udo,
say no
okay, go ahead.
because we aren't
Chaco,
raised like
Chaco,
my bad,
Chaco,
my bad,
Chaco.
my
You got
bad,
to slow
my
down. You're
bad.
taking
You
over,
know
man.
I'm passionate. I'm gonna go on mute.
You're taking over. Okay, Udo, go ahead.
I just said yes. I just said yes.
Why? My question is why though. You say yes, but why do
Because
you feel that
even
way?
growing up in school, you know what I mean? Even growing up in school, you know what I mean? I think I just seen how the relations was from Caribbean people, American people, and African people. You know what I'm saying? Like Haitians, they was called HBO. Africans, they was
Haitian
called
body odor.
different. You know what I'm saying? Like Africa, I'm from New York. You know what I'm saying? Africans was
Yep.
called certain things. I mean, if you was from certain countries, if you was from like the Caribbean, they 9 times out of 10, if you talked in a little accent or patois type, they would have probably lumped you and called you African. You know what I'm saying? It was just crazy. But I think our perception of it was kind of skewed as well with all of the flies on the bellies and all type of stuff of how we think about Africa in itself. But I think also we had a big burst. I think the Pan African thing, I think is kind of like a love bomb in a way though, because I think we had bursts of that thing, but at the same time, even when we seen that thing on YouTube, even here, we seen what it was. You know what I'm saying? It's like, is it really that? Is it really about what it is? You know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
just really never really kind of understood the Pan
Can I
African
answer that the latter part of your
logic.
question?
Yeah.
So I would say, and this is from a person that's more inclined towards Pan Africanism.
Okay.
I would say partly. I would say partly. I think part of it is it is an expectation that's almost unrealistic in a way, or we just didn't approach. We don't know how to approach it because for us African Americans, right, we are the minorities here in America, so we have a more. I feel like we have a more sense of a race identity compared to like Africans who are more associated with their tribal affiliations, their country of
Build it
their
out.
country. Yeah, sorry, their country of origin. My screen went black. But yeah, they're more identified with their ethnicity, their tribes, and their country of origin. You get what I'm saying? So the concept of race for them it's not the same. They live in a continent where black people are the majority, so they don't have that sense of that immediate grievance with white supremacy that we might have. as direct descendants of the slave trade. You get what I'm saying? So I would say partly in that sense, but in the other sense, I would say not really, because when I think about Pan-Africanism, I think of it as a work in process. You know, it's not. I mean, yeah, it's a work in process. It's people coming together, and then I would say there's even benefits from Pan-Africanism. I would say, right, even in Africa, right, many of these countries that are created in Africa, they came about. They gained their independence in the 50s and 60s based on the OAU, which
Yes.
was founded on Pan-Africanism. So Pan-Africanism is an ideology that came from the diaspora, which helped to motivate and create African independence.
I get that, but did we see it really translate here in America like that? What are we seeing our people here doing with it? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about like when
All
we
right, so
look
if you
at
want to say that,
the
if you want to say
examples
that,
of
look,
it, like
if
here,
you
you
want
know
to
what
say
I'm
that
saying?
specifically as us African Americans, right? Here in this country, we never had an African American president, correct? Barack Obama is not African
Agreed.
American, but yeah, but in
He
Africa we had
actually
several
is.
presidents.
Why isn't he?
But
He's
hold on,
absolutely African
hold on.
I
Let me
American.
mean, if
finish.
he want to go
In
that far,
Africa,
if he want to
let
go
me
that
finish. Let me
far,
finish.
just let him go. Just let him go if he going that far. Go
Yeah,
ahead, go.
in Africa we had several presidents in Liberia. We had 14 presidents there in Liberia. We had no presidents here in America. We had 14 presidents there in Liberia.
We
Black Americans, yes, American Liberians.
Liberia,
They're descendants of African
Liberia.
Americans.
Can I,
What does
Yes.
Liberia have to
Liberia.
do with
Wait,
this?
whenever
Liberia is
you
just.
done, can I respond? Whenever Tay is done, can I respond?
Yeah, I want to get my yes out too.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
rather have
Taz.
Okay,
an
when you
interaction.
done, when you done.
He's speaking to
You mind if
Liberia
I
though,
go
as
after
if
him?
it's not an extension of the United States.
That's what I'm saying.
Like Liberia isn't some separate African nation. That's the number one nation in Africa that belongs to the United States. Liberia,
No, it doesn't belong to the United States.
man, that shit belongs to the United
No, it
States.
does not. No, it does not. They have their own constitution there. What are you talking about? That's their own sovereign nation.
Which means what?
It means that they don't belong to America.
Okay,
Now,
so
if you want to say the
because when
origins,
I
if you
make
want to say the origins of Liberia has some influence from America, yes, because American Liberians, which were free Black Americans, went and established that country.
is there influence today?
Sure, yeah, sure. Based on those Black Americans that went there and created that country, yes.
But getting people to move back there
Really?
don't help what's going on right here.
The capital of Liberia is named after a Black American?
No, it's named after a white American, Monrovia.
Right. So why isn't it changed to someone Black if you've had 14 presidents?
That's because when Liberia was established, it was established through the American Colonization Society. This was a religious group. It wasn't the
Checkmate,
government that.
fam. You can continue.
No,
You
but
say
it's
whatever
not.
you want to from here. Thank
Well, it's really not a checkmate because the American government did not colonize Liberia. It was a religious group that thought, oh, the free Black Americans are going to cause problem with the enslaved Black Americans. Let's find a way to export them to Africa. Back to Africa, and that's where some of the free Black Americans, they went to Liberia,
How long
created
did
their
the
own
ACS
institution.
work in Liberia?
You said what?
How long did the ACS send people to Liberia?
How long? This was in the 1800s.
Right. And how long did that take place? Because I just want to establish to you that it's their nation.
Yeah,
they colonized
but you
Liberia.
just said, no, they did not colonize
literally
Liberia.
colonized Liberia. Literally. The American Colonization Society. They sent people there for 30 years.
They didn't go there with colonizing with a military
They
force.
sent
They
some
went
niggas over there.
The American Colonization Society went to the native chiefs there and bought land. Bought land for these people from the native chiefs to resettle the Black Americans that went there. The Black Americans that went there established their own constitution.
Just to be clear, fam,
and created that
No,
country.
listen, man. Yes, it says yes. The American Colonization Society played a central role in founding. Yes, it did.
Yeah,
But they colonized Liberia, fam. Like it's an extension of the United States.
I would say Liberia has American influence, and that's based on the people that created the country, which is American Liberians, with the help of the American Colonization Society, which was a religious group. It has nothing to do with the government.
And see, I think that's the issue right there. Because again, like when you start looking at the issue with Marcus Garvey and talking about taking niggas to Liberia and whatnot, these relationships that y'all imply have never existed with Africa. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you want people to believe that something is there that isn't. I
And
believe
I somewhat
that
agree with you.
Pan-Africanism, because I just want to speak directly to what you said about Pan-Africanism. I believe that you should focus, if Pan-Africanism were truly a thing and a real ideology, it should be about connecting those 54 nations together, getting them to work together, getting tribes to work together within nations. Once you look at a nation like Nigeria and see hundreds of different tribes of people that speak different languages and whatnot, how can you declare Pan-Africanism in this country when you have a country that's divided by so many different people?
I mean, we could claim it because the ideology of Pan-Africanism comes from the diaspora. It comes from African Americans and Caribbeans. Even before there was a Marcus Garvey, you had Martin Delany. This is an African American. He literally went to the Yoruba chiefs and Abiyakuta and established treaties with them to resettle Black Americans there. This is way before Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey never even set foot to Africa. So I'm just pointing out that Pan-Africanism is the ideology that comes from the diaspora for our longing to return back to our ancestral motherland.
Pan-Africanism was founded in the basement of a church here in America, family. What you talking about?
Yeah, that's what I'm just saying. It comes from the diaspora. We are the diaspora.
No, we are not the diaspora. That's what I'm saying.
We are. We are the African diaspora.
Because I want you to understand the key to this conversation. I keep telling you, you're forcing it. Every time I tell you that I'm not something, you say, yes, it is. And I'm just telling you, ideologically speaking, we should be able to be opposite without you forcing the paradigm.
All right, so respectfully, Taz, I agree with you. Like, me personally, I think that Black Americans were not a monolith. We're going to have people that's going to identify with being African. You're going to have people that identify with this, that, Republican, Democrat. We're not a monolith. We don't all have to do the same thing. So just because you want to identify with being, confined within American borders, there's nothing wrong with that. And if African American that wants to diversify their that was cold to slip. They want to diversify and look outside of America and establish connections outside of America, that's fine with that. You have the American government.
Think about that though. Just really think about that, right?
Yeah,
all right, cool. Africa's cool. If we want to build there, anybody can build there, right? It's cool. Right. But that just seems like you're trying to get me to not think about what the hell's going on right here.
No, you don't have.
It's
I'm not saying that
right here.
What I just said is that we're not a monolith. We don't all have to do the same thing. So that's why
we do need to do something though. But we need to do something though. We need to do something. It's 46 million Black Americans in America right now. And then we got the 4.6 people immigrants that's here that's actually documented and they citizens here. Everybody else is whatever. But I'm just saying, that's a lot of numbers here to make some shit go down. And I think that us as Black Americans, I'm born here, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm saying people that's here in America right now, if people put their mind to a like cause and figure out some shit, you could change some shit all around the fucking world, not just in America right now.
I agree with you.
Because I think that everybody around the country's always look to the Black man and the Black woman for the struggle and all that. Trust me, they respect that shit. Trust me. But a lot of people, they don't, because people think that they're better around the world. Yes, they do. These are facts, bro. But at the end of the day, we got to figure out, we could call ourselves whatever the fuck we want to call ourselves. We don't have, okay, the white man named us. We could change it right now and say what the fuck, and they would have to get on code of what the fuck we say. Right. So we got to stop the dumb shit and figure out what the hell we want to do and start getting on some kind of mind of what we want to do here right now. And that's how we start identifying who's on a code. Fuck with, word, will you hear? Okay, you documenting all that? All right, cool. So what's up? You on side? All right, cool. So we already know what's going down. But until we start identifying something that we want to push for and what we going to do, then we just going to be blaming and claiming and looking at everybody what?
And you know what, bro?
We got William O'Neills all around us. We got a bunch of Willie O'Neills around us.
Right. And that's entirely our responsibility as Black Americans. You get what I'm saying? Like, we want to be practicing better group economics like other groups do. And when they come to this country, the Chinese, the Lebanese, the fucking Jews, all these different groups, when they come to America, they practice better group economics. The dollars within their community stay within their community longer than the Black dollar stays within our Black community. Our dollars are
but
going
they got
to
other things that tie them together too. They got religion and other things that tie them together as well as not just they hunky-dory friends. They got things that's also tying them together. We still separated with religions and shit. So some of those things separate us, bro. So sometimes we got to stop using other people's things. We got to stop using other people when we talking about ourselves, bro. We got to just think about Black faces and things like that? Because we got anything in history that we could claim from our own history to make an example. We got to stop thinking about other people when we're thinking about ourselves, because their plight is not our plight. Their situations is not our situation. And when you talk about the little hat people, I'm going to tell you that they still have spirituality and religion of one kind that's going to tie them together regardless if they like each other or not. So it's different. Imagine if we was all just one religion. We might see each other.
Let me say this, man.
Yeah, Taz. Yeah, Taz. My bad.
Cause look, cause check this out. This is what I'm saying. Like today, February 21st, this is the day 61 years ago that Malcolm was killed, right? And I do believe that Malcolm had a Pan-African ideology most of the time when we heard him talking. But as he, moved away from the NOI and whatnot, we saw him looking more towards fixing things around him. And that's all I'm saying. It ain't got to be negative until you make it negative, until you start forcing it. I think we need to focus on things that are important to us right here. And if a person has a ideology that says Africa, it's Africa, it don't have to be a negative. But I do think this DNA shit and this telling people where they from and all that, that's really what's driving the conversation. For real. I just don't think there's a need to argue ancestry with people. I don't.
Yeah, I think there's multiple things that are driving the conversation. I think it's identity issues. I think it's our social standing in this country.
You mind if I read my thing next?
Go right ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro.
Before you go, did you want to share anything on the screen, or are you just going to read it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I just was gonna read and I was just gonna mute up.
What was the book? What was the book? Can you say what the name of the book was again?
Yeah, it's called Barracoon.
Yeah, I heard of this book.
You better not mess up none of the words, bro. I'm a judge.
I heard of this book, bro. I heard of this book too. I heard of this.
Yeah, and it's by Zura Houston. It was the interview.
Yeah.
She was one of the last guys to
Zora Neale Hurston. Yeah.
Yeah, Zora Neale Hurston, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is what Cujo Lewis said his experience was. He was saying
Cujo was a slave. He was like one of the last slaves. She interviewed him and stuff like that, right? They interviewed him, something like that.
Yeah. Now it's a little. She wrote it in his thing, so I'm gonna try to just read it. It says, "When we at the plantation on Sunday, we so glad we ain't gotta no work to do. So we dance like in the Afiki soil. The American color folks, you understand me? They say we savage, and then they laugh at us. And don't come say nothing to us. But Free George, you understand me? And he going to talk about that, but he was just saying that was his experience or whatever. And that's how the blacks that had been here for generations, that's how they treated, him in the new arrival people, But he just he going to talk about it, him and Free George and their relationship and the stuff that went on. So I just wanted to put that in the conversation, but it was way
What did you personally get out of it?
Well, I was saying that had always been a part of, if you look at certain books, that always had been part of the Negro culture, because that culture was fashioned in a certain way and was a response to a certain reality. So them attitudes had always been there, as far as how, certain American blacks, had looked at Africa and that type of thing. I just was trying to put that into the conversation a while ago, though. I just wanted to put that in there.
No, I agree. I think it existed for a long time. Yeah. I think it's connected to our identity issues that we might have, because during slavery, our culture, our indigenous, African culture was, forcibly removed from us. Our indigenous languages that we spoke, the cultures that we practiced, it was stripped of us, and we was pretty much instilled a Europeanized culture. Whereas now that we're on a panel together, we're all speaking in English. This is a European language. We're not speaking in no Native American language, we're not speaking in an African language. So, our culture, our identity was stripped of us. And I think we're experiencing the symptoms of that, that which happened in history, to our people.
I want to respond to the question that whether Pan-Africanism has failed us. So I don't think that we are maybe at a certain time we were Pan-African, but I don't think that we are in general. I honestly think the opposite. I feel like self-hatred. I'm gonna say it again. I feel like self-hatred is ingrained in us. Like as soon as we come out the womb, it's like a part of our everyday life. So no, I don't think we were ever Pan-African. And yeah. But the other thing I wanted to say is I was talking about the hierarchy and how Black people look down on each other based on who's mixed with this or who is 100% African. As far as Obama, he's mixed, right? And they weren't gonna have a Black president before they had a mixed president. That's just like they weren't gonna have a Black person on the Supreme Court before they have a mixed person. It's like they're a buffer between us. They represent what's seen as the better part of us, and I just, that's sad, but I mean, I think people need to realize that that's what it is, and calling Obama Black isn't gonna change that fact.
Hey,
And I
sis, you
love
say you from
Obama.
Louisiana. You say you from Louisiana, right?
Yeah, I'm from New Orleans.
Yes, New Orleans. So you're familiar with like the Creole people, right?
Yeah, but but I don't.
Were they
Yeah,
also used as a buffer?
my cousin Daddy is Creole. She got a French last name, but I'm not.
So was the Creoles also used as like a buffer in terms of like, because
I mean,
from my understanding of Creoles is that many of them were like admixed with European, maybe French ancestry and stuff like that.
There was sanctioned colorism, back years ago. Like there's this club called the Autocrat. I went there before, when I was younger, but back in the day you had to pass the paper bag test, to get into the Autocrat. So yeah, and the only reason I'm even the only point I'm trying to make is I feel like the not wanting to be identified as African or or any dislike of African, that comes from us trying to distance ourselves from Blackness, which is Africanness. That's just the point I'm trying to make.
Well, I disagree because like I said earlier, I don't equate African synonymous with being Black. I don't.
Y'all
Yeah, but
pause for me
that's
one
not
second.
that's not factual. That's not scientific. What you just said though.
Pause for
It's
me
not
one second,
scientific.
y'all.
How's not scientific? Well, y'all
I
can
did
play
get some.
on the scientific.
I did get some cash apps in. I'm gonna let y'all continue on with your conversation, right? I do want to respect the money. Thank you to whoever sent cash apps. I appreciate you all. Some of y'all got up out of here, out of the chat and off the panel before I could do that. But I'm gonna go ahead and play the money song real quick. Thank you.
It's my money and I need it now. This man, I have my money. My money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. My money and I need it now. This man, I have my money. It's my money and I need it now. Pay me what you want. Like that.
Okay, y'all can go back at it.
Yeah, I was saying that to say Black is not synonymous with African is not a factual historically accurate statement. Now there might be people that's considered Black in other parts of the world, but that has nothing to do with us. Like maybe I don't know if in Australia they call those people Black, but they're not African. So but as far as the United States, yeah, Black and African is I'm not saying it's the same thing, but what I'm saying is Black people
Why is
are
that the
African.
same thing? Because if y'all saying that basically people in Africa migrated to other parts of the world, why can't that be synonymous as well? So that's what I'm saying. It's like only us in America.
Okay.
Can I girl, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. Mute.
Talk so bad. Go ahead. You got it.
Okay, Tiffany. I'm not trying to interrupt you. Like I'm
go ahead,
ADHD, so don't mind me. Oh,
Yeah, no.
okay.
Go ahead.
All
You
right.
got it.
I forgot what I was even about to say. Oh yeah. So as far as all people coming from Africa, they're talking about like, I don't want to say, I don't know exactly, but it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years ago. They're not talking about 400 years ago. So yeah, all those divisions was already made like tens of thousands of years ago. As far as people being in Australia, they've been there like what 30,000 or 50,000 years. That's
I don't know
different.
if you keep going back 10,000 of years,
Oh,
but
no.
it's not me.
But my point is that We didn't come from Africa 50,000 years ago. We came from Africa like 400 years ago or 300 years ago. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the difference.
Who's we?
And 300 years
You
is
and
enough
me.
time
You
for
and me.
democracy, right?
Black
No,
Americans.
I didn't.
You
I
and
didn't. I
me.
don't know about you, sis. You
But
was on that boat, so if you know what a boat is, go get that boat, girl, so we can see the evidence. I want to.
All right, girl. All right.
You
Tiffany.
said me and you, because I
I'm
don't
gonna
remember
let
being
you
on
have it. I'm gonna let you have it. All right. You got
go
it.
get the boat.
but
She's saying that there was no boats, and how do white people get over here? I don't get that part.
it's kind of crazy to say that just because you don't identify as an African that you hate yourself, you hate your
Oh my
culture.
God. Okay, y'all
That's
need to stop
crazy.
with the narrative. First of all, let me make this plain
I'm
for
not
everybody
saying.
that's over here.
I'm not
Hold on.
saying.
Let me just say this.
I don't.
Wait. You cut me off. Hold on.
I know. I'm sorry. I just
When
want to make this
And
clear
I
because
wasn't speaking to
because
you.
Chaco Kitty keeps saying the same thing. Like, as far as the people up here, we don't equate saying what quote unquote not being African with self-hate. So y'all trying to throw that in there, I think it's being
Don't say
disingenuous.
y'all because
Go
I'm
ahead.
trying to agree with you, little mama. I'm
I said
saying
go
just
ahead. Go ahead. I'm
because I
sorry.
don't, just
yeah,
because I
let's
don't,
calm it down, y'all.
right, just because I don't identify as an African. Because to be an African, you have to know Africa. To be an African is something like you have to lived on that land, ate food from that land. Your peoples come from that land. To be an African, I don't do that. I came from America. I'm an American. So, but I can understand and I do not deny that my ancestors are from Africa.
All
That
right
is
then.
facts. But you can't say that I'm African. No, I'm not. I don't know nothing about Africa.
Well,
If
that's
I
a
go
matter
to
of
Africa right
perception.
now, I'm lost. And they would
I
tell
get that,
me
but I
I'm not
think that
African. The Africans would tell me I'm not African. You are an
I don't think
American.
that's true either, but it's a matter of perception. I think the most important point is that you say that you know that you descended from Africans. So, whether you,
Right.
culturally consider it, I mean, you're not culturally African.
Exactly.
But yeah, but when I say that is a reflective of self-hate, I'm not saying that just because people say that we're not African. It's not just that. It's everything. It's everything. It's the fact that, like I said, we have a color hierarchy, we have a hair hierarchy, we have an eye color hierarchy, um it's the fact that I'm gonna go there, the fact that, like, I'm gonna just say certain people want to they tend to marry out at a higher rate when they get to a certain income level. It's everything that we do. It's the fact that we use black as an insult or nappy headed as an insult. It's all of that. It's all of that. The fact that we use African as an insult. So I'm not just saying it just because, as if we're otherwise like reasonable, self-loving people and we just say we're not African. No, we have a whole lot of ways that we demonstrate self-hate, even in the music, everything. But when we say we're not African, we want to say, oh, that's not self-hate. Yes, it is. It's part of all it.
all right. Well, I disagree with that. So there it
Wait,
is.
wait.
Well, I mean,
I would say it's self hate if you say that you have no connection with Africa. Period. Yes, that is self hate.
Yeah, that's
Oh
what
my
she's
God,
saying.
nobody's saying
Right.
nobody's.
So
If you saying that, then I would agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they
I,
saying
I'm
that,
going
I
to
oh yeah,
think
say
nothing
that's,
about
that's
me is Africa. Yeah.
yeah.
I agree.
If there's
I
Black
think that's
Americans that
the
say,
whole
"Oh, we are not
argument.
culturally African," I don't disagree with that. I
But
think
I think
that's
that's
true.
the
We aren't culturally African. We might have some underlying African expressions, but we're culturally American.
right.
right,
But
But to
that's
say that we
different from
have zero
saying,
African genetics, that's a
yeah,
totally different
right.
conversation.
That's the
exactly,
argument.
exactly.
That's
Right,
denying empirical data. That's the denying
Right.
right,
fucking
and that's what
peer
she's
review
pointing out. There's some
historians and
people that
geneticists and biologists. Like,
right.
yeah,
There's some people that's completely pointing out the fact that they say they have no connection, regardless. And that's
Right.
the entire argument. That's what we're up here about. That's what brought me here. I'm not sure what brought Chaco up here, but that's what brought me here. It's not the fact that he says that he's from America or he has no connection. He's saying period, and that's the part that
there's
we're
nothing
trying
wrong
to.
with being proud of
So
being
Okay.
Black
what's
American
No,
wrong?
or
no, no,
American.
no, no. Again,
There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with that.
no,
If
no.
y'all
Again,
talking
I didn't
about
say that.
bro that was up here earlier, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
Right. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with being proud of where you're from and who you're from. That's
Right.
not the argument. You keep bringing that into play, but that's not what we're saying. The part of what the argument that we're having with you is, sir, that you're trying to say that you have no physical connection, no DNA. So my argument to you again, everybody does, but y'all keep skipping over that. You keep bringing it to just black people. I'm saying everybody. That's what I'm saying.
That's like saying everybody come from Adam and Eve. Because okay, y'all got it.
Well, no, I didn't say Adam and Eve. No, I
No,
didn't
I'm
say.
using that as an example
I said.
because that's the
Wait a minute.
same
I
kind
said
of.
according to
I feel like project they're trying to
according to scientific data of what we have right now, that no one is updated yet. The oldest person that we found in any landmass anywhere came from the sub-Saharan continent of Africa. Until someone changes that, that's what we have
You
to
said
go.
okay. You said they. Who they? I want to know who found. Wait, who did this? Who went to the
Archaeologists, people that go out and look for bones like that. People
right?
that actually go out and do this kind of thing. People that actually just go through and discover these artifacts, these ancient artifacts that painstakingly go with toothbrushes and remove sand grains from dinosaur
So
bones.
what gets me is they can do all this, archaeologists study over in Africa and find older bone, but nobody want to talk about all the stuff that they find over here.
Such
That's what I'm
as,
saying. It's always
such as.
oh my God. Okay.
Oh, I'm
Right,
asking. I'm
that's-
asking.
right.
No,
Okay.
go
So
ahead.
they
Y'all got
have
it.
they have identified the oldest human being to be found in North America. They have done that already, but that still does not supersede the oldest person that's ever been found on this planet. They have found the
Okay,
oldest
but
person.
I have a question. I have a question. Now,
Sure.
Tiff, you said that they ignore the things that have been found here. Can you enlighten me? Because I don't know what you mean when you say the things that they found here.
I mean, okay, we're talking about archaeologists, how they go into like tombs and go into like pyramids and other, looking for the answers to how humans, came about the civilization and stuff like that. And there's places out here in like South America, you got here in Mexico. We can go to damn California. Y'all talking about gold. Like we got oil and gold over here, but it's like for some reason it's like people want to count out even like there's a channel that I follow on TikTok, and this black woman, she goes like I guess she's in the South, but she goes from like Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, finding pyramids, you know what I'm saying? But tell it to regular people, pyramids, only pyramids are only in Africa and things like that. But it's like, no, it's like we got them over here too. Like some of the same names, like the river, it's synonymous to the Nile, the Mississippi. It's the same. It's like the same thing. But for some reason, we keep trying to point to something outside. Even like I'm not okay. Let me say it like this: I'm not discrediting any lineage of African that I have connected to me. But what I'm saying is, we've been so focused on, the fact, well, our history has been either taken from us, erased, and things like that. Why wouldn't y'all think that would happen to the people that was here as well? You're just thinking the people that came on the boats are the only ones that was affected with the history being erased or documents or things being destroyed in order to hide our history. But y'all all over from Africa, and that's what we're going to tell you. Oh, we're going to do a DNA test. And how we know the DNA test that they created, they only got it from a certain amount of people to say, oh yeah, y'all West African, all black people that's over here right now, the 20 or 40 million plus people, they're all from Africa based on the DNA test. How we know they didn't, do some kind of tampering or trick you with the DNA test?
You could do your
That's all
own
I'm saying.
DNA
Y'all
test.
you want to go by
Say it.
scientific facts, is basically y'all want tangible proof, which it's got to be, I guess it's a process, what Taco Kitty keeps saying. But what I'm telling you is, without science, how did our ancestors figure out this?
Okay,
It's
let
like
me
you
let
have
me just
to
let me
do.
just let me just give you a quick idea of how you find how old something is. The next time you go into town, you go get you a post hole digger, right? You take that post hole digger and you dig into the ground. You find it's a nice sandy area, and you get that soil and you dig it into and you pull it up and you put that into a jar. It'll show you the levels of what's old and what's new. You can't, no matter how you try and get around it, regardless to you question the person who brought you the actual science, it's still there. There's no
So if I cut
dispute.
down a tree and look at the rings to see how old it
It
is,
counts. It tells how, and there's no disputing it. It tells you
that's
how long
science.
that. Right. It
Am I
no,
doing
it
scientific
tells you the
experiment?
actual age of that tree because it began somewhere. The tree began somewhere. So each ring represents a year of that tree's growth. So if
Yes.
you count the rings of that growth of that tree, that tells you exactly how old that tree is.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out too that there's an ancestry DNA test called African Ancestry Inc. That was created by Black Americans, so it's Black owned. It's not like some Europeans like lying and telling us, oh, this, that, and the third. This is a Black owned DNA company.
Anybody can do it though. It's science. Anybody can go and start a
Exactly.
DNA.
Right.
It's
That's
not.
the
It's not like, oh, these people are high and say so. It's science. Go
right.
check and see what they doing. It's real.
That's the thing
Exactly.
about
So
science.
I
It's
have a friend, right?
reproducible.
I have a friend
That's
who
real.
has a child who.
Nobody got a problem with finding a DNA, doing DNA tests when they looking for
So
their,
I had a
their baby
friend
daddy and
who
shit.
has a
Facts.
child that has like not special needs, but they had to do like extra special testing because something with their DNA or whatever. So she got the test results back, and her lineage was traced back all the way to Mexico. Now, this is a black woman, but because she's been fed that she's from Africa, the thought of being from over here didn't fathom with her. She's just like, well, she didn't even think twice about it. But when she told me that, I'm like, because they had it like
Okay.
whatever
You said she
special
was
DNA
Black
test they had to
American.
do.
Yeah. I
You
had to
said she
see
was
that
Black
to believe
American.
it. I had to see it to
No,
believe
no,
it.
Well,
no,
see,
no.
that's
But
what I'm saying.
no. She could be. She could be right.
You have
She could be
to.
right because the transatlantic
Okay,
slave trade
y'all have a
brought
Hold
wonderful
on.
African
night. This was
people.
Hold
great
on.
TV.
Wait. I'm sorry.
Y'all keep cutting me
Twin,
off. Rude. No,
twin,
I'm
one
good.
second. I'm trying to give you a chance to speak. I'm sorry. I was typing to you, so I didn't get it come off mute fast enough. Oh shit. Y'all really have to stop cutting each other off and over talking each other.
I apologize.
We cannot have a conducive conversation if you can't control yourself. It's not a race to be able to get your facts and points out first. Like, I get it. We all don't always remember what we want to say in the moment. My advice to anybody who hits any panels, especially if you are passionate, is to write your points down. That way, if the conversation gets moved, you can always come back to it. You won't necessarily forget your point. But I do want to give everybody the opportunity to speak, because if we are over talking and cutting each other off, you can imagine how frustrating that would be for you on your end to receive that. And I'm trying hard not to like over moderate up here with everybody. I don't want anybody running off the panel. I do want her, like, I may not agree with everybody's point, but I want you to be able to get them out. Two things can be true at the same time. A broken clock can be right twice a day. So whether you agree or disagree with somebody's point, it doesn't necessarily make them wrong. It just means you disagree with it. So, Twin, if you want to come back, I do want you to come back, because I had a question for you in the back chat. Also, I do want to hear your point. I'm sorry that you are feeling frustrated, but I would like to continue on with the conversation. Did anybody want to jump in?
Can I ask Tiff a question? Is she still here?
Tiff jumped off the panel. She's not here for you to answer. If she wants to come back up, she can.
Mm,
Or maybe she can answer it in the chat.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now I just want to know, because she criticized the people that get answers from science. I just want to know, where did she get her answers from? Like, what system to verify information that she received that she uses to get her, truth or whatever from? And that
Good
goes for
question.
anybody who questions science.
Mm,
And the reason why I came up earlier, someone made a statement, asked the question, I believe bro did. Is science 100% true? And that answer is yes. The scientific method is. And that is what
yeah.
science is. If you're not following the scientific method, you're not doing science. It's called pseudoscience. You just coming
Right.
up with some shit.
Exactly.
So yes, it is right, because how you know it's right, you have to use science in order to correct it. You don't use no other system. You don't use religion. You don't use philosophy. You don't use none of that. You have to use science in
That's
order to
right.
do that.
Science is just like truth. It needs no alibi, folks. It's
Exactly.
Facts.
Can I add on to something that you mentioned, pseudoscience? That's getting in the way of a lot of people's like growth and understanding. Because a lot of people are willing to accept something that they definitely don't have any proof of, that's not real. But I think people should spend more time like actually learning about the world around them. And I want to say somebody mentioned that there's an African, like specifically African DNA test, and that proves a good point, is that science is universal. There's no such thing as the white man science. You know what I mean? Science is universal. That means if they did it, we would be able to replicate it. If it can't be reproduced, it's not a fact. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. If DNA wasn't a real thing, it would have been exposed by now, is what I'm saying.
Right. There wouldn't be nobody in jail locked up for it. I'm that baby's daddy. You wouldn't have to worry about that. If DNA wasn't a real thing, that you can't pinpoint something directly from the DNA. It's called mitochondrial DNA. Everybody is connected to their grandparents, their maternal grandparents, their mothers, whatever. If somebody want to find you, all they got to do is find somebody that's related to you. Your mitochondrial DNA tells exactly who you are. Is that not science?
It's not telling people what they want to believe, though. That's the problem.
Right. Because the thing about it is, they'll say the white man science, as if there's no Indian scientists,
Right.
no
Right.
Chinese scientists.
Black American scientists.
Right. You can call
Right.
it what you want, but science is science. You can put any name in front of it, but science is science.
And why wouldn't the Indians who have scientists say, hey, DNA is not real? They got scientists, but they
Okay.
agree DNA is real. But the process of doing it is hard. So yeah, mistakes come. It's not a perfect thing.
And again, science is right, but it's not absolute. It can be, can be changed. If you find something that disproves the science ahead, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. Right now, if we know it says a scientific fact, something comes along in 20 years, 30 years from now, and disproves this scientific fact, then we have to update it.
Exactly.
That's it. That's bottom line.
Exactly. And I want to add on to that, science is not subordinate to anything. So science is not subordinated to what your family told you, is not subordinated to your religion. I know that gets touchy, you know what I mean? But science is a search for absolute truth. That's what science is. So anything having to do with people's feelings and what they want, science doesn't have anything to do with that.
You don't care about your feelings, period.
And
I think the problem today, people just don't want to do their due diligence and do the research, and to do the research is gonna require you to read, and people don't want to go to the libraries, get books, and do cross references to like different. People don't want to do that. People don't have I don't want to say mental capacity, but I don't know. So people just believe in a lie or believe in a word of mouth, things that come from a social media platform, from TikTok or whatever. Oh, we was Indians, or we was this, we was that. Like, no.
And another
So
thing.
Free to Green, well, hold on, Chaco. Free to Green
Okay.
was trying to jump in there.
Okay.
No, I actually went because the bro keep using the key word. They want to believe. Why would you keep wanting to believe something when you can know?
Exactly.
Knowing is better than believing.
Exactly.
Oh my God. I found my people.
Can't beat that one with a stick. It's the truth.
Hey, where you from, Green?
Florida, bro. I love
There it
Chicago,
is.
bro.
Well, I tell you what, I hate to say it, but sometimes they say that folks down there in the South is pretty slow, but it seems to me these Southern boys is making some sense tonight.
And another thing too with science, so people can understand the true purpose of science is really to find out what something is and how it works. That's
And
all
I
what science
identify
really
it.
do.
Right.
Right. That's all what it
Right.
do.
That's what it does. Until you disprove it, this is what it is. A ball is a ball is a ball. Until you disprove that it is.
Right. And the thing is, people will be talking confidently and they don't realize like that they have no idea what they're talking about. And if let's just say if they did go and research, they would realize like the stuff they're saying is not valid, it's not true. It's not anything. So I don't know why people spend so much time investing in something that can easily be proven false. Just go out and read, go out and learn. Stop committing to like these dogmas that other people put on you.
Right. The truth
So
is a bitter swallow.
Yeah, I think most of us on this panel are pretty much in agreement, right? So let me just play devil's advocate real quick, right? Has there ever been a time in history where, white supremacy has used science to justify our enslavement, to justify, oppressing black people? Do you guys Can you guys
No,
answer that?
no.
Pseudoscience. Like
Pseudoscience,
as far as
exactly.
like phrenology,
Yeah, pseudo
when they measure your head and all that kind of stuff like that.
yes.
So I mean, they called it science, but it's not scientific. It's been disproven. So
Right. The
And,
concept of race, pseudoscience.
and
Yes.
you think, I think pseudoscience for the discovery of human evolution. Because if it wasn't for that, because Darwin was really trying to prove the fact that we was inferior. But
It
but
absolutely was. He
his
was trying to
theory,
prove that
right? But his
we
theory,
evolved from apes.
right? No. He was trying to prove the theory that the white people was on top. But then actually he didn't prove human evolution. His theory came about what scientists in the future actually proved it when they found, the different skulls and stuff. But
Linnaeus and a few of the other ones, they took
right,
his theory and turned it into the concept of race way back, I think in the 16th, 17th century around in there. So yeah, they did take Darwin's work and misconstrued it into this concept, what we call race. Yes, they
right.
absolutely did.
But what Darwin actually did was prove no. Humans come out of Africa first.
Yes, he did.
So
Yeah.
so we all are Africans, and that's why the white people hated him. After he
yeah.
came, well, he didn't actually come up with it, but he predicted that scientists in the future will prove this. I just by going to the Galapagos and looking at these fucking birds, I can come up with a theory that hey, all animals had to come from a line. So also humans, and what would be the best place, which was Africa. Later they found out, hey man, what he was saying is true. It's facts. And Einstein did the same thing with the theory of dang, I forgot his theory,
Relativity.
but right, Einstein never seen a black hole. He just predicted that
Mm-hmm.
hey, according to mathematics, it should be a force out there that's so strong, light can't even escape.
Right,
They
light
thought
can't
it was
penetrate it.
right,
It completely disappears into it. You're
right.
absolutely right.
And in 2014, we actually saw one. So
Mm.
it's like, what he was saying is
Like,
facts.
again, that goes with science. Science. It's if you can figure out ways to upgrade, and there's only one way to upgrade science, and that's to be correct about it. Disprove it, and until you do, it stays as it is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
You can't be afraid to change your mind
Right,
because you only have so much data that you can work with. So
right, and
if like we
that's
had regular microscopes. Then they
yes,
came out with their electron microscope. Oh man, we can see deeper. We can
right,
actually see an atom now. So
right.
when Einstein predict, hey, there's atoms there, they're so small. Oh no, it's not. Oh no, we can see it now.
But
So
he also predicted. He said if anyone ever figures out how to split an atom, it could be woe onto the earth. He did say that also.
Can I add something? And discovering the scientific process was a process because if you read about like how the old philosophers they tried to like posit all the things that made up the earth and atoms. So the first person that came up with the idea that was similar to the atoms, they came up with these ideas. It was just them like proposing them, but as they tested them, they realized like who was correct, who was incorrect, or who was almost correct, and you just nudge it. You know what I mean?
Right,
So it's a process, and the whole point is like just discovery and then narrowing it down to truth. You can't exactly prove something, but you can be pretty sure until you disprove it.
right. They were
But you
doing
have to
peer
have an
review.
open mind. You have to have an open
Right,
mind.
right. They were doing peer review long before before it had a name. Let's see if this works. As that old saying goes, let's throw it on the wall and see what sticks. We know that works. This makes it stick to the wall.
and people in the chat, so y'all understand, like some of the terms that I may use, like proof, truth. A true scientist won't use those terms.
Right.
So
Right.
so I'm not, but I use those terms because I know how people, that's not in the field would think. But so when y'all, it ain't no. When you talking to a true scientist, especially a physicist, they not going to use those type of terms because they know shit can change. If
Yeah,
we get different information, new
Yep.
data. Of course, we gonna change our mind because you just gave us new information. There's
Yep.
no way I'm gonna ignore it. I'm
Yep.
gonna check it out, and if it check out to be correct, why wouldn't I add it? Why would I say, oh no, I don't believe in that? No, you can't do that.
Exactly. That's the spirit of
Facts.
science. That's the spirit. That's the whole point. You're trying to find out what's true. It's not subordinate to your beliefs or what you might want it to be something, but if you disregard like the findings or the facts, that means you're defeating the purpose of science or what science is.
Science is
So
a beautiful
can I ask you
thing.
guys a question?
Mhm.
So because I feel like when I look at different communities and then when I look at our own community, Black Americans, I feel like many of us are susceptible to these different theories, alternative facts, alternative theories, and things of that nature. Do you think this is tied because you have many groups like the Moors, you have these the Pretendians, you have all these different groups, Black people who are coming up with these different identities, and identity issues, right? But I wanted to ask you guys, do you guys think that it's related to our condition here in America and how basically whites and white supremacy and racism was used science or whatever to trick us, to manipulate us, to undermine us in different parts of history.
I mean,
Like
yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out why we so susceptible to these different to these different groups, these FBA, ADOS, Native American. Like, why are we so susceptible to these different ideologies? I don't see other groups in the world having the same identity issues that we have. So, like, what do you think? Why does that happen to us?
And now it's not just to us. You got to go in those other countries. They got different
Yeah, I would say they have those issues in other places as
because
well.
we as humans are not special, bro. People try to make us special. They just highlight the shit we do. But you going in that other culture, bro, and it's the same. Like you will find things that we do in other cultures too, bro. Because people, hey, we don't get together. You got 54. You got countrymen in the same country that are split by tribes. They call them tribes. We call them groups. It's the same shit, though. So don't give your people too much grief, bro. We on the hill.
And I'm still here, y'all. Like, I appreciate everybody who came through. I didn't get a chance to thank each and every person who came up on the panel, all of you who came through the chat. I appreciate you. If you could hit the like button. I mean, I know the conversation gets heated. Unfortunately, when it comes to Black people and race and identity, unity, all of that stuff, it's a topic that a lot of people are passionate about. So I do understand that. But I appreciate you for sliding through. If you are still in here, please hit the like button, and I'll be right back with you. Um, I think there was one more thing I did want to ask. Mm,
Um,
um, what? Go ahead, Chaco.
I was gonna say that, and I'm not trying to like be condescending or anything like that, but I think a lot of us really could use a primer in like just logic, because it's kind of like if you trying to build a house, you're not gonna build a house on sand, right? You need a foundation, and basically like it's gonna be hard for somebody to like accept or conceptualize a new idea when they don't have the foundation. You see what I mean? So I guess I'm talking about like scientific literacy, just in general. I think that's something that a lot of Black people are lacking, and just people in general, people in general. But yeah, that's why it's like, yeah, I don't want to say nothing else besides that. I think that we need to spend time talking about like logic, and that's something I did want to talk about in the future. Um, and that's it. I'm done.
Yeah, I just think that some people just even lack the basic education in terms of like, I mean, even when you look at it statistically speaking, right? In America, Black people tend to have some of the lowest reading comprehensions in this country. So I think that also plays a role in it, where you have people who are, might not understand, or they might take certain things that they're reading out of context. They don't know how to like cross reference different information, so they'll just come across one set of information and then just think and take that and run with it, right?
Right.
Like they might watch something from Dane Calloway and listen to what he's saying and whatever information that he's distorting, and they'll run with it. And it's just like, man, like why are we so susceptible to that? Like, why do some of us are so susceptible to it? And I think education plays a
Yeah,
role in that
lack
as
of
well.
education.
Yeah,
Yep.
education is the big key.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And I think sometimes when folks hear the word ignorant, I think they take that in a derogatory connotation. But ignorant, being ignorant, is just that you don't know. That's all it means.
Yeah,
And
facts.
I know a lot of us use it in a disrespectful manner, but that's just what it means. You're just ignorant to the facts. And some of us do come up here trying to present facts, or if we don't present them correctly, we at least try to give you an idea of where you can find actual and factual.
Right.
Seems to me some of you folks won't even give you the time to say no, no, no. We're quick to jump at each other's throat and wonder why we can't even get what folks across the diaspora when we can't even get along with each other on these panels. It is what it is. Everybody has a different opinion, and you're entitled to that. But when it comes to cursing people out and talking about folks as family and different things like that, there's got to be a line in the sand somewhere. A lot of times we don't get past that. There's nothing wrong with being wrong. There's nothing wrong with saying
Right.
I learned something.
Exactly. Nothing is wrong with being wrong, and that's what science is about. That's why you don't prove things in science; you only disprove. So every time you find out something wrong, that moves you forward. That means you can rule that out and get to the next thing. So being wrong
Absolutely.
is a good thing,
It's a
as
good
long
thing.
as you're open to, learning.
Yeah,
Right.
I
You know
agree.
not
Being
to
wrong
do it
is
again.
definitely a good thing. Right. Not to do
Yeah.
it again. Just, as I said, when you was a baby, they let you touch that light switch one time too many. You didn't touch it no more, did you? Shit,
Right.
trial and error sometime.
But
Trial and
yeah,
error sometime.
I do believe that if we as black people got more to science and math, it'll change our outlook on a lot of
Yeah.
things because it'll help
Facts.
us think critically. Just like when I hear people saying that Christopher Columbus saw black people, oh, and he called them Indian, right? The first thing I think of is, wait a minute, you're talking about a man that had experience with Africans. He knew what Africans looked like. But when he sailed over here, he
Right.
forgot what they looked like. All of a sudden, he made a mistake and thought they were some Indians because he knew what Indians looked like. These people look as closest to Indians than they did African. And matter of fact,
Mm.
then you
And that,
boast he had an African on a boat with him that showed them the way. So this African on the boat with him, he looked at him and looked at these people and said, "Wait a minute, y'all look different.
and,
Them
and,
Indians."
Right. Even again, you find some of the caves that's like in the Northwest and all that, and as they call them hieroglyphics or Indian, that much call. You can definitely see that the Indians recognized there was at least two tones of people, because if you look up on the wall, they had dark stick figures and light stick figures.
Right. But they still got a different look.
Right. If go look for yourself. Just go type it. You ain't got to listen to me. Go look for yourself. Go find some of the artifacts that they found in the caves, to where the Indians was depicting the different animals that was around, the different stuff. Now, how do you think these folks come to these conclusions? Through archaeology, they find it. They discovered it. Some are by accident. Some of it on purpose. But the Indians told us that there was other folks here other than them. Why would they make that up?
Yeah. And then even during the period where this country, during like the 1700s, early 1600s, during the Indian Wars era, many of the Native Americans that were already here, they met like some of the African enslaved Africans that were brought here, and they made distinctions there too as well. They called us, Buffalo Soldiers, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
They had different terms with, they were, applied to us. So I mean, we had the African, the enslaved Africans that were brought here. Some of them had good relations with the Native American tribes. Some of them went to war with them and fought them on behalf of the American government. So I think that's also a context that I think people don't really discuss as much. Like even the Native Americans, they enslaved some. black people as well. They
Yeah,
enslaved each other,
yeah,
and that's just the
yeah.
nature of humanity, in my opinion. But
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, we all have, as we use the word, we also have some atonement to do. Do we need to clean up amongst ourselves? Absolutely. Do we need to check ourselves? Absolutely. But this FBA and this ADOS and this division, we don't have to let them divide us because we're doing it for ourselves.
right.
Me personally though, I give black people more credit though, because I think like out of all the peoples in the world, we kind of more together than them. They just got power behind their shit, because
I
everybody else
wouldn't
got a
I
government.
wouldn't disagree with that, sir. I would not.
You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
that's why they harp on so hard that, oh, we always divided, we this and that, and it's like, what? Bitch, we the
Yeah,
only ones be trying to put people together.
exactly. Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
I agree with that too. I had took trips out to like, I traveled throughout the world or whatever, right? And I went to like Mexico, I went to Jamaica, different countries in the Caribbean, and I've met, other African American travelers that were there. And when I met them, it's like we instantly clicked up, like we understood each other. We would, have conversations. There's even a family that I still keep in contact with from Ohio. So we do have that, cultural continuity there. That something that binds us together. That's why, even though I don't agree that we're all a monolith, we all have our own ideas, we all have our own leanings to certain things, but there is something that binds us all together as African American culturally and just how we perceive ourselves in the world. We are together as much as I just wish that we were a little bit more together in terms of economics. That's a different discussion. I wish we would practice better group economics, but other than that, I think we're doing better, than many other groups.
bro,
So
I
a
disagree,
lot,
but
a lot of people around the world want to be like us. So I would say that it wouldn't. I don't think we're doing too bad.
yeah, which part do you disagree with?
as far as like us doing better than a lot of groups, I don't know. Like people probably think I come down hard on black people, but I don't know. I think it's just because I just want to see black people do better. You know, um, yeah.
Yeah. So what
Mm,
specifically do you think like that we can work on? Like I
Okay,
pointed out that
like
I
you
feel
had
like we
just
should
said,
we should be more economic minded. Yeah.
yeah, you just said group economics. Like, I'm not saying I'm not an expert on this topic, but some people do say we was better off like before integration, but that was only because we were forced to work with one another. Like we were forced to have like our own businesses and stuff like that, even though they came and burnt them down and stuff. But my point is, it's like, okay, people gotta like exclude you for you to want to like build with your own people. You see what I mean? But now it's like we could just get it from anywhere, so we don't have the need to create. You know what I mean? So
What you think, bro, from Florida?
As far as
Like
I
things that we
believe,
can
like,
improve on. Yeah, things that we can improve on. Because I think, again, for me, I would say if we can practice better group economics. I mean, we're the biggest consumers in this country. It doesn't make sense because our buying power is one of the. I mean, our spending power. I think we spend 2 trillion or 1.8 trillion annually, right? This is more than some GDP. This is more than most countries' GDP. So we have the spending power, but when you look in many of our communities, a lot of it is run down. Our businesses are not. I mean, we have a lot of work to be done, I would say. When you look at our
liberal
income, our household income is one of the lowest in this country. So how do we have the biggest spending power but the lowest household income?
we worry about the wrong shit. But
exactly.
liberated soul has a question. Um, let me see. I saw it, but I'm just gonna read it. You said science is pliable if it consistently changes. Um, okay, she said they can just write it off as new information being presented to disprove what was known, but whole time the shit was just a lie and folks just went with it because it was labeled science. So to play devil's advocate, what happens when a person, powers that be, presents something as science, but the whole time they're lying? Once something is presented, to disprove it based on what? Okay, so once something is presented, to disprove it based on what? I'm not sure like the second sentence of that, but as far as the first sentence, that's the thing about science is um it, like I had said earlier, it is reproducible. Like if you come to a conclusion, like for something to be considered a scientific fact, you would have to be able to reproduce whatever results that the other people got in that environment. So that means it's not just one like institution that is working on this problem. Like so like Duke could be working on something, MIT could be working on like the same thing. You see what I mean? So it's and then not only that, but the people that do this research, like for instance, like if you're working on your PhD, you have to, come up with something and it's going to be reviewed by your peers. Or just like if you do uh, a study, like an experiment. You see how looking at the studies and they show like, oh, this is how many people we use and this is this, and they put the disclaimers and everything before that gets published to a scientific journal, is reviewed by like other people that are in the field, that are gonna look at it and say, okay, well, is the way they did this um proper, or you know what I mean, is it valid? Whether somebody can present false information in science, I don't know how easy that would be. You know what I mean? I don't know. But
If
as far as
if I
but
could jump in on that,
let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing. But the last thing she said is, as far as science being pliable or being proven wrong, science is a process of narrowing down to truth. Because like let's just say like you just wake up and you don't know anything, then that means everything is a possibility. But then as you learn, you narrow stuff down. So yeah, you can find out that something is not correct because you only saw it in this particular circumstance, and then you can find out, oh, when it's in a different set of circumstances, that it behaves differently. So I mean, all of that is just getting closer to the truth. So it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing.
right. So to elaborate on that a little bit, let's take something that we know is scientific fact. At one point in time, we tried to say that in order to have locomotion, we tried the wheel. And we know, I know it's an old Martin thing, but I'll make a point to it. Right? At one point in time, the wheel was square, right? We know that didn't work. So it was scientific fact that unless we changed the wheel, it had to be round. Then we made it round. So we now know that it worked. But he also understood that we need to change it to where it wouldn't be flat all the time. It was make it more manageable. So was it a scientific fact that the wheel didn't work in the square? Yes. Is it a scientific fact that the wheel worked rounded? Yes, that is a fact. That can't be disputed anymore. But can you make good better on that scientific fact? Dunlap, rubber
Not only that,
tires.
not only that though. Just look throughout history. Look at the world and how it was before science. Motherfucker lived in a stone age. After science, we got AC, we got the internet, we got lights. Come on, man. Y'all stop dissing science. And plus, you don't have to take their word for it. If you think they lying, you can study the shit yourself and test it
Mm.
yourself.
Yes,
If you don't think a
because
light works, go out, stand outside in the next thunderstorm and hold one up.
right.
Yeah, go do an
I ain't tell
experiment.
you, this shit works.
Because if you can't reproduce it, then it's not true. It's not a fact. Let me look it up. So
Right.
I
It's
like
true
this.
though.
I like this kind of conversation. Do you
No,
do you watch do you watch pseudo killers? Are you familiar with them?
yes.
Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah,
like them.
West. Yeah. That
I
that
like
I,
them.
I came up when I first was checking out live through them cats.
Yeah.
Is
And it
is that
led me
brother
to all
Garfield in them?
yeah. Well, Garfield not really pseudo killer. He got his own thing, but they all homies though. They all come from the
Okay.
conscious
Oh, you
community.
talking about the brother from I think he's from DC or something like that, or Baltimore. What's his name?
Yeah, Aunt West. Aunt West.
Unk. Yeah, Unk. Yep,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah.
Is Aunt, then it just be Concrete Corey.
Cedric. My favorite
Yeah,
is Cedric.
yeah, Cedric. You got Chef. Um, like them cats there, man. They up on that. They the one who got me really like okay with the doing 19, the time of 19, and when they was talking about the RNN, how they was revolutionizing
Oh, okay,
vaccines
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
and like how it the reason why it works now because of the fat cells. And it was, and then people was talking shit. Oh, the white people gonna kill them. Like, you know, a black lady actually figured that out. Like when I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, I'm on board. She actually figured it out because the technology been out there, but she got new data and she tested it and it worked and it was able to be reproduced. Now, I mean, it's finna change like medicine forever.
Can I
Yeah,
read
I'm
the,
not
if I
gonna
can
lie.
read?
I'm not gonna lie. I didn't take that. I didn't take it. And I think, yeah, yes, we should be science based, but I also think some of these companies, like you have industries like the big pharma, for example, right? A lot of these companies are more focused on profit than the actual science, in a sense, right? Yeah, Pfizer and all these different companies. Yeah, yeah. So, me personally, I wasn't really aligned with that.
Let me give you an indicator of how you knew it was gonna be all right.
Mhm.
When they made it mandatory for first responders to take it. These are the people who gonna put out the fires, who gonna help. You know, the rich people hand. If they was trying to protect them, you knew it was gonna be all right. And plus, I still was skeptical. I'm like you, okay, yeah, I'm with the same, but it's something new, okay, and y'all fast tracked it. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? But hey, the science is science, so all right. But what, bro? I live in the hood, right? But the hood I live in one of the richest parts in America, bro. When I saw those white people in Bentleys in the hood trying to get it, cause it wasn't in they bro, they was in the hood, like it's a park, like I can walk to the park from where I live at. Bro, I was like the only black person in line, bro. It wasn't nothing but like all luxury cars parked in the parking space because over there where they live at, they didn't want the facility to be over there because they didn't want people rushing over there in the rich neighborhood because it's a $1 billion neighborhood. It's like right over the intercoast. I stay right by the intercoast. I could just cross a bridge, and you over there where like Oprah and all of them stay. Like you have what put it like this, bro. I stay like 5 minutes from Mar-a-Lago, and it's called Palm Beach. It's an island.
Yeah,
So the only thing,
that's a pretty richy area.
right, bro? Them people was in my neighborhood trying to get it. I said, oh yeah, it's great because they know follow the money. Just follow the money.
If we just chopping up with, so what you're saying is, if white folks say I'm coming to get it, it must be all right. And they
Right,
don't
cause
do they don't do nothing that don't benefit them.
they ain't gonna kill themselves now.
Right.
Them the shakers. Them the one that
Right.
make shit move right
Right.
here. You
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? They
Right.
ain't finna kill themselves.
Hey,
Um,
sis, you was gonna say something?
Yeah, I was gonna read the definition of science. I'm on Wikipedia. I think Wikipedia is a good resource. We can kind of get into that, but I'm just gonna go ahead and okay. It says science is a systematic discipline that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable hypotheses and predictions about the universe. Modern science is typically divided into two or three major branches: the natural sciences, which study the physical world, and the social sciences, which study individuals and societies. While referred to as formal science, the study of logic, mathematics, and theoretical computer science are typically regarded as separate because they rely on deductive reasoning instead of the scientific method as their main methodology. Meanwhile, applied sciences are disciplines that use scientific knowledge for practical purposes, such as engineering and medicine. So anyway, but the point of it is they're basically saying that okay, yeah, it organizes knowledge in the form of testable hypotheses and predictions. So let me see. Okay,
Kind of.
new knowledge. Okay, here we go. New knowledge in science is advanced by research from scientists who are motivated by curiosity about the world and a desire to solve problems. Contemporary scientific research is often highly collaborative and is frequently carried out by teams in academic and research institutions, government agencies, and companies. At the same time, many major advances, particularly in fundamental science, have come from individual researchers and are widely recognized through major international awards, such as the Nobel Prize. The practical impact of scientific work has led to the emergence of science policies that seek to influence the scientific enterprise by prioritizing the ethical and moral development of commercial products, armaments, healthcare, public infrastructure, and environmental protection. So anyway, I think what I want to point out from what I just read is that they say it builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable hypotheses and predictions. So it doesn't come to a specific conclusion, but it's always trying to narrow down like the possibilities. And then you see how it says it's many people working on something. So if somebody comes out with something that says, oh, well, I discovered this, I see that this works like this, that means somebody on the other side of the world, if they use the same conditions, they're supposed to be able to recreate what you found. But if only you can do it, or if you can't do it twice, then that means that, that you can automatically toss it out. Anyway, but I'm what I'm basically trying to say is that it's a process. It's not and it's not supposed to be a stagnant thing. It's not supposed to be
It's not a one-off. It's not a one-off.
yeah, right. And the fact that it's constantly changing, that's because as new truths are discovered, we're redirecting course, to ultimately find I guess the have you ever heard of the equation of like the universe, like the equation that makes everything, tick or whatever? I guess they're trying to figure that out. But if it was stagnant,
the Big Bang Theory you're referring to?
oh yeah, pretty much like the whole. I'm not sure what the official name is for it. But see, the thing about religion is it's unchanging. The thing about astrology is it's unchanging. You know what I mean? What am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? So what I'm trying to say is the fact that science changes is actually a positive thing, because it doesn't matter how many times you prove religion wrong. People are just going to go with it just because that's what they want to do. You know what I mean? But science doesn't work like that.
Yeah, I just a little pushback. I think religion is ever changing because it's pretty much man-made now. Faith is your faith constant? Yeah, I think so. But religion, because Jim Jones started a religion. The Branch Davidians. Religion is constantly changing. It depends on who you decide to follow. And that's one of my monikers. Charisma in the wrong hands is a dangerous thing. And we see that it happens. But if you have faith, you would know better than to follow the likes of somebody like a Jim Jones. Or that's just
but I guess what I'm trying to say is they wouldn't have fallen for that if they did require any type of like substantiation or proof. That's not something that you would that's not a conclusion you would reasonably come to if you were actually like assessing something analytically. But the thing is, like, for religion to work, you have to just say, okay, I believe it. You know what I mean? Because otherwise it's not going to work, because it's not real.
That's what religion is. It's a man-made thing, and it's all of what you believe in. You have faith. You'll know, like, some people will criticize me when I say, well, you keep saying Jesus, but according to your alphabet, the letter J wasn't introduced to this alphabet till when? So what was y'all calling it before that? Is that not a legit argument?
Wait, can you repeat that? I zoned out.
Okay, in the English language, if you go look it up, I think the letter J was introduced into part of the alphabet in the 16th century. What did they call Jesus before that?
You talking about like they didn't have a J or whatever? That's what you're talking about?
Okay, so how would you spell Jesus before the 16th century? What was they calling him? Wasn't it Yeshua?
What?
So when did it disappear?
I don't even get into that part.
I moved on from that a while ago. So
how is it possible for that to even happen?
Again, it's what you believe in. And some people believe that J been around forever.
Know what I'm
Only been around for 900 years.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, so I think we have somebody new on the panel. If you want to interject in the conversation or say
Hey,
something.
what's up there, Simon?
Hey,
Salute,
what's
good
up?
brother.
Yeah, I was seeing. I think I was hearing somebody they was for the 19 or they not for the 19. I don't know if I was hearing it wrong.
Oh no, yeah. One brother was talking about he was for it based on the science, and then me personally, I said I didn't take it. So
No, I said that's a bad idea because from what I'm seeing, if you had any pre-existing thing, it made it worse or made it come back.
exactly, yeah. And me
And
personally,
then
like
put
I know my, you know, health history, my family health history. Me personally, like my immune system is phenomenal. I barely get sick, so I didn't see the need to get it. I caught C-19 a few times, and it was not bad for me personally. But for other people that have underlying health issues, it was horrible for them.
I
But
think
you
you
but you
never
just said
know. You never
but you
know how it's gonna affect you though, because I think a person could be fully healthy beforehand, and something about something about them and how you know their body reacts to it. They
not,
just
not, not
can't handle it.
not
because
only
I
But
that
I
know
don't
of
though,
think you
but
I
can
know of two
always
people.
predict.
I know of
not
two people that it made stuff come back and they died
okay, but they told
personally.
you that, right? But they told you that, right?
Told you that. Do you think that's not a good fucking thing? And then how they
Wait, wait,
use
wait,
the
wait, wait,
AIDS
wait, wait, wait.
virus
Time out.
to bind it to.
How when they telling you the percentage rate of stuff like that happening, that
No,
they are trying to
they
trick you or
forced it
something?
on people. They forced it on people.
So what'd you say
They
about the
said
AIDS virus?
they use something of the AIDS virus to make it bind up or something like that. I don't know the exact
Oh, okay,
science,
so
but
you're talking about like it being man-made.
and you know what I'm saying. Then how they mandated it, like when it first everything popped off at first, they made people get it. Like you cannot work unless you get this,
Well,
and
that
then how
I
they kick
mean,
people out the military and all that stuff.
So they didn't really make you do it. You had a choice.
yeah, it's
No, but think about it. Some
Yeah,
people
but
that's
that
no
choice came
choice
with
to them.
consequences. That choice came with
Exactly. If they
consequences.
say either you do it or you get fired, how
Yeah.
many people gonna be like, okay, I just get fired?
Yeah.
That's on you, right? Because they're telling
Okay.
you the reason why they're doing it. Because of what bro said. He said he called it twice and he was okay. Not
yeah, but
knowing he could have spread it to somebody else who wasn't okay.
yeah, exactly.
That was the problem because it's a virus. A virus need a host to carry, so it
A
want to stay
man-made
alive.
virus.
See, the reason why I
It
didn't.
don't matter. It don't matter if it's man made.
Yeah.
It was a virus.
Yeah,
So now,
don't be
But
saying
the thing
that
with
too
that
much
thing.
because you're just gonna get, you know what I'm saying. You ain't supposed to be saying that on here. You know what I
right?
mean?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
The,
yeah,
the
yeah,
thing
man.
please,
of
y'all. You know that
Yeah.
they still don't play
okay,
about the vid.
Right.
okay.
Hey,
The thing
but bro
about
from
it
Florida,
is,
bro from Florida. But
mhm,
even the those V's, right? It didn't stop transmission. That was one of my main reasons why I didn't take it because it didn't stop transmission. So, I mean, whether you got the V or not, I mean, you were still I mean liable to spread it
Well,
regardless. So
well, my
it was
understanding is that because so many people like didn't get it, the disease was it was able to spread and propagate and mutate, and that's why when it gets back to somebody who has been vaccinated, it's not the same virus. You see what I'm saying?
It's already
Yeah,
mutated to a different
yeah,
form
because
already.
it already had the chance to like mutate as it was spreading through
Right.
the population, and
Absolutely.
so
and not
yeah.
and not only that, but they never claimed that it wasn't supposed to where you wouldn't catch it. It
Well,
was supposed to protect you from dying if you
Yeah,
caught it. That is
and
what
what's
they
wrong with that?
told you. And they told you that if the efficiency rate, which for Moderna was 92%, the for Pfizer I think it was like 86%, and Johnson had the worst. But they let you know, okay, out of 100 people, 92% of people gonna be fully protected. So it's still 8% of people that could die, could get a negative effect from it. They never, but once they actually did the study, actually 98% effective rate.
They really didn't even do the study. They just put it out there and just
No,
jab people with it. And the study came after the fact. Like, okay,
no,
what
no, no,
happened?
no, no, no. They did do a study, and they did a study with
It
some
came out
people
too
that
fast.
listen.
Or
They, true, they fast tracked it. They did, And they told you they did. And the only thing that they skipped was they went straight to live humans. Normally they have a process. They'll go through animals first, and then they will go to humans. But think about this. There are some people that nobody called heroes, but they actually are, that volunteered to take it while it was in the testing phase. And when they saw the effectiveness rate on those people, they put it to market. Like, some people actually say, hey man, I would test this. If I die, I die. But if this would help
Right.
humanity, I would do it. And
Right.
people did it.
Some folks actually, he's absolutely right. Some folks was given the pseudo, and some folks was actually given the vaccine, and they to see who would survive it. Those that survived, those were the ones that they tested. But there, like my man said, there are some unsung heroes because it had to be tested on humans because they didn't do it for testing on animals like they normally do. They had to come up with something that was quick and that was efficient. And there was people behind the scenes that said, okay, test me. If something happened, something happened.
You want to know something, Mr. Music?
Sure.
This was the first medical of anything that was transparent, bro. You can't think of nothing else. No other, vaccine that they told you everything that was going on with it.
Well, they started
Listen,
to right. If you go back to a time with the disease with the 3 letters. At some point in time, I remember being a young boy, and I remember watching news with my mom. And they called it the Legionnaire's disease. All of a sudden, because it was overtaking the country, they had to find, dare I say, a reason for it to be frequently sweeping the
And
country.
the same person with the
Legionnaire?
3 letter was in charge of this one too. So what that said.
Right.
Legionnaires is something different.
Right.
So,
But that's what they originally started calling it.
oh, okay,
but
well.
we seen the effect of it. Once it
Yeah.
went out to the public, it went down. It went away.
Absolutely.
Before that, people was dropping like flies, bro.
Yeah. That's right.
I mean,
I'm
you
going to
see
cut
the effect of it. Oh, okay, my
I'm
bad.
going to cut in here on you all. It's been a good conversation, and I appreciate y'all holding it down. I was trying to see how I could set up the restream because I've never done a restream before, but I just found out in order to restream to other content creators, you need at least 1,000 subs. And I'm not quite there, but when I get there, I'm going to make sure to do restreaming to anybody who is live at the time. I appreciate all of you all coming through. I do have to end this stream soon. I would like to go ahead and get everybody's like final remarks if you have anything you want to drop and then close it out. And I do have right now currently pinned DJ Witch Doctor's link to his current video stream that he's doing. If y'all want to pop over there, they're talking about the Anton and Mika situation again. I know
Oh
that's
my
been a hot
God.
topic for a lot of people. There may be some new information that's come out. So if y'all want to pop over there and check them out, the link is pinned for that. But yeah, final statements. We can go in order starting with Chapo Kitty.
I'm gonna say is science is real. Read. Um, yeah, be a lifelong learner. Don't take any fact. I mean, anything as a fact just because it's told to you. Like there should be something holding it up, substantiating it. So like all that, and this might, I don't know, this might hurt some people, not hurt, but offend some people, but like all that astrology is bullshit. All that, the Kabbalion is bullshit. Religion is bullshit. No offense to anybody, but yeah, I'm rambling, but that's really all I'm gonna say. Like I deal with science, so to me, either something scientific or it's not. And if it's not scientific, it's like I just dismiss it. So it's not about how you feel. It's not about what's in your spirit. It's about what we can see and what we can prove. So that's
So
it.
you don't think it's no type of higher power?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that, but at the same time, if I can't prove it or if I don't know anything about it, then there's nothing. What can I do with that? But I'm not atheist, but I'm agnostic. I can't say that there isn't. But at the same time, if we can't prove it, if we can't interact with the higher power, then what's the point of even like taking time to consider it? You know what I mean? I don't know. We can't do anything with that. If he
When death
wanted,
get close to you, then
if
you'll
God
see.
wanted to reveal itself to us, he would have done it already. So that's how I feel about that.
Okay. Mr. DJ, do you have any final words?
Just thank you so very much for having me. I appreciate the great conversation with all the folks that was up here, agree or disagree. You know, it's nice to have this kind of conversation without everybody calling each other's names. So again, Candy Cane, thank you so much for having me. Y'all folks be good. Have a great night.
You too. Thank you. And Al Morris, it looks like you're next on my list. I appreciate you coming through. I think this is the first time you've hit my panel, and I was not aware of who you are. Seems like Taz is familiar with you. I appreciate you coming through and dropping the knowledge that you did drop on us. Do you have any final words? You're on mute, by the way. He might have stepped away from his computer or his phone. Al Morris, are you still there? Okay, until he comes back, Free to Green, how about you?
Yes. Thank you for having me on. This is my first time coming up here too. I listened to you though, but this is my first time. Y'all was talking about something that I like to discuss, which is science. And for those who out there who are skeptical of science, don't be afraid to ask your questions. Like if anybody that claim they rock with science and they reject your questions, they don't, because no question is a dumb question. So ask your questions. And I think I found a new friend in Choco Kitty, man. She loves fun too.
That's what I said. I said I found my people. I found my people.
Yes. But I appreciate you and I appreciate the chat. Everybody that's up here, man. Good discussion. And, once that truth come out, they run away from that truth. Now, that truth do hurt. Now, they say it
Yep.
hurts.
It hurt.
But
You are
yeah,
so funny.
I appreciate you, though, Candy.
It's like taking the red pill. You know what I mean? So can I say one more thing? I don't know if anybody else has to go.
I have Nat.
I'm about to leave.
I'm sorry.
Let me
I'm
just.
sorry, Ja. I was gonna say Ja. I was trying to type to Nat. My apologies, but I was trying to say Ja hasn't gone yet. Let him
Yeah.
go and
So
you can go right after him, Choco.
Okay.
yeah. So this is my
'Cause I
first
didn't
time on
even
the
greet
panel.
Silent yet, but thank you, Free the Green, for coming through and this being your first time, and thank you, Ja, for this being your first time as well. I hope
This is
you
my
all come
first time
back.
on the panel, and I honestly don't even know how and why I was subscribed to this channel, but I ended up, I guess it popped up in my feed, and I just joined it and was listening to the conversation. I thought it was interesting, but I want to thank you, the host, for having me and putting together this important conversation. I also want to thank my fellow panelists for their insights and perspective. And lastly, I want to thank the audience in attendance, for the questions and the engagement and listening to us. It got a little heated here and there, but at the end of the day, we came together. We had a great conversation, and it was a joy. So thank you and respect everyone.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Choco, you want to go now?
Yes. Last words. Yeah, I think it was a great discussion. We got to hear definitely not every, but I mean, pretty much every viewpoint on the topic. And I love how we kind of came at it from different directions and it morphed into like a broader discussion on like how do we know what's true? You know what I mean? So everybody has different feelings on that, but you know, that's it.
Appreciate it. Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming on the panel. Silent, silent, silent. I did not get a chance to greet you. My apologies for that. I was working on something in the background. But I do
It is.
appreciate you always coming through when you do come through.
It was fine. I had to sneak up here, but thank you for
How have you
having me up
been?
here. I've been all right.
Good. Glad to hear that.
Starting a new job Monday.
Congratulations. That is very good news.
Yeah.
Very good news. I hope that you like it. I hope that you find it's the type of atmosphere and environment that's conducive to your work lifestyle
Yeah.
balance.
Oh yeah.
Um, did you have anything else that you wanted to say? Any final words?
Oh no, no final words.
All right. Well, I'm going to
Are
shut
you
this
just, you
down.
just done for the night?
Yes, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream because I have to do something real quick. But I'll be
Hmm.
around. I'm going to hit, the YouTube street, see who's live and come through and try and show support. But I do have to
Okay.
step out for a minute.
All right.
Okay.
Well, thank you for the stream. I remember I told you that I was looking forward to this topic. So yeah, and it delivered. It sure
Good.
did.
I'm glad. I always my biggest thing is I just want to be able to have some, different conversations. Sometimes this is the same stuff, but I try to come at it from a different angle if I can versus what we have been already discussing. So even if it's a similar topic to something that we have already talked about, something will click in my head and say, there's another angle that we haven't really discussed, and maybe we should dive deeper into this.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, but I
Um,
appreciate you. I'm sorry.
are
Go ahead, Simon.
no, I was say, are you sub to my other channel, the Jay
What
the
is the
Blurred
channel name?
channel? Jay the
Jay the Bird?
Blurred,
I
Jay
don't
the Blurred.
know. Um,
Okay,
can you drop your link for me?
let me see. Reason I
Because
asked
I
is
sure
because
was waiting. You said you told me you were gonna have some content up for me to see soon, and I
yeah,
had
yeah,
been coming back to
that's why
your channel.
I was asking because tomorrow I should be done editing the little video I did with my drone, and
Okay.
I was gonna be posting it on that channel though, because my main channel I just only game really on there. Let
Jay
me
the
see.
Blurred. How do you spell that out? Let me see if I
Well,
can
let me see
find
if
it.
I can see if I can give you a link to it. Just let me see. Because I know that like to find it, you got to put some numbers behind it. So let me make sure I give you the right numbers.
It helps if you have the at, that your
Okay, so the at is J, just the letter J, the blurred,
mhm.
and the numbers is 6351.
And it's THEBLERD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, give me a second.
The only thing that's on there right now is just me testing a few things. So, but
I want to say you do have a second channel that I subbed. If I don't recall if this was it. Did you do? No, I am not subbed to that. So I'm subbing now,
you should be
and I'm gonna drop it.
yeah.
Can you post it in the chat?
Yes,
I'm trying
ma'am.
to see.
I sure am. Give me 1 second here. I'm gonna do that. You have your avatar is in black and white, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I see it. Yeah, I want to make sure this is the right one before I start sending people to somebody's channel. I don't even know who that person is. Okay. Okay,
Yes, so I
copy
should
and
be loading up. I don't know if it's gonna be tonight or maybe just be early in the morning. It depends after, because I gotta find some free music I can put onto it and everything. So
okay. So I dropped it into the chat. If anybody wants to go sub Silent, Silent always comes through and supports us on these panels. So if you want to sub him up and then
Oh,
check
that's
out
who
his
that
drone
is.
footage. Yeah,
That's
that's
is this
Silent J.
Silent JMR?
yeah, so yeah, this channel I'm on right now, I pretty much just game on it. But the other one, I'm gonna start probably some movie reviews and drone footage and stuff like that. So
And for
All right.
anybody
Okay.
else, on the 30th of the month. And I almost liberated. You lucky. You so lucky. I was just about to say for any of the other content creators who might still be in here, if y'all have wrenches, you are always free to drop your channel link. I'm not one of those stingy people that doesn't want people supported. I feel like that's the only way we all are going to grow. I want you to subscribe to everybody except for Liberated. Everybody, okay? So, with that said, I'm going to say good night to you all. I appreciate you. I'm going to go ahead and play my outro. The outro was made for me by DJ Witch Doctor. He does a lot of graphics, videos, he does music. Very helpful. So, if y'all ever need anything, you can always reach out to him. My girl, Tiff for Tat, also is somebody who does music and videos and creation. She's working on getting that together. So I'll have more information when she's got it up and running. And I think that's about it. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much for coming through. I hope you come back and see me next week.
All right. See you
Good night.
around. Bye.
Good night, y'all.
good night.
Good night.